Welcome everybody to the latest chapter of the European Le Mans Series. There is a strong argument to say that this might be the best season yet. Season 14 since the rebrand in 2012, but you can actually track the championship back a lot longer than that. The 22nd year, in fact, of European-based Le Mans style racing, and we are set for 6 different countries on the calendar. The first time that's happened for quite some years since coming out of COVID. The Kickstarter is exactly the same as it was in 2024, as in this visit to Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for the 4 hours. Midday start locally for all 6 races. It's Le Castellet next month. Then we take the typical pause for the 24 hours of Le Mans. By the way, waving the green flag in about 20 minutes' time will be world-famous WRC driver Danny Sordo, who is here in his home country to do that. So we thank him very much for that. There's a big trophy on offer as well. But yes, after Le Mans, we go to Imola in Italy, to Spa in Belgium, a revisit to the UK and Silverstone, the first time in 5 years, which so many British fans are very excited about. And then the usual finish to the season, the south coast of Portugal at the Algarve International Circuit. A warm welcome, as I say. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm joined by Graham Goodwin, who's the editor of dailysportscar.com. We're here at the 4.6-kilometre circuit. Very technical in places, Graham, but that long straight as well, which can provide a big overtaking opportunity into the first sequence of corners.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Exciting day today. Packed grid, 44 cars across the 4 classes in the European Le Mans Series, and delighted to say not only in the sunshine here at Barcelona, but with an absolutely packed crowd as well. Struggled to get through the tunnel today to get back to the OB van here. And I think we're about to hear the Spanish and Catalan anthems, so we'll just pause in a moment for that as we work our way through the grid. New look Iron Danes. Almost pole position for Celia Martin. She's the lady on the right-hand side of the trio, with the probably more recognisable to our international viewers pairing of Michelle Gatting and Sarah Bovey. Sarah now, of course, a silver rank driver. Turn 1 grandstand packed. The main grandstand pretty well filled, and still filling from what's been an astonishingly attended grid walk this morning.
Yeah, there was a limit, I believe, of 5,000 people on the grid, which included the drivers and all the team personnel. But there were a lot of very lucky fans too, and the queue for that grid walk began easily at 8 o'clock this morning and spanned right back to within the paddock. There's Martin Berry, great qualifying performance for him. Didn't know a great deal about the Mercedes AMG, neither did we really, in the ELMS. That's a debut pole for that particular manufacturer, and a real good spread of GT cars. 6 different manufacturers represented within the LMGT3 category. The first time in over a decade that has been the case, and they're all contained within the same division of GTs as well. LMGT3 has a new number panel to conjure with this year, just as it does in the World Endurance Championship. So no longer the amber backing, it's green for these, what do we have, 13 GT cars. We've had this collection of string instruments do the national anthem before. Let's enjoy this. The Spanish national anthem, followed by the anthem of Catalunya. Two pieces of music to stir the soul, offer a little bit of history as well to know precisely where we are in the world. And we thank Barcelona for actually providing this base for the best part of 10 days, actually, because we've had a couple of days for the European Le Mans Series cars to form their prologue. At the start of the week on Wednesday, we had a full day of testing for the Michelin Le Mans Cup. They had their race yesterday evening, back to 2-hour racing there. And just like that championship, welcoming the brand new LMP3 cars that have been released at the start of 2025. We have 10 further cars, 1 Ginetta, 1 Duqueine and 8 Ligiers, but all the new car for the new specification and that new power plant provided by Toyota.
Yes, indeed. A quick shot there of Gilles Duqueine with a pole position car from his team. Talking about his cars, his team, separate part of the organisation, but he's very proud of them today. Here is the fourth car on the grid in LMP3 from Ultimate, Louis Rossi. And if you're listening in, Louis Stern and your lady, I hope things are going well with the imminent arrival of Little Stern. And we'll see Louis Stern for the remainder of the races, but the LaHaye brothers and Louis Rossi will be here in Barcelona. Kuba Szymanski gets ready, and there's some of our trackside workers. They were kept rather busy yesterday, Johnny, with the Michelin Le Mans Cup. This is your international. Previous title winners, of course. Fabian Michal in Aguilera in this number 11 car. And back to a 3-driver lineup for your international.
Sebastian Graulund is the driver that you didn't mention, I think, there. But Fabian Michal, a Stern race starter. The qualifying, which is 4-pronged on a Saturday afternoon, starts with the LNGT3s, which is a bronze-only session. Then you can pick who you like in LMP3. And there are, actually, we don't have any gold-graded drivers within that category. You can run 1 gold, should you wish, but nobody has. Generally, the combination is bronze, silver, silver, and the qualifying driver is a free choice. Then we move back to a bronze-only session for the LMP2 Pro-Ams. There's nothing technically different from an LMP2 car versus an LMP2 Pro-Am. That's down to your driver makeup, which must include a bronze driver, and it's they that do the qualifying there. And then, standout session for me, the final one of the 15-minute qualifying sessions, which was LMP2 straight, and some terrific talent within that. But we're getting ahead of ourselves because the star man in LMP3 yesterday was Adrien Clomenil for CLX Motorsport. You might be thinking, not heard of CLX before. Well, you will know of Cool Racing if you followed ACO Rules action previously, and they've had a rebrand, a rename over the winter period. They're now known as CLX Motorsport. 1 car in the field, but the 17 was the quickest in that session. 1:36.1 for Clomenil, 0.3 of a second faster than Rick Coons, Team Virage car number 8. But this was earlier on, and we were talking about how popular the signing session was. At times we couldn't get through our tunnel, battling against the current of fans pouring into the circuit. Many flocking to Miguel Molina, understandably. He's a Ferrari factory driver, but he's also got a job to do here at his home track. He is from Barcelona, so no surprise that he's brought so many fans with him. But there's a lot of Spanish drivers here.
There are. I mean, it's been an epic job from the European Le Mans Series team and the circuit here in Barcelona to attract this kind of interest. We are in that platinum era of sports car racing. It is spilling into European Le Mans Series, as well as with the FIA World Endurance Championship and, of course, the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and elsewhere. And it really is becoming a global network of teams, drivers, fans, you name it. Great to see.
Well, it's brilliant that we've got a new generation of fans that are interested in this type of sport, and that is down to how attractive it is for some world-renowned sports car racers, but also GT superstars, and also the amount of attraction this it seems to have from both North and South America. PJ Hyatt has brought the now renowned Spike the Dragon LMP2 car here. That in itself has its own personal fan base, and AO by TF are actually the defending
minutes on the
Actually,
grid.
defending
We are
title
under 3
winners.
minutes
Louis
to
Delatrans
start
is
the first
retained
of
in that
two
driver
formation
lineup, but PJ
We are under
Hyatt brings
3
that car that
minutes
is
to
so well
start the
known from the
first of two
IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car
formation
Championship.
Please
Didn't get
start
pole
clearing
position
the
though.
grid.
That was a chap who's plenty of experience of getting his car on pole. Needs the results to back it up though. But Giorgio Roda did it again. That means from the last 8 qualifying sessions, he's been on pole for 7 of them. The only one he missed out on was Spa last year when Rodrigo Sales was the quickest.
And by the way, he had another 6 and whitewashed the Asian Le Mans Series as well. Jamie Chadwick there we saw just briefly aboard the the orange and dark grey coloured EDEX Sport car, which has been run as part of the Genesis Magma Racing effort to prepare for their hypercar debut next season. There's another step up to LMP2, CLX and Pure Racing, 4th LMP2. Alex Malikin will start the car, and great things expected, I think, here. 43 car Europol competition. Cooper it will be to start the car. Tom Dillman, Nick Yellerly will share the 43. And they'll be looking to take another step forward from the excellent season they had with both cars last year. They are reigning IMSA LMP2 champions with PR Matson Motorsports. Onto the front row though, and the reliveried, more yellow this time aboard the Iron Lynx Proton car. Jonas Reed it will be that starts the race for the number 9. The outside of the front row. A hotly contested pole position this was. So Caroli pushed hard to try to get there, but it was Richard de Geras that grasped it. He's going to share with Roy Nissani, the debutant in LMP2. Francesco Simonazzi will start on the 30
Under 1
car.
minute to start the first of 2 formation laps for the 4 hours of Barcelona. You may now start your engines and please clear the grid. We are under 1 minute to start the formation laps. Please clear the grid immediately.
All sorts of people talking about this person, that person, the other person, the voice of endurance racing. It's not any of those people. It's Eduardo Freitas, of course. He is still the European Le Mans Series race director. Here is Danny Sordo.
30 seconds, under 30 seconds to start the formation laps.
And will be waving the green flag to see these 44 cars, Johnny, on the way. It's a grid of the highest quality. It's got great variety. There's storylines galore in all 4 classes, and we're about to get underway for the start of the first of 6 4-hour races in a series that just continues to deliver world-class endurance racing.
So many times I have to remind myself of single-seater drivers, relatively late in their career, moving across to sports car racing as the ELMS flags wave.
Car will be depending on the gaps between the cars on track.
So Francesco Simonazzi will start the pole-sitting car. Car number 30 alongside Jonas Reed. Then it's Kuba Śmiechowski for Inter-Europol competition on driver's right of the 2nd row, car 43 third, alongside Alexander Malikin of CLX Pure Racing, a champion in GTs in the World Endurance Championship last year. Jamie Chadwick selected for the opening stint in the number 18 EDEX Sport alongside Ollie Gray for VDS Panis Racing, and then it's Matthias Kaiser for Algarve Pro. And he's joined by Manuel Espirito Santo for CLX. Pedro Perini, Portuguese, in the 2nd of the Inter-Europol competition cars, joined by Paul Lafargue for EDEX Sport. Manuel Maldonado, United Autosports number 22, he's alongside the number 10 Vector Sport of Ryan Cullen, and at the back of the LMP2 batch it's Cem Bolokbashi for Nielsen Racing. Then the LMP2 Pro-Ams, same cars, different driver lineups. Giorgio Roda, another pole in the 77 Proton competition car, and then it is Spike alongside for PJ Hyatt. Rodrigo Sales, TDS Racing, number 29, has Francois Parodo for company in the 83 AF Corsa Orica. Then it is Daniel Schneider of Brazil for the 2nd United Autosport, 3rd United Autosports car in fact, and Tony Wells in his Nielsen Racing car number 27. Crichton Lentudis for Algarve Pro Racing. They have a couple of cars in the entry. Laurence Heure for DKR Engineering. No time set for that car, so it starts at the back of Pro-Am.
In the LMP2s, do I need to slow the leading car down, or we're going to cover those gaps?
Then we got Paul Lancher for CX Motorsport on the pole position. Jacek Zielonka for Team Virage. Fabian Michel starts the Euro International number 11, and Louis Rossi for Ultimate number 35. WTM by Rinaldi Racing is a Duquesne for Torsten Kratz, number 12. And he has Jacques Wolf for Racing Spirit of Le Mans over his right shoulder. M Racing's Stefan Tribordini and Michael Jensen for RLR M Sport, 29th in the overall positioning. Then it's Tim Kresick for Inter-Europol competition. Big difference in the paint scheme there with the BWT backing, and Antti Ramo is at the back of the LMP3s for DKR Engineering in their Ginetta. Then the 13 LM GT3s, Mercedes Iron Lynx, Martin Berry the poleman, Celia Martin for Iron Dames in her Porsche, the Aston Martin of Clement Mateur for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and Custodio Toledo, Richard Mille AF Corsa is the first Ferrari. More Ferraris here, Andrew Gilbert for Kessel, Takeshi Kimura also for the Swiss squad. Duncan Cameron, Spirit of Race 55, is 38th, alongside Scott Noble for J&W Motorsport. United Autosports have a McLaren here, just like their WEC cars. Michael Birch and Mike Wainwright for GR Racing is 41st on the grid. AF Corsa car of Charles
and it's up to the
Samani.
leaders of each category to deal with the pace of each category. 2 lines of cars side by side exiting T10 at constant speed.
Welcome back to the ELMS, the manufacturer of Corvette, but with a very different car since we last saw them, the TF Sport of Hiroshi Koizumi and Claudia Schiavone at the back of the field in car
Let's
number 60.
minimize those gaps, please. Let's minimize those gaps.
So there you go. That is the grid of 44 cars. We're still getting instructions, of course, from our race director, Eduardo Freitas, so apologies for talking over him at times, but important that we got the grid out there, and more crucially the starting drivers, to know the team's thoughts for this opening stint, maybe opening double stint in the case of LMP2s.
We do require the GTs to push a little bit. GTs, let's push a little bit, please.
A couple of housekeeping points. Happy birthday Tom Dillman today, 36 years old today. A little bit of family matter to catch up with Duncan Cameron, whose son Henry started his car racing career at Donington Park yesterday in the Ginetta Juniors. We have the Ginetta mark making their way back here, and he won his class. So congratulations to him. His dad will be joining him in that paddock for the rest of the British GT season, with Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin joining the British GT Championship in another.
Okay, team managers, now it's on you. Exiting T10, 2 lines of cars side by side, please. Exiting T10, all cars to grid position as you exit T10.
And they come under the spectacular new bridge with hospitality terracing. Astounding view from there, Johnny.
Thank you to the pole sitters of LMP2. Let's close those gaps. 2 lines of cars side by side. This is a critical moment. I need your help.
So 2 formation laps. We're nearing the end of the second one now, and Eduardo always wanting to get the grid formed up at the end of the second
LMP3s, that
sector.
gap is a little bit too big. LMP3s, that gap is a little bit too big. Please, let's keep to the 5 car lengths.
Track split into 3 separate sectors. The first running from the control line to the braking point into turn 4. From there to the braking point at turn 10 is sector 2, and then it's quite complicated. You've got to be patient through sector 3. 14 so important for your run to the line. It's been quite a wait, but here in the springtime, this is what we look forward to. The first of 6 European Le Mans Series races, as the grand music pumps out in the background, and now the music around the racetrack is the sound of all of these Gibson engines firing into life. It's a good getaway from Francesco Simonazzi in the black and green car. He will hang on to pole position. Ginetta very, very wide there for DKR Engineering, and will have to take to the escape road, in fact. You can't rejoin right in the middle of turn 2. You have to wait till you've crossed past the 2 bollards there. But Simonazzi will have been thinking about that start of that race all night long. There is a crucial change for second position as Kubusz Michowski muscles his way by Jonas Reed to put the 43 into Europol competition car into second place.
Yeah, also running wide, I'll correct you, it's number 3 Orica, the Ginetta, the same colour scheme, but also running wide there was LMP2 Pro pole sitter Giorgio Roda has rejoined and retained the lead in the class. It looks like LRM Sports Ligier falling back into the lead group of GT3s, but the LMGT3 lead has been taken at the start by Celia Martin in the Iron Dames car.
Yeah, so after Laurence Haure's radical move at the first couple of corners, he's actually come through the first split in 6th position, so there may be some questions about how he did do the rejoin there. Thank you for the nod about it being an LMP2 car rather than the new LMP3 Ginetta, which we will catch our sights on in a moment or two. One car that's falling a long way further back is Jacek Zielonka, who has not completed, well, has now gone through the second split, but a lot of cars have gone through, in fact all of them, the GTs as well, as we cross the line to complete the first lap. And Francesco Simonazzi leads for Duquesne team ahead of Kuba Śmiechowski, and here is the Zielonka Team Virage LMP3 car, smoke trailing from that, where it was very busy.
So rear right, either suspension damage or a puncture. Meantime, in LMP3, where there appears to have been a little bit of argy-bargy, the DKR Ginetta up to 6th and 10th at the start, so a fine start there from Antiramo in that number 4 Ginetta. Pretty clean. Into pit lane comes the number 18 Virage car. So look and see just how quickly they can turn that car around. Pretty clean at the start, the head of the pack there. Boy, did it get busy behind them.
Just creeping through shot, the number 12 WTM by Rinaldi Racing Duquesne, which has Torsten Kratz at the controls. He's now into the lead of LMP3. We're focusing on the second place fight because it's closer between Fabien Michal and Paul Lancher. So Lancher started the race on pole position. He's back to third now in that grey with blue mirrors, number 17. There he is, heading through shot after good work yesterday from Adrien Clomanil to put the car on pole position. But Torsten Kratz is one of the quickest bronze drivers in the LMP3 field, so no surprise to see him there. LMGT3 is led by Celia Martin in the pink and white Iron Dames Porsche. She's got ahead of Martin Berry in his Iron Lynx Mercedes, and a grin from Michelle Gatting just as we cut away from her, in fact, but very happy with where her car is at the moment.
Yep, it's fastest lap of the race too. Laurence Heure now up to 4th place in the charging DKR Engineering number 3 car, also of course leading LMP2 Pro-Am. So for the Iron Dames, fine start. Great race yesterday until disaster in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. I have to tell you that Marta Garcia is fine after what was a horrifying incident, tagged by another car into the wall. They'll be looking for a better end to their race, but they've certainly had a great start to it with Celia Martin, the new face in the bronze seat at Iron Dames in the European Le Mans Series.
37 in LMP2 is in 11th position. Alexander Malakin fighting with Ollie Gray in the newly liveried VDS Panis Racing crew. So the VDS Cat visible on the side of that car, number 48 going through turn 9. Very fast approach to that car. Got to be cautious about the track limits on the exit as well. And in fact, around the outside now will arrive Ollie Gray to try and pick off Malakin, who's in the adjustment period between GT racing and these prototypes, so he won't be pushing like crazy. He just needs to settle in, and to be honest, so did everybody else, because we haven't had any tyre warmers on the grid. They're not permitted anymore. It will take a few laps for the cars to get properly in the groove. Great
start from Francesco Simonazzi. He puts in the fastest lap of the race at 1:32.978, putting away from Kuba Śmiechowski.
Bless you.
Coughing in the middle of it.
Bless you.
But up to third now, Laurence Heure.
Yeah, so bear in mind, Laurence Heure, a gold driver, so there'll be some bronze time to come later on, and I've got all my driver minimum times here. It's actually pretty easy to remember in LMP2 and Pro-Am. Everybody, regardless of rating, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, you have to do a minimum of 1 hour in the race. There is no maximum time, but in order to ensure championship points, better to do the 60 minutes as well. That's an awkward number, and deliberately so, because these LMP2s will do 40 to 45 minutes, so it's not a straight stint. You've got to stay in for either a bit of another stint or maybe double it to take you through to 1 hour and 20 minutes. LMP2s, if they are doing 40 minutes, that's 6 stints from start to finish.
Aboard the number 74 Castle Racing Ferrari. That car running 6th at the moment, Hans van der Gilbert, closing in on Clement Mathieu. Viewers of the FIA World Endurance Championship last year might recognise that name from D-Station Racing. Moves over to the European Le Mans Series here. Battle here between Alex Malikian and Paul Lafargue. Battle for 11th. Would add, by the way, that aside from Lawrence Heure, who of course is the pro driver starting the LMP2 Brown car, the lead amongst the bronzes has been taken by Rodrigo Sales ahead of Giorgio Roda and PJ Heure. So it's been a good start from the TDS Racing man in the 29, down in 15th place.
So Malikian versus Lafargue, very close. A bit further up the road for 9th and 10th. Ollie Gray's reeling in Pedro Perino. So Perino in the green-fronted into Europol competition car, now under pressure from the Mark VDS, or the VDS Panis Racing entry. 10th place up for grabs, therefore. There's also not much of a gap between Cemboluk Bashi, who's had to do the hard work towards the back of the grid, and Ryan Cullen. That's for 8th and 9th.
Great battle here for the lead of the bronze section, if you like, of LMP2 Pro-Am. As Rodrigo Sales holds off Giorgio Roda, PJ Heure in close contention. Deco Engineering's Lawrence Heure up to 2nd overall, but the team manager of Deco Engineering has been asked to come to race control immediately. I think that's unlikely to be for congratulation about the move at the start of the race.
Maybe so.
But also up, by the way, back into the race, the Team Virage number 8, Ligier, after that very early stop, 1 minute 46 on pit lane, so they've had whatever attention is required and have rejoined, but are a lap down.
The other thing I've just reminded myself about is why they've put Lawrence Heure in that car. They had to, because if you don't produce a time in qualifying,
you have to put the fastest driver in.
And Lawrence Heure will have been the standout fastest driver, with the greatest of respect to, well, Thomas Laurent, actually. It would have been 50-50 perhaps, but Heure has obviously done the quicker time in the practice sessions. Giorgio Kolovos is the bronze there, learning a great deal, I'm sure, from both of his co-pilots this weekend. So yeah, Lawrence Heure up to 2nd position, and he's only 2.5 seconds away from our overall leader, Francesco Simonazzi, as Martin Berry does the fastest LMGT3 lap now. So he might have given the lead away to Céline Martin, not without a fight, but he's now just starting to measure that distance and eat away at it. 0.6 is it where it stands at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised to see that come down a little bit more as he works out where his Mercedes is a touch faster in places than the Porsche ahead.
This is the battle for 2nd place in LMP3. Away a little clear is Torsten Kratz, always a fast starter. The Duquesne D09 seems to be to his satisfaction. He's a 2nd ahead of the battle between the 11 Euro International and the CLX Motorsport number 17. Carry on with the battle here. That's Rodrigo Sales has lost 2 places, so has he had a bit of a moment?
Sales checking the sector times, yeah, 41.3 compared to PJ Heure, who was over a second quicker through that middle sector.
I think he's had a bit of a moment. He's dropped behind Giorgio Roda and PJ Heure to drop from 2nd to 4th in LMP2 Pro-Am. Meantime, Jamie Chadwick, the number 18 IDEX Sport car, is engaged in a battle with the CLX number 47, Manuel Espirito Santo. Panis, and of course behind VDS Panis Racing, together with Mark van der Straten, who was here too this weekend.
Check on the lap times of Francesco Simonazzi, and he's just done a personal best lap time, 1:32.6, as more LMP2 Pro-Am scrapping is continuing on. Daniel Schneider up against Francois Perrodo, who's a little bit wide coming out of turn 3 there and into the 2nd sector. This is an important braking area. Again, it's a medium speed corner which goes on, and you have to wait till you apply the throttle coming out of turn 4, but there's sometimes a chance to do a switchback then into 5, which is the very next corner at close quarters to the previous. Here's the 43, running 2nd in LMP2, but 3rd overall, and the 43 car driven by Kuba Śmiechowski, Jonas Reed on the tow rope.
Indeed, Jonas pacing the interior pole car ahead. Does seem this season across the board it's just been turned up another notch all the way through here. And we've got an absolute galaxy of stars still to come in this race aboard pretty much every class. Hypercar drivers, ex-Formula 1 drivers, Formula 2 drivers and champions, you name it. It's a real mixed bag of established and emerging talents, which makes it all the better.
Now this is difficult, and there may be an opportunity for Jonas Reed to slice his way by Kuba Śmiechowski. There was nowhere really for the Polish driver to go there, and if Reed can stick with that outside line, this is what I was talking about, from 4 to 5. You can leave 4 on the outside line, that delivers you directly into the apex at 5, and he will get the place because of it. So Jonas Reed in the paler yellow car, the Iron Lynx Proton combination, and Jonas Reed had read that perfectly. A great bit of racecraft from the young German to pick off Kuba Śmiechowski, who slips back a further place in LMP2. Side-by-side GT cars as well, with the 51 Ferrari on the inside line at turn 10. This is a battle for 11th.
Charlie Somali, isn't it? And Michael Birch in the United Autosports McLaren. And this is another phase, if you're new to sports car racing, this is what causes a lot of the excitement. It's not just about the race, because it's 4 races at once on the same track, and you've got to maintain. Johan Zarco, MotoGP, says hi. Bit of a Danny Ricciardo lookalike, isn't he?
I suppose so.
But you've got to maintain your momentum, keep the gaps or close the gaps. Fortune sometimes favours the brave in traffic and sports car racing. 8 laps in and already very firmly ensconced in traffic, and here is the lead battle. It isn't 2 seconds anymore. Heure has made progress in traffic. It's half a second. There's Francesco Simonazzi, who is less used to this part of the challenge. Keeping it clean, but he's got his mirrors full of the always quick, always super aggressive Heure.
Was there a touch to the Kessel Racing Ferrari there, as Heure didn't want to waste any time at all. Certainly he didn't allow the Ferrari to take the natural racing line, but as the quicker car you don't necessarily have to do that. It was Takeshi Kimura who had to have his wits about him.
We're about to see the overall race leaders on track with the LMGT3 leading pair. And both are pretty equidistant, aren't they? Heure nibbling away at the rear of the Duquesne team, number 30 in his number 3, the old lady Orica, the 2017 car, chassis number 5, chassis number 136 is here.
Yeah, here comes Heure from a good way back, but he's got the run. It was all about that final corner, and there wasn't a lot that Francesco Simonazzi could do about that. But remember, it's all about who's started these cars. Laurence Heure mandated to be in the car because the number 3 did not set a time yesterday in qualifying. So it's a gold-graded driver by the FIA up against predominantly silvers, and in the case of his class, LMP2 Pro-Ams, it's all the bronzes that have started otherwise. So that's why he's miles ahead of the rest of the cars, 7 other cars in LMP2 Pro-Am. That will swing back again just as soon as the bronze take over.
Confirmation that car number 3, our now new overall race leader as well as class leader, is under investigation for starting procedures. We've got a gaggle of P2s trying to make their way through a similar gaggle of LMGT3s. It's properly close all over the place here.
Yeah, so the question will be about the number 3 car. Did it cut out of line and therefore away from the grid hatchings too early before the lights were extinguished? Was it already starting to overtake fellow LMP2 Pro-Ams before they got the go-ahead? And that can be looked back on pretty easily through the timing loop data, which sits at the control line and it's actually the start line that's the more important of the two. You cannot begin to overtake until you have crossed that start line.
Who is this part of a bit of a new era for the bronzes in the European Le Mans Series? Celia Martin did a fine job in qualifying, bettered by Martin Berry, but they're having a fine battle here in the bronze stakes in GT racing. We've had all sorts of duels, most famously perhaps, Sarah Bovey and Ben Keating in the FIA World Endurance Championship. But this has got potential with this pair duking it out. Meantime, more duking out.
Śmiechowski's lost another place to Manuel Espirito Santo in the grey and blue car, and now having a long look at the inside is Oliver Gray in the VDS Panis racing car. So Kuba Śmiechowski, having shot off very well indeed, is now desperately trying to cling on to these places for fear of tumbling towards the base of the top 10. 43, Śmiechowski is currently 6th, but he's in danger of giving that position away to the VDS Panis racing car snapping at his heels. And having been in second place for a period of time at the very start of the race, that will be annoying for him, at the very least, to lose these spots. I don't know whether a tyre is wearing more readily than they expected, but he just has nothing to fight with, as through goes Ollie Gray in the braking zone for turn 10. So that is 6th place now, no longer in the hands of Kuba Śmiechowski. And those that into Europol competition might be scratching their heads a little bit.
Indeed. Wait until it get embedded in. Bear in mind, there's all sorts of other games at play. There's fuel management, there's tyre management. It's not necessarily about the searing pace at the start of the race. It's where you are at the end of the first and potentially second tyre stints as well. Lawrence Heure, by the way, leads the race. He came up from 21st on the grid to 6th on the opening lap. But there's a chat on the way, I think, in race control stewards room.
So if there is a penalty heading the way of DKR Engineering's number 3 car, we might now be looking at the potential race lead once this all unwinds. Duquesne certainly battling with Iron Lynx Proton for the lead of LMP2, as opposed to LMP2 Pro-Am. It's a Pro-Am car that leads overall, but this is the fight at the head of the order between the 30 and the 9 cars of Simonazzi and Jonas Reed. Matthias Kaiser for Algarve Pro Racing in the 25 car a bit further back. Francois Perrodo still trying to stick with the 27 car, which is Tony Wells in the Nielsen Racing LMP2 Pro-Am entry. So down the hill, this awkward approach to turn 5, made all the more difficult when you've got GT cars braking quite a bit earlier than the LMP2s are capable of. Nowhere near as manoeuvrable, they're significantly heavier as well. But the lap times from LMGT3s, even in the hands of bronze drivers, not shabby at all. And the gap between the 2 leading GTs is now 1.3 seconds, so it's again going the way of Celia Martin and the Iron Dames Porsche.
Indeed, just watching Francois Brodo's progress, he's dealt with Daniel Schneider, so gradually creeping his way up the order, not losing a lot of time to the cars ahead of him, just keeping it in the zone. I have to say, this is a way to do well in these races and do well in these championships. His championship winning record speaks for itself, doesn't it? Keep it in good shape, hand over the car to the pro drivers that follow. Drop the mic and moonwalk out of there. 48 car, all getting used to new names, new colours, new teams. It's a very different looking 48. Looks great in the VDS colours there. VDS Panis Racing putting on quite the show here in the paddock. In the meantime, Jonas Reed in the number 9 car has caught Louis Duquesne.
There's another investigation underway concerning an LMP3 car. This is the 31 Racing Spirit of Le Mans, which is being driven by Jacques Wolf, and his disrespect of the race director instructions probably at turn 1, I'm going to guess, as now it's almost door-banging stuff between Francesco Simonazzi and Jonas Reed. Once more, Jonas Reed getting the better run on the Duquesne car. This is a similar overtake to Lawrence Heure a few laps ago. And great car placement there from Iron Lynx Proton's young pilot. He makes sure that the Duquesne car cannot turn in and gets the place. Again, that might be for the overall lead, depending on what happens with the number 3 car.
Yeah, 6.4 seconds up the road now, Laurence Heure. Good move there from Jonas Reed. Growing in confidence, growing in ability. Several years in now to his LMP career. They've taken an overall race win last season, this squad, as the 31 Racing Spirit Le Mans car just bails out of challenging the LMP2s, lets them through. Just drives clean off the track in doing so. One of the challenges here, almost literally anything can happen. And I know you're at home and probably thinking that sounds a ridiculous statement, but you've watched as much of these European Le Mans Series, Asia Le Mans Series, WC races as I have. Trust me, everything from a baseball on the track to lightning strikes, it's completely ludicrous.
I mean, this is merely establishing an order for and a general pace for the opening stint, but the next real period of excitement will be the opening pit stops for LMP2s. It should be the P2s that come in first if we stay green after about 40. It probably will be 40 minutes with those 2 formation laps that we have to do in addition as well. And then how quickly can the cars be turned around? Because whereas in other categories this weekend there are limits to the amount of time you can spend in the pit lane, i.e. minimum time limits, no such thing exists in LMP2. It's about turning the car around as quickly as possible, because we have hugely experienced teams up and down the order in both P2 and P2 Pro-Am. So positions can be gained and lost in that opening pit stop phase. GTs can do a little bit longer, more like, well, 50 minutes perhaps in these days of the torque sensors. An hour, it's really tough to do. You need a bit of yellow in order to do 60 minutes, so it makes the strategy tougher than it used to be in LMGTE days.
We have seen some real heroics on fuel runs, typified by the astounding performance of Algarve Racing in the LMP2 Pro class at Portimão last year, where they ordered their driver no more than 40% throttle for the final stint. Almost got them the championship by going way further. Finally lost the lead, and therefore the championship battle about turn 5 on the final lap. So, side by side, might well have been a kiss there between the Victor Sport car and the 28 Lead Exports.
So that was Ryan Cullen and Paul Lafargue overlapping, and Paul Lafargue didn't want to go to the escape road if he could help it, but rode quite a lot of the curb at the left-hander turn 2. Big queue of LMGT3 cars starting to form. Andrew Gilbert at the back of that, but he's got ahead of him the Aston Martin of Clément Latour Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Takeshi Kimura in 4th ahead of those 2. And Custodio Toledo's not that far away either. So there's a queue of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars behind the American.
A couple of big gaps opening up there, and the first of them is Giorgio Roda has dropped PJ Hyatt at this stage of the race. 12 seconds the gap between the second place car on LMP2 Pro-Am and the lead of the group with the bronze drivers aboard. Proton competition number 77 ahead of the 99 from AO by TF Spike. And then LMGT3, the lead pair, Celia Martin and Martin Berry, 13 seconds ahead of Custodio Toledo in 3rd. There is Nick Manassian, chef de mission at EDEC Sports, based in the south of France, and helping out the preparations, as I said a little earlier, for Genesis Magma Racing, due to join the FIA World Endurance Championship in the hypercar class with their new GMR 001 from next season. Their team principal was here earlier this weekend. 2 EDEC Sport cars, the Magma orange one. There he is indeed.
Remember us talking about the number 8 Team Virage LMP3 car of Jacek Zielonka having to make that early stop. Sensibly, they've ticked off one of the longer stops there as well. So the car's back in the race, but in LMP3, along the way, you've got to do 2, as we call them, long stops, and that's mandated in the event by event regulations. You're given a different number according to how long the pit lane is, basically, from circuit to circuit, and it's 105 seconds here in Barcelona, or a minute and 45.
Done well there then.
So they've ticked one of those off, and that could bode well for the future, because all the other teams have still got to do 2 of those stops.
Yeah.
Car number 8's only got to do 1 more.
They're a long way back, but has soaked up some of that damage. They can claw back a number of seconds.
They need a safety car, probably, to really bring them back into the game. But we're quite happy staying green. There's Quick Nick again, with various conversations going on, as is typical at the start of the race. You've done all you can from a team management point of view, and then send your opening driver out to be on their own to a certain extent. Hopefully bring the car back straight and untroubled.
Yep, that was Cyril Abitaboul from Genesis Magna Racing with Nick in the garage at EDEC Sports. And what an era for sports car racing. Across the racing that you and I are talking about on air and off air, Johnny, it's never been like this in my time, never, and I'm getting pretty darn old.
Now, not the ideal route from turn 12 to 13 for the number 35 LMP3 car from Ultimate. That was Louis Rossi, chattering the teeth because of a couple of Michelin tyres working their way through the gravel trap. He did well to hang on to that and not spin at turn 13. Glorious day here at Barcelona, perfect racing conditions, not too hot, not too cold, and that's been another attraction, I'm sure, for so many fans to think, yeah, let's go to Barcelona. Pretty cheap compared to other motorsport options to get in here, and it is a metro ride from Barcelona city centre, so the accessibility of this circuit going in its favour as well. But also, you know, motor racing fans know all about how good this championship is getting. Jonas Reed, this was his move for the lead a few laps ago, and Simonazzi kind of pushed that as much as he was daring to do. He inched his way to the right to try and stop the progress of the number 9 car, but ultimately that was going to result in a big crash if he didn't relent, and the number 9 car got that overlap that was required, manifesting into turn 1 with a complete overtake, and to the lead of LMP2, second place overall, because remember our overall leader is from the LMP2 Pro-Am class, now 10 seconds clear, Laurence Heure.
Indeed. So Laurence Heure 10 seconds ahead in the number 3 car. Haven't yet seen any decision on whatever it is specifically we'd like to talk to him about in race control. We'll talk to the team about. Jonas Reed from Francesco Simonazzi. Good starts from both of those young men. Manuel Espirito Santo, the CLX Motorsport 47, sits 4th overall and 3rd in the LMP2 class. Joe Roda continues just to pull away from PJ Hyatt, who's holding off and indeed gapping Rodrigo Sales. Led that little group early on, has dropped back behind both those cars and dropping back from them as well, beginning to be caught by Francois Barodo. LMP3, Torsten Kratz pretty much hasn't been headed after lap 1. We're going to see the start again. Watch for, there is Laurence Heure to the outside, Johnny.
Now, it's very difficult from that angle to know that whether he had overtaken, well, he already was level with PJ Hyatt, in fact, and had he managed that before the start line, there is a control line which forms the finish line, and then there is the start line, which is all the grid hatchings beyond that. So at the very front of where the car's formed up on their dummy grid is where you can begin your overtaking. The rejoin looked all right to me for Laurence Heure. So as he went down the escape road between turns 1, 2 and 3, he hadn't rejoined at turn 2, but I think there are big question marks about how many cars he overtook before the start line. Paul Lafargue's now off the road in the 28 EDEC Sport car, and that was coming through turn 10 and couldn't get the car lined up then at 11 and into 12, Graham.
No, he couldn't. We're going to have a special guest shortly once we've managed to get a near 6-foot-plus man into our 3-foot room. But we'll see how that one goes in just a short while and hear his impressions of the opening bars of this symphony. Off goes Paul Lafargue, just did not get it turned in. He's managed to get it through the gravel trap, and I think we'll get back on to the grey stuff. It's been fast and furious, but I don't see how that, Graham. Precious little by the way of incidents. Other than the question about, you're absolutely right, JP, how many cars did Lawrence Heure pass whilst not on the racing surface? And I think the number was about 8.
It just concerned me about how level he was with the front row starters in LMP2 Pro-Am as they were getting to the overtaking line. So he'd come from the back of the field of an 8-car class and had therefore potentially already overtaken 4 of his fellow LMP2 Pro-Am cars, and they'll be looking back at that now from several replays with the team manager car 3. There is a chance to come back with a counter argument from DKR Engineering's point of view, but I don't know, that's hook, line and sinker potentially.
First chance to see on board from the new Ginetta, and Antti Ramo is all over the back of the M Racing car, the Ligier of Stefano Tribordini. My apologies, I'm getting tongue twisted all day today, but this is the new look and the new sound of LMP3. As we get all sorts of shenanigans here between the LMP2s and LMGT3s.
Good little dice developing between 2 Ferraris. The bright yellow car is Takeshi Kimura in Kessel Racing's highlighter yellow car, and right on his tail is Custodio Toledo's Richard Mille AF Corsa car, number 57. Toledo to the central line, the approach to turn 1, but there was no way by there. And now more difficulties at turn 10, unless that's a delayed message because we're not getting the yellow flag segment on our track map.
It is there. It is the Racing Spirit Le Mans car, the 31 Ligier. As we see a car spinning off, it's a great time to introduce. We love to have the heritage viewpoint on this modern motorsport. I'm delighted to welcome, you might remember him from many years ago, Oliver Gavin joins us, I think, for your first stint in the ELMS commentary booth.
It's great to see you gentlemen here in your lovely little booth. Very spacious in here. I feel that I can really stretch out.
Yes, dear me. It's a little bit like a hobbit's home, isn't it?
Stretched out horizontally,
yes.
But the ceiling mere
vertically challenged
inches above our head, yes. is a tad tricky, but we're not going to be here all season, I hear.
Car 88, by the way, and car 31 under review for caught in the collision at turn 10. We've just seen that. Ollie, your impressions? You've been in the paddock for the European Le Mans Series for a season or two. And what are we going to see here? That is the M Racing car off, and through goes the Ginetta. So up he goes.
We're seeing a lot of this, aren't we? We're seeing a lot of those LMP3 cars just running wide and sort of running out of tyre, running out of performance, and ending up off wide or spinning or in the gravel. And it certainly does seem to be a challenge here this weekend, particularly the sun's come up, track temp's gone up. This Barcelona layout is really tough on the Michelin tyre.
We've got an awful lot of new in LMP3, including some of the teams, but particularly the cars and the drivers. And, you know, we can test, we can practice, we can qualify, but it's nothing like racing. If you're under pressure,
of course,
from the car behind, that looks to me like just basically trying to nibble a little bit more than the grip that was available from the circuit, Ollie.
Absolutely, and I think one of the other things is that the last couple of days it's been overcast, it's been lower track temps, and I think this is a little bit more back to where it was for the prologue. And I think a few guys are just having to dial themselves back into that to get used to this rising track temperature and, you know, being on this one set of tyres here throughout this stint.
Tell us a little bit about your impressions over the last couple of years with the European Le Mans Series, the atmosphere in the paddock, the commercial environment, because that's important too. But, well, look, I'm not going to ask you about your reaction to the crowds today. I've never seen anything like it.
It's phenomenal. I was actually delayed getting here, coming through the tunnel. There was such a backlog of people trying to come in and out of the track, going for the different viewpoints, and some of the grandstands are full. You know, on the grid, you know, it was packed. It's fantastic to see, and you know, it seems like there's a huge amount of passion here. But it's also the sort of demographic of the spectator here. It's a real family feel to it, and there's a real young and old, and the parents sharing that passion with the younger spectator that's coming in. I think it's fantastic.
I think from my point of view, I do have to apologise, Ollie. I did put something out on social media. You were here, and that's probably put another 5,000 on the gate.
Drive some people away, I thought. Yes.
But great to see great to see the sunshine as well to welcome so many fans here, and in particular the families. And bumped into one of our own families, Lou Beckett, here with her little lady today. It was great to see her.
Trebadini just ran wide there in that trio of LMP3 cars. A bit confusing for many, I suppose, because the race leader was trying to get through as well, Laurent Heure.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Trebadini losing 2 spots there. Also, through the gravel, that was a rough old ride.
Yeah, multi-class, look at that, wow.
That was the 24, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was Andrew
Gilbert's Ferrari, yes.
and he was getting really squeezed there. He was the meat in the sandwich.
I mean, there are certain areas where all 4 classes are finding one another, and if it's in that final sector where
tough.
just twisting backwards and forwards, there's just not enough space for everyone.
D cars, P3 and P2 cars together momentarily as through blast Laurent Heure.
He's been on a tear, hasn't he, Lawrence? He's really actually got the bit between his teeth, and it seems like a bit of an unfair fight at times. He's just got so much speed in that car, and you know, as always in the Lawrence way, he's rather aggressive with his driving, and he's leaning on people, let's say.
Well, look, whatever happens from stewards room and race control, he knows, and as I say it, he gets a drive-through penalty. But this is where the pace he's been showing is going to pay off. Just how far back is he going to drop from that?
Yeah, it's going to pay off initially, but I think as things play out here, I think that this is going to hurt him significantly.
Oh, yeah.
He needed to be making real hay as the sun is shining here to really extend that lead and push himself out there. This is really going to put a dent in that attack that they've put in here.
Right, so first thing to say is he's been penalised for a drive-through penalty for a jump start. Now there might be something more to come here, because he did overtake cars whilst off track.
Yeah, I would have thought that they would have brought that in already.
We'll see. He comes immediately. So where is this going to leave the number 3 car? He's almost 10 seconds ahead. We will see presently the number 9 car come through. That car out of turn 14 now. It'll be fairly tight here, you know.
Toledo's also going to drive through for a jump start. I just saw that pop up.
Car 50,
yes.
in the LMGT3, so the Richard Mille AF Corsa car that's been having a really good fight with Takeshi Kimura in the opening few laps. That will take the pressure off the Japanese driver.
Yeah, Kimura started well actually. He's been running well all this weekend. I've been with the Kessel team over the weekend, and they're such a fantastic bunch down there. But he has really slotted back into ELMS nicely, and he seems to really enjoy racing in Spain. He's always gone well here.
Yeah, absolutely. He grows in confidence with it. And that's a touch Jonas Reed on Hiroshi Kazumi in the TF Sports Corvette.
TF Sport have had a bit of a battle here this weekend, haven't they, with things, and it just seems that the car's just not in the zone. I think they're battling a little bit with some BOP, but yeah, it does seem tough for them. They had an incident, didn't they? I think it was last week at Spa in testing, and
destroyed a car.
Yes, which Tom was telling me all about on the grid.
A car that I'm afraid bit the dust. Only one race under its wheels. I think that was the car that ran as the Trackhouse car at Daytona.
Yeah.
It was due to be the European Le Mans Series car. So the car we've got here, 1, it's not the colours it's supposed to be in, and 2, it's not the car it's supposed to be. This is the car that has been running as the 81 car in the WC, but a brand new Corvette delivered earlier this week to TF Sport, which will replace the 81. Car 27, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for a grid misalignment. That's the Pro-Am Nielsen Racing car of Tony Wells.
And a grid alignment problem is different from a jump start, as in it's more, well, they call it in club racing a false start. You're in the wrong position as you cross through the grid. Maybe he wasn't in the grid hatchings. So all of this takes a while to assess. I mean, we're 40 minutes into this race. They're still dealing with some stuff that happened at the very start of the race.
This is one of these times that we hate being right, but it's a second drive-through penalty. You note that one down, Ollie.
Don't worry.
Overtaking beyond track limits for gaining advantage for car 3. So 2 drive-through penalties for what was a very aggressive start from Laurent Heure. He dropped, by the way, to 5th, recovers now to 4th, but will tumble down the order as well. And we're now into LMP2 pit stop territory.
Yeah, I sometimes look at Lawrence, and he's such a fantastically talented
Yes,
driver,
he is.
but he always seems to be on an 11. You know, you just want to sort of turn him down to like a 9 or an 8 and just breathe a little. And the results, there'll be far less incidents and contact.
His potential
is huge.
Is phenomenal. His natural speed is absolutely amazing.
No doubt.
But you're absolutely right. Love the kid. Needs to keep it to 10.5, not 11.
I mean, it wasn't the plan at the start of the weekend for the team to have Lawrence Heure in that car. They had to put him in because the car didn't get a time in qualifying yesterday, and that's the rule. Put your fastest driver in at the start. And he's thought, well, I've got to get to the front then, and I've got to build a lead.
Yeah.
Because when the bronze takes over, that's when it'll all flip back again.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can't do it all in the first 3 corners, and that's what I think what he's attempted to do.
Yellows at turn 11 now removed, and that's for the 23 McLaren. Michael Birch has had a bit of a rotation. He recovers back to...
And here he's run wide, and then he's spun, I think, as he's come back on, lost the rear, dirt on the tyres, and yeah, it's just managed to gather it up nicely and got going. But I think in getting going, has he made another incident?
He had another half spin, I think. In comes the number 9, in comes a lot more. We got the first of the LMP3 stoppers. That's the M Racing car, Stefan Tribordini. It's a pit lane full of LMP2s, and these are the 2 cars from Nielsen Racing, their new look livery.
Had to push back there, didn't they? And then it was a sort of go, no go on the lollipop, and that's always a tricky one for a driver. Am I going, aren't I? He needs to be clear on those instructions.
Alex Malikin has stayed out in the CLX Pure Racing car, the 37, so he leads the race at the moment. Will need to stop very soon indeed. And out we come. Seems quick on pit lane.
Iron Lynx car got a problem here.
It's a shame because that car was well up in the order. Now they were side by side.
Yeah.
Was that an unsafe release?
Somebody's got to yield in there because they were straddling the transition lane in between the fast and the operating area, and yeah, one's been waved into the path of the other potentially, so that's going to be looked at again.
It was the 2018 Export car in the outside lane. It was the Inter-Europol car leaving its pit stall.
Still, Jonas Reed stranded on pit lane. It's not been waved off yet.
It's going in the garage.
In the garage, I think. They're trying to fix it on pit lane, but it can't be fixed, so it's going back in the box.
That's horrible because he had such a good stint there and wanted obviously as quick as possible pit stop to continue the rhythm.
It looks like something electrical, the way that they're working on the boxes there in the passenger side of the car. That's usually where all the electrical boxes are. So
this LMP2 package, an astounding reliable package. It's been such a success for the teams and the drivers that have invested in this package. You now know first things about the replacements for LMP2 2028. Tenders are out there for both chassis and powertrain. Actually, possibly the biggest change, it's going to be a central driving position for the new LMP2.
I think for drivers that's fantastic. Oh, it's Europol car just getting very loose there. Just had a little touch, unloaded the rear. He did very well to hang on to it.
Was that the Vector Sport LMP2 around the outside?
Like the Vector Sport LMP2.
Yeah. Tell whether there was contact or not. I thought
a tiny bit, I think.
Just on the ragged edge.
Yeah, just unloaded it. But
Ryan and Cooper, by the look of things.
My thought on Jonas Reed's car is, did it not restart after the engine's got to be turned off for it to be refueled? And race engines just don't like that. You know, they've been running hot for 40, 45 minutes, and then sometimes they just become very temperamental at restarting.
It's just a very unusual thing to see with this package.
Agreed. It can happen.
A little bit of afters here.
Was it the other 2 cars? Was it the 34 and the 28? These were the 2 cars alongside each other on pit lane. And
is that being waved by? Is that
maybe
giving the position back?
So Jonas Reed's car still in the garage at Proton Competition, the Iron Lynx, and Jonas still in the car. Meanwhile, Alex Malikin has rejoined after his first pit stop in the number 37, and everybody else is back into the race apart from this number 9 car.
I can tell you there's going to be another penalty. It's going to go to the Racing Spirit Le Mans 31 Ligier in LMP3. It's a stop and go plus 10 seconds, disrespecting the race director's instructions at T2. Race starts and causing a collision, and we'll get 1 penalty point. I'll explain that when we get a moment to do it, because that is a new regime this year.
Scrolling through for any driver changes, but I don't think we've had any to this point, and that fits because mainly you put, if you're an LMP2 crew, you put your silver or your bronze in for the opening stint. LMP3s, most of them haven't pitted. I was surprised that we had Tribordini in, but they have done a long stop there, a minute and 45, so that gets that out of the way for the 68 car. But generally speaking, because tyres are so limited, you only get 3 sets for a 4-hour race. Stick with your opening driver, stick with the same set of tyres, and get that minimum drive time done, which is an hour.
Ollie Gray leads this race for VDS Palace Racing, the 48 car. That's a fine run from him.
Yeah, he's been marching up the order nicely, just been following him in the background, and he's done a solid job.
I mean, we're looking at this point, as Nico Lapierre is enjoying this afternoon. He enjoyed it yesterday, a 1-2 in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. And the 17 car is here in the battle now for the lead in LMP3. Torsten Kratz under pressure from Paul Langer. This is the new look Duquesne and the new look Ligier. Significantly more different Ligier, I think, than the Duquesne. But
great to see the mix in chassis.
It is.
It's class, and how it generates the lap time, and I think we'll see more and more of this as the teams get their hands on them and get more and more running with the car. And there'll be certain tracks that will suit one or the other, but
straight line has been often a bargaining chip, if you like, with LMP3. The next race we've got in the European Le Mans Series. That's Paul Ricard. Well, we'll find out, won't we? Because Mistral Straight sorts that all out. It also sorts out whether or not you've traded off that straight line speed against grip. Because seeing will most certainly catch you out at the end of that hugely long back straights in south of France.
Also depends on wind direction and all kinds of things there.
Well, we're 12 minutes away from the end of the first hour. It's not lacked action. We've had just one real bit of drama, and that is the double penalty that's gone to Lawrence Heure. He's come out after that second drive-through, still leads LMP2 Pro-Am. He's now behind all the other LMP2s apart from the 9 that is in the garage, as we saw a little earlier. And remarkably, after those 2 drive-through penalties, leads the race in LMP2 Pro-Am by 1.2 seconds.
From Giorgio Roda,
who's the bronze.
Yeah, who is the class of the bronze field here this weekend. Once again, Giorgio's doing a fantastic job. But that's what Lawrence will be now, head down, trying to make as much of a gap as he possibly can.
Yeah. Full green so far for the first 49 minutes now of the 4 hours here. And real action, particularly in traffic. And it's been, for the most part, not exclusively, but for the most part, pretty clean. We talk a lot in sports car racing about driving standards. Pretty good here, I think, so far, Ollie.
Yes, it certainly has been, and we were just on board there with the IDEC car, and you can sort of see how they're rolling out of the throttle and getting into the throttle, the way that they're feeding the car into the corner. They're having to really manage the tyre. Those last 3 turns really do put a huge amount of pressure on that left side tyre set, and so yeah, it's all about looking after that resource. To see change position there.
That's 43, and I think that is that's putting a lap on Tony Wells in the 27 car.
Yeah, well, Tony had to serve a drive-through, didn't he, for that grid infringement issue? I assume he's done that now.
He's
27. I'm get the right line.
He has.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, apologies. It was plus 10 seconds, wasn't it?
It wasn't a drive-through. Yeah, you're right.
It was 10 seconds. So yes, he has, and that's what's hurt him. Without a doubt.
The other incident that's being looked at, which I think commented on at the time, is Jonas Reed's number 9 car when it was still on the track, clashing with the TF Sport Corvette number 82, and they're looking at that now.
It's in the brake zone. It's turn 1. Yeah.
So it's under investigation, and Jonas Reed, well, he's still in the pits, and they're trying to solve that potentially electrical issue. The depending on where that one falls, it could slow the progress of Hiroshi Koizumi in the 9th placed LMGT3 car.
74 Castle Racing Ferrari with pretty much all the LMP3 cars in the world around him.
Andrew Gilbert's got his mirrors full,
Isn't he
which
just?
full the whole lot.
He's trying to keep focus on the Aston Martin ahead as a gaggle of Toyota V6 turbo-engined prototypes. Mainly Ligers, but there you go, the stripy Ginetta at the front. I have to say, I think that's a great-looking car, that Ginetta.
Yeah, it is.
Looks very much like Lord Fing's helmet, but in different colours.
Really tricky there as you're coming down into that downhill chicane and just trying to pick your way through against the GT cars, and it's the Aston didn't quite see the P3 car on the inside, and it's a bit of contact.
It looks like Stefan Trebodini's having a right laugh in that car. Not necessarily sure he's using the quickest lines at all points, but he got the tail out again at turn 9.
Imagine it took on the lines.
That's Stefan Trebodini, by the way, unlapping himself from the Ginetta. So he's a little way back, way down.
Well, he's got a quick car, and as I say, he was in a trio, one of 3 cars not too long ago, made a slight mistake that dropped him to the back of the pack, and it's so easy then to lose your momentum across the piece. They pitted that car early, maybe to get in an attempt to get him out of all of the traffic. Did one of the long stops, but he's arrived back on the scene with such a busy main straight.
Just saw Jonas Reed sitting, I have no doubt frustrated. What's that like, Ollie? You're sitting there, the team are trying to work it. You trust the team, as we've got the 74 car off the track briefly.
Yeah, just outbraked himself a little bit there, Andrew did. And he's just had to go up that sort of escape road and just use that extra bit of tarmac there. No real harm to the car. Will have picked up some rubbish on the tyres, and he'll be just battling now to get the tyres cleaned up.
And it's dropped a place to Charlie Samani. But we see again
a bit deep there, outbraked himself, and just then got to run on this piece of tarmac here. That's all in the driver's briefing. All the drivers would have been have to get past that pylon on the end there on the right hand side. He had to go by. But yes, back to Jonas. I mean, he will be very, very frustrated. And at this point, you know, you're a number 6 laps down, and you'll be sitting there going, okay, it's a reset. You've got to think about, okay, what can we learn here? And you know, it's very much a test session, because you know that the opportunity for a result is gone, and the mindset definitely shifts.
So that's the point, is how on earth, after that frustration, do you get back into race mode?
Well, you've got to be, at that point, disciplined. You've got to be thinking, and you've got to be doing a lot of talking with your team. So that's it was just, as he turned into turn 1 there, he had to open the wheel to let the P3 car through. But yeah, it's very much a mindset thing. You've really got to have a bit of a reset, and it's really on the engineer and on the team manager to be briefing their drivers before they get in the car to go, look, we're in this position. It's difficult. It's a mess. But we have to think about the team result and what we can learn collectively as a group here. We don't need to see any heroics, but we want to just use the time on the track in race conditions.
Yeah, we've got Lawrence Heure working the issue of climbing back up the order. That was almost, you were quite right there. There was no contact between 12.
Nicely done by Michael there, just
it was
really nicely.
But Lawrence Heure climbing back up amongst the LMP2 class cars. He still leads LMP2 class, has not given up that lead at any point since lap 1. Now back up into the top 10. A snakes and ladders game for him, isn't it? This first hour of the race.
It's a good job Mike Wainwright knew about his surroundings, because that could have majorly affected Torsten Kratz in the race-leading LMP3 car. So the Wochenspiegel team Monschau perfectly within his rights. He got the run on the Ferrari down the inside, and the 12 car continues unscathed. He hasn't got much time to lose, because Paul Lancher is just 0.4 of a second behind in the baby prototype class.
But that's actually one of the things that now all the GT3 cars have on board, that rear view camera system, so that the drivers are then well trained in seeing and spotting the cars, the P3 cars, the P2 cars coming up behind, and giving them room. It's only when a driver gets really overloaded and doesn't have the bandwidth just to even be looking in the rear view camera, it then becomes an issue.
Car 9, 5 seconds added to the next pit stop, causing a collision with car 82 at turn 1. Well, that's at least their worries at the moment. Car 9 is in the garage. That is the Proton car.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the least of their worries right now, unfortunately for them.
They'll be grateful to get to a next pit stop at this stage.
I'm sure Christian is pacing around like a caged tiger down there in that garage.
I mean, it's even more difficult to swallow because the car was leading the race potentially. It was fighting with the number 30, and then with the penalty for car 3, but Laurent Heure's Pro-Am P2, that would have given them the race lead.
And that's the thing that Christian's now going to have to be talking with his driver set to understand that this is hugely frustrating. We had a great chance here, but just really got to pump the brake, think about where we're at with this many laps down. A result is not going to happen. Using this to really gather data in race conditions.
Yep, drive-through penalty for car number 8. That's delayed team virage Ligier. Zinonka aboard that car, so a bad start to this race is just about to get worse for team virage.
Just watching Charles Samani coming off of, I think that's turn 5 into 6 here. The way that the car was drifting and the amount of tyre that you're using rear grip is really limited. And yes, they're seeing a big drop off in lap 4.
Oh, tumble.
Yes, that will have hurt. Tripped maybe by something there. Was it exposed
airline
equipment or something? Yeah, tough one.
Yeah, because your body goes clattering to the ground, but then the tyre lands as well and wrenches your wrists in the wrong direction. So the mechanic did well there to actually recover. And
bit of a reminder there for the drivers.
Track limit.
They've got that ready for the inevitable point at which it needs to be said, I think it's fair to say.
The engineer's just pointing at it, pounding it, saying, understand.
Because it's, a drive-through. Could be absolutely so close. The European Le Mans Series. In comes the 74 from Kessel Racing. Great looking, simple but great looking livery on that car this year.
I think it's hard to have a bad livery on a Ferrari 296. It's such a beautiful car, isn't it?
It's a good looking thing.
And when you actually get the modules and the pieces of the vehicle as they sort of take a nose off or a tail off, and you actually have that stand alone, it looks like a piece of art.
Yes.
Fantastic. I mean, it's one of the things, as you know, on the odd occasion we take people through and show a garage. One of the Ferraris is a must-see in terms of just the way they've designed the serviceability of that car. It's a massive step forward.
That's a beautiful machine. Heure have done a brilliant job with it.
Yeah, it's designed in Italy, but these cars are built, as Ollie just said, by Orica, or assembled by Orica in the south of France. And, an increasingly impressive facility there. LMP2, of course. GT3 with the Ferrari, and GTP and hypercar with Alpine, and with the Acura, and soon Genesis 2.
I'm impressed with the mileage that the GT cars seem to be getting, because certain places we go to, you can't quite make the 50-minute marker. So this is with the new LMGT3 format and the torque sensors. We're concerning ourselves about energy burn rather than just straight fuel burn.
And is there a bit of an increase on that energy allowance for this weekend?
And that's a very good question, which I don't necessarily know the answer to.
I believe there has been.
Okay.
Well, that would explain why we're at the hour and we're seeing the first pit stops. We've got another drive-through penalty. It's for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Ligier running 7th at the moment in LMP3 track limits. So they're getting to...
Got over his four track limits, isn't it? That's what we saw.
Absolutely.
It's 4.
Absolutely.
4 times you get it, and then it's a penalty.
It's yet again, by the way, the DKR cars together on track. And Laurent Heure up to 9th now. So
I have to sort of give the drivers a little bit of a break here. It is extremely hard here this weekend. We've seen the track temperature go up here for the race with all of this blue sky, sunshine, and when you're out there on track for an hour on a set of tyres, it really is very, very hard.
Give you some impression of the way in which this can affect this place. We were here for the prologue earlier this week. Bright sunshine, but if you're in the shadows, it was freezing cold. It was freezing cold with quite a stiff breeze. Out in the sunshine, it must have gone up 15 degrees.
Yep. It's the solar load on the tarmac. That's the thing that all the engineers will be looking at and trying to get an understanding of.
Yeah, that's talked a lot of in Australia, particularly because the ozone layer in that part of the world is pretty thin. But UV on asphalt has a major impact on grip levels,
and that's what all of the engineers will be looking at. They're just, ambient's one thing, but really it's all about the contact patch for the tyre, how it's working, and as soon as the sun comes up here, it's just the tyre deck just increases and it multiplies. And the drivers then are really hanging on, and then it comes back to that whole thing of track limits. You just don't have the same level of control where you can place the car. All of a sudden you're drifting off, you've just slipped all four wheels over that white line, and there you go, it's pinged again, and you've got to hit track limits.
Yep. Second place car overall, Matthias Kaiser trying to make his way through this gaggle of LMP3s to get back into terms with Ollie Gray, who, lest we forget, is leading this race.
5 seconds up the road, so he is just, he's made his moves. He's been smart in the car, and he's 6.4 up the road now. He's doing a fantastic job.
Doing a great job with it. And second year in the championship for Ollie Gray.
Potential lead change in LMP3 around the outside, and this has been bubbling for a good few laps now. Paul Lancher, though, dropped a couple of Michelins in the gravel between 12 and 13, but that didn't relent or didn't affect his pace. And, well, has the WTM car started to run out of tyres a little bit, because Torsten Kratz headed off like a scolded cat at the start of the race? Is he now paying for that performance? Because it seems to be a more measured approach from CLX Motorsport. They were the pole-sitting car, so we know it's a quick car, but not in the hands of Paul Lancher, who's been doing a cracking job so far.
Yes. This is the change up the inside and then the outside for the Ligier. Plenty of grip available there. Good move. Lead changes, just dips a couple of tyres into the gravel, but no harm there.
Be another track limits.
Yes. GT3s on pit lane, the 55 there. Duncan Cameron would have brought that car in. And the 51, sorry, that's not the 51, that's the 50. Custodio Toledo has had that penalty in the, I think, great-looking blue and white livery on that car.
That's another thing. We just saw one of the engineers who looked like he was just doing some tyre pressure adjustments, and that's also something that the engineers will be working on and looking at very forensically, just trying to keep the tyre right in its window and to give the drivers the very best shot if it's going to be a double stint here for these P2 runners.
Yep, out comes the Corvette, out comes the number 50, the AF Corsa, Richard AF Corsa car. Custodio Toledo still at the wheel, Hiroshi Kazumi ahead of him in the TF Sport Corvette, the number 82.
Now, I would imagine with no limitation on tyres in the GT class, everyone's going to be getting a new set of Goodyear Eagles. It's been a best part of an hour. This early on in the race, you're not looking to save that much time. I think, there's now an issue for the 8 Team Virage LMP3 car. Is that still Zielonka driving? Yes,
it's on his way out. I wonder if there's a bit of finger trouble there. That is on the outlap for the number 8 car.
He's stuck in pit lane speed limit mode. I mean, he's had a spin.
No, worse than that.
Yeah, he's had a spin, and they're just getting everything up to temp.
That looked to me like there was a tyre awry at the left rear of that car.
Yeah,
so cause or effect.
Has he had contact with this car?
Well, the car going through turn 9 with him,
dear me, has he?
Was the 22 United Autosports car.
Yeah.
But there's no tyre left on that rear left corner now.
That's come from the contact, the puncher. I don't think the tyre's gone down and it's caused the damage to the bodywork. I think that's through contact.
So it's not going to be a winning start for Team Virage to their 2025 ELMS campaign. When you get that car back.
They had a lot of people on the grid, a lot of guests here this weekend, Virage.
They've done a great job in this ladder system. Ligier European Series, multiple winners there, great show from them in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and he's desperately trying to get that car back with it.
Easy now. It's just, let's be smart.
And hearing that from Steph Wentworth on pit lane that we've got the 43 into Europol car in the garage with another electrical problem.
So another LMP2 car that will not restart after the engine was shut off in order for the car to be refueled. And is that, again, a heat problem? I mean, ambient temperature is not ridiculously high, but when you're in the direct sunlight, it can play havoc with electrical wiring system.
Both of the legality panels on the rear of the 31 Racing Spirit Le Mans Ligier have come astray as well. So not a great couple of laps for a couple of the Ligier runners. In and out, meanwhile, both the Ultimate 35 and the Decar Engineering Ginetta, but I think both of those were quick stops. They've not burned the longer stops. That is the stricken Team Virage car.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to go back in the box.
It is.
We don't know the age of that particular tyre, but it was on an out lap, so I would imagine, and the tyres in LMP3 you can carry across from the free practice sessions. You give them 4 sets for the whole weekend, basically.
They're going to fix it in the pit lane.
Well, that's a phenomenal effort, if that is going to be possible. 31 LMP3 car, which just flashed up on our screen, actually, with a potential message. Anyway, there was nearly contact there with the 88 at turn 10, so a couple of LMP3 cars getting together at the end of the back straight.
Lawrence Heure, by the way, up into 8th position overall as he continues his climb up. Behind him it is still Giorgio Roda and PJ Hyatt, but PJ Hyatt has closed what was an over 20-second gap to 12-13 seconds, so it's beginning to swing back the way at the moment to the AO by TF attack as we get deeper and deeper into the bronze time here.
PJ's done a nice job. Giorgio definitely is the sort of benchmark that everybody's comparing themselves to, particularly in ELMS, and also we saw that in Asia as well. If you are taking time out of Giorgio, then I'd say PJ's really got the bit between his teeth. He's doing a nice job down there with AO by TF.
Yeah, they're going to have to replace the left-hand cheese, the legality panel on that. But it looks as if in removing the wheel and tyre, the engine cover / wheel cover has just basically snapped back into place.
Yeah, and maybe they're thinking, okay, it's not that much performance in it. We just need to get the car fixed as quickly as possible and back out on track.
So the 31 LMP3 cars also coming to pit lane to obey that black and orange flag that Jacques Wolf was getting because of the 2 loose bullets on the back of the car, the cheese wedge boxes. So and that's looking like a difficult repair actually on these brand new LMP3 cars. So Ollie Gray leading the way for VDS Panis Racing, a decent chunk of time as well after an hour and 8 minutes, 7.5 seconds a gap back to Matthias Kaiser. And we got underway at exactly midday today, but look out to the right-hand side there, Laurence Heure managing to jump several cars before the start line in the orange, white and blue DKR Orica. He would then outbrake himself, overtake 1 or 2 in that braking area, but most crucially then, as he takes the escape road, overtook 2, 4, 6 maybe cars outside of the track limits. So there were 2 separate penalties for that. 1 a drive-through for a jump start, 1 for all of those overtakes he made illegally. Bit of carnage further back as well, with the 68 LMP3 car having to go through the gravel as 1 or 2 didn't pick up the throttle. In fact, it was a 3-way collision, 3 abreast, and in the end that outside LMP3 car had nowhere to go but through the gravel trap. View from Andrew Gilbert's seat as well in the orange and black number 74 Ferrari, which we're just hearing that will get a drive-through penalty in a moment or 2 for track limits. This is a very recent spin for Zaszek Zielonka, who had an early pit stop as well, where they got one of those long pit stops out of the way in LMP3, but sadly now the Virage number 8 car is well out of the hunt. LMP3 is led by CLX Motorsport. Hasn't been all their way, but they started from pole, they dropped a couple of spaces, and now back to the race lead again in the hands of Paul Lanchet. Great scrapping at the head of the order between Francesco Simonazzis, Duquesne, the black and green car, and Jonas Reed when Jonas was still in the race. And this would effectively be for the race lead. Nice overtake set up way back out of turn 14. Plenty of cars collecting together at turn 10, and Paul Lafargue ran out of road deep into the gravel. He went at turn 10. And Andrew Gilbert looked like he's had the grandstand seat into quite a lot of action through the opening hour. Brand new car in the LMP3 field is the Ginetta, which gained a place because the 68 of Stefan Trabordini was off the road briefly there. and also some more contact for Jacques Wolf, as it's got a little untidy in LMP3 in the middle order, unbeknownst really to the race leader Paul Lanchert. That was contact that Jonas Ried still has a potential penalty for, where he got side to side with the Hiroshi Koizumi Corvette from TF Sport. But then when Jonas Ried came in for his first pit stop after 40 minutes, the engine on the number 9 car would not restart. Most unusual for a Gibson 4.2 litre V8 in the back of these Oreca 07s. But actually we've had that twice now. Also for the number 43 car, which would not fire back into life. You must turn the engine off whilst the car is being refueled. WTM by Rinaldi Racing led for 45, maybe 50 minutes in LMP3, but eventually the overtake was made by CLX, and it is the VDS Panis racing car of Oliver Gray who leads after the opening hour. We have managed to do that opening hour without a safety car, without full course yellow, and it's a fact at this stage. It's not my fault, Graham, if it goes the other way, but good pace. And I'm impressed with those race leaders that we've had, a variety of them, particularly now Ollie Gray, though. He's nearly 10 seconds clear.
He's done a great job, hasn't he? We had just had double yellows, just as you said that, but they have been withdrawn.
That's right.
Gods have smiled back on us.
People often credit me with way more power than I've actually got. I don't make these decisions.
You think that, but they all say that, don't they? Demigods. The Ginetta just ahead of a couple of battling LMP2s. It's the 18 Ed Export and the 34 from into Europol competition. This is the battle for 9th. There goes the Farage car now into the garage. So they've decided that whatever they tried to do couldn't be done on pit lane. It's trouble 4. Was that the GR racing car?
Or was it the McLaren?
That was obviously what the double yellows are for, and just missed by the AMG, by the way. Just having a look at the relative lap times there. Was that the AMG? It was not.
Well, both GR Racing.
It was Wainwright's Ferrari. It's not an outlap for him, and it's taken him over a minute to do the first
you're
sector.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
So it was Mike Wainwright. We're now beginning to see, by the way, the bronze drivers stepping out of the other LMP2 Pro-Ams than Lawrence Heure. Rennie Binder is aboard the number 77 right now. Clement Novalak is aboard TDS Racing's car. Dane Cameron has stepped aboard for BJ Hyatt, and Alessio Rivera is in the 83.
Yeah, Lawrence's job now is going to get an awful lot harder, and he's not going to be able to stretch away, and he's going to have to be jumping out of the car very shortly.
Yes, indeed. We're going to have to be seeing the switch for Georgios Kolovos, isn't it? The bronze driver in the number 3 car, the Greek driver.
Well, we've ticked around the first 60 minutes, so that is a big milestone for so many in LMP2, regardless of rating. You just need to do the 60 minutes. So if you're in a position to get your bronze or your silver driver out at this stage, then that will be done. I still think we'll be pushing on towards the end of the second stint. So an hour and 20, roughly speaking, and then another flurry of pit stops and lots of driver changes.
Too far away from that, are we?
Yeah, but all of the bronze drivers, with the exception of Deco Engineering, have now fulfilled their obligation. And the rules to put in, it's an hour, isn't it? They've all done that. They're all now out. We need still to see an hour from Georgios Kolovos. And this is where the scales begin to tip in the opposite direction.
On board here with Jamie Chadwick. She's very smooth on the controls, the way she's working everything and feeding the car into the corner, really thinking about the tyre that she's on, and the car's just moving a little bit underneath her as she gets on the throttle there. She's done a very tidy job and keeping the car clean and safe, and trying not to get caught into too many incidents. It's not easy here today. There's plenty of action and lots of people squabbling over the same piece of racetrack.
She was very gracious at the start of the weekend, saying, I don't know much about sports car racing. She has raced at the Nürburgring 24 hours in GT cars, so has some knowledge of multi-class racing.
Well, indeed, and in GT4 and the British GT Championship. I think she was a champion, was she not?
Yeah, yeah. So it's coming back to sports car racing, but it's great to have her here.
Oh, yeah, yes, indeed.
That gives you an idea of how dirty it is offline there as well. The amount of dust that's being kicked up.
Yeah, there's also, that's maybe one of the things that Jamie was maybe looking at. It was like, okay, that's what can happen here. We've got an LMP3 P2 and a GT car all into the same high-speed corner together, and how the mix of performance works through the corner. That's tough. That's tough to try and sort of get into your own head when you're out there on track, and if you've got some experience of it, it certainly helps to just guide you through those moments.
Over an hour and a quarter into this race, we still have, 9 cars within a single minute for what has been, with the exception of a few local yellows, full green to this point.
You're going to keep saying it?
I just said it once. I look back on this, Ollie, and think he said it first, therefore it's his fault.
Oh, that's how it works, is it?
Absolutely.
So you're just piling in?
Yes. Okay. Go for it then.
The floodgates are open.
Right, that's it. Okay.
But of those 55 seconds that split the top 9, now nearly 13 of them are in the hands of Ollie Gray. Stellar performance from him at the head of this field.
Claudius Schiavone got absolutely swallowed up there by LMP2
sitting
Pro.
there with the wheel in his hands, just almost eyes shut, just hoping, okay guys, just go by.
Just sit there and wait for all the noise to stop.
Yeah.
Hopefully you're still somewhere in the middle of the track as well, because you're having to put in a fair bit of turning through 3. It's one of those constant radius corners.
Yeah, you just keep the wheel at the same spot, don't move.
There you go.
Yeah.
And everyone came out still straight, but he had an LMP2 Pro-Am car to his left, one to his right. They were trying to do battle amongst themselves. Alessio Rivera in the 83 is second in that division. Don't forget about Laurence Heure, leading the division in 5th position overall, but that's because we've not seen any bronze time yet in car number 3.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very shortly on pit lane, isn't it? And that'll be his time up. I mean, and he's been spectacular. Laurence has been, and it always is. It's just unfortunate that they've got that penalty.
Number Novalak there, unlapping himself from one of the Inter-Europol cars.
Just seeing inside the Inter-Europol garage, weren't we? We just seeing the driver there getting ready, and it's always that point there as a driver, you're primed and ready to go, and you're kind of just treading water, waiting for the car to come in.
Interesting moment here. This is the Ginetta, about to be overtaken by, or is it, by the Cool Racing car that led the race. This, gentlemen, is the difference in time between a car that has taken the long stop and a car that hasn't, because CLX Racing did take a long stop at their first available pit stop, and DKR Engineering did not.
Yeah, so you have to, at some point in the race, serve 2 minimum reference pit stops at 1 minute and 45. You can't get to the end on 2 pit stops. You'll have to make another at some stage, but that can be as quick as you wish, as quick as you can turn the car around. So if you leave it to the end, the closer you can pit towards the checkered flag, obviously the quicker you're going to be, because it's less fuel required.
Cameron closing in here on Rennie Binder. It's the 77 car ahead. This was the car that led PJ Hyatt for much of his stint. Now it's handed over to one of his 2 top pro colleagues to try to go on to terms, and today Cameron has done that in pretty short order. 135 last time around to 138 for Rennie.
The AO by TF car is usually very quick. I think they've had a pretty good weekend so far, and Dane's going to be primed and ready to go, ready to pull the trigger, just looking for a way past, come up, back up the inside, down the long right hander. Has he got the performance on the brakes? Yes, he has. He goes down the inside, nicely done, really clinical on his pass.
Next target is going to be Clem Novalak in the TBS Racing number 29. That's going to be quite some battle. Look at the names, the talent that's available in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro. It continues to be utterly spellbinding. Good little spell here from the little Ginetta. Has managed to keep still ahead of Paul Lancher, Anti-Ramo.
He's just drifted a little wide there. It's going to allow the CLX car to come up around the outside, but no, just 17's just backed off. Thought more of it. Thought, okay, try and carve out an opportunity a little bit further around the track, but it's not going to be long, I don't think.
I'll tell you what, it's trying to get by this car. It's a bit like trying to get a Yorkshireman to pay for the round.
Impossible.
Utterly impossible.
I mean,
didn't realise you were from Yorkshire.
No, I'm not. I'm from the right side of the Podiums.
This is
Correct.
frustrating though for CLX, because yes, they've done their long stop. They wanted to put the car back into clear air, and it's now having their race affected by a car that's not utilising the same type of strategy. That was Dane Cameron's manoeuvre from
nice
the
move.
outside on René Binder.
Yeah, he'd kind of like set him up as he came through the long right-hander, and he was like not telegraphing it, but going, "I know where I'm going here," and he knew the performance he had underneath him. He just was clinical in his execution.
Yeah, it's about getting the full overlap done and then worry about the turning afterwards. Car placement preventing Binder from turning in.
It's also just looking after your car, making sure that you're just absolutely doing it in the way that you are clear. Your signal. Oh, is that the JMW car's gone off?
56 car, and that's a car off and into the gravel in the hands of Scott Noble. What happened here?
Scott had an incident.
He was already backwards as he came into shots.
He was alone. And
That's going to be tricky to retrieve, because I think it's too deep in the stones now for Scott to get the car out of there, and might require the first of those things that we were... Well, I did mention, but I can't be to blame now, because that was got to be at least 20 minutes ago.
No, you said it first. You said it first.
It's been a while for the team to tell Scott that he needs to do that. That's what you said, Johnny.
It's actually going to be a virtual safety car, so that means we get a safety car automatically at the end of it.
30 seconds to go virtual safety car.
The pit lane is not going to get closed
The magic
until
2 laps now, yeah.
Indeed, the VSC will be 2 laps for
20
free
seconds
pit
to
stops,
virtual safety car.
and then we bunch the field up again. So it's almost like the American style of doing it, but in reverse.
We are going virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car. We are under virtual safety car.
Well, Dane Cameron having confidence that his countdown, either directly from Eduardo or from his engineer, was spot on there.
There is a little bit of a delay there, but yeah, I think he would have been just about okay.
Well, the other interesting thing there is just look at the gap he'd put on René Binder in what, 2 laps?
Yeah.
Stellar stuff from Dane Cameron. Meantime, by the way, as they intervene on the number 66 car, what we're watching here. Can he hit it? Don't think he...
No contact, I don't think.
The previous leader had been on pit lane. Ollie Gray came in from the lead. Esteban Masson is aboard that car. So we've got a number of the cars at the head of the field in LMP2 that owes a stop.
Right.
And we've got a number that would have stopped on the green.
Yeah. And it's going to be a lot cheaper to do it right now. But just going back to the JMW car, that's going to be tough on the team. They're going to have to work hard to get all of that gravel out. When you go backwards into the gravel like that, it does really put a lot of that debris in between diffuser, chassis, bodywork, and it really takes a while to unpick all of that. So JMW guys are going to have their work cut out.
So virtual safety car, just remind viewers what this means. It means they must go down to the reduced speed. Pit lane stays open, but after 2 laps under the virtual safety car, the safety car will be deployed.
Yeah.
Minimum, sorry, 2 laps.
And the pit lane closes at that point, doesn't it?
Pit entry closes.
Right, sorry.
Okay, pit entry closes. If you're on pit lane, you can still leave. So it effectively gives the opportunity for anybody that wishes to pit to do so, which most of them will. Here comes the number 3 car. This will be the end, I'm sure, of the race for Lawrence Heure.
This is good news for them.
Very good news for them.
Good news for Scott Noble.
He's back in the race. And good news for the LMS. We've got lots of people in the grandstand on this beautiful day watching. Great atmosphere, by the way, in the paddock as people were queuing for the pit lane walkabout and then the grid walk. As you said,
you had to queue up for a little bit just to get the ice cream, though, didn't you? And you were one of the first in the queue there.
I just elbowed people out the way.
As usual, be standard.
I'm really sorry if you were only the small children or elderly people.
There was only a bit of screaming and crying.
It was me.
From you.
Just me.
Yeah.
Yes. But you don't get between me and a 99, I can tell you that right now.
Flake, yeah.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands.
Absolutely. Crush nuts. Fantastic.
Less of that.
more to do with the crowd. CLX Motorsport led the race until just a few moments ago. Enzo Fittipaldi, one of the Fittipaldi brothers here, on pit lane. Georgios Kolovos leaves in the DCAR Engineering number 3 car, timed at the moment as second overall, but this is the point at which that bronze time needs to be burned, and you're quite right, doing some of that under a virtual safety car then a safety car will be good news for them.
Yeah, certainly a cheap way to do it. Ultimately, as they came into the box, they did look they were a little bit unprepared, which is unusual.
Yeah, came in from the lead of LMP3.
It's a bit of a surprise.
In topsy-turvy stuff under a virtual safety car, that would be a surprise, wouldn't it? It'd be a surprise if they were surprised.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, but 2.5 hours and change to go, and we are going to see the majority of the field take this opportunity to pit. There's more. In comes the race car and Heure International. There goes the 18 car in the background from EDEC Sport, the 34 from Europol, and out comes the 51 from AF Corsa. It's a chrome-based livery.
It's fantastic just to see the level of team here, preparation, you know, the presentation, and then also the level of the crews, the engineering, the driver standards, the level of driver here, and you know, whether that's in every rank, you know, whether it is in the bronze or the silver, gold, platinum, you're seeing the very best in the world here compete today in Barcelona.
Fantastic stuff. Real pride being taken in the standards that are employed here. Number 9 car back out on track.
Still with Jonas Reed at the wheel.
34 minutes on pit lane for them. So their day competitively is done, but they'll try and take some learning points, I'm sure.
And, it's good actually also to see Scott Noble still circulating. You know, that the 66 car, even though it had the incident in the gravel there, it's managed to get out, get going, and they've assessed it. There's numerous ways that all these teams can really monitor what's going on with the car.
Thomas Laurent, it's great to see him back after a spell away from us. What, 3 years since we saw him in the European Le Mans Series. It's great to have him back in the paddock.
There's such a huge amount of talent here. It's brilliant to see.
That's just in this room.
I was surprised at how little gravel was coming out of that 66 Ferrari, so I think maybe the team have been pleasantly surprised as well, in that it was a relatively clean entry into the gravel maybe. Perhaps he did a bit of shaking of the car off the racing line.
As you come out, you want to just be running all the time. First few hundred metres.
Look at the background there, the McLaren in, and car controller Jim Hersey in his fluorescent yellow overalls. He's been promoted to cone this year. It's great to see.
So Enzo Fittipaldi in the CLX Motorsport car, still the leader under these slower speeds. The gaps are very misrepresentative because we're doing about a third of normal race pace. Virtual safety car speed limit is 80 kilometres per hour, and it's all governed by obviously the timing loop. So if you're shown to be going slightly faster than that, there will be penalties potentially. Something else that will be checked on, very similar to the race start, probably for the next hour or so, to make sure that everyone was abiding by those speed limits. But what
GPS sensor on the roof, haven't they?
Better. And I think that's a relatively recent addition, but yeah, it will flag therefore in race direction. But at the end of all this, when the safety car is ultimately deployed, it will be a nose-to-tail restart. It will be a pass around as well to make sure that the overall leader isn't interfering in the positions of the other positions in the classes.
We're not far away from the deployment of the safety car proper. We'll pick up Enzo Fittipaldi in the 47 car.
Safety car, we are under safety car. Leader, slow down. Leader, please slow down. Everyone group up safely behind the leader.
So the Lord of Freitas tells the field that be communicated to them by radio. Jamie Chadwick out of the car. Good stint, I thought, from Jamie. First competitive stint in an LMP2 car in really close contention. There'll be more to come from them and from her, I'm absolutely certain. This is all about a learning curve for Genesis Magma Racing, drawing their crew from across Hyundai's existing motorsports
Okay,
efforts.
request to all, you may pick up the pace on track. Let's tail car 47, which is currently at T7. We need to group up the cars, then I will release the safety car.
I'm hoping that Tim Kresick in the 88 LMP3 car got in before the safety car was called. Thanks to Ollie Gavin, by the way. He's just waved goodbye. He just disappeared as quickly as he arrived.
Just left.
But he has appointments to be at, and he said, I don't say till 1:30. Well, on the nosy,
There he
gone.
goes.
But thanks to him
Yep,
for
and
the insight from a driver, which we simply do not have, and it's always educational to have Ollie in for an hour or so. Hopefully we can do a bit more of that.
Yeah, we have a little bit more space this season than our traditional booth, so we expect to see, I hope, Ollie and others too this season. If there's anybody out there that you, as a regular viewer of the European Le Mans Series, would like to see join Johnny and I in this booth, please do let us know. He's back. He's forgotten something. His mind's going.
His ice cream money, or your ice cream money.
Probably mine.
No chance, he says. 88 back into the race, obviously has lost places there.
I think he was okay.
Pit exit is closed, safety car is entering the track.
I'm pretty sure you're right with that. So inter-Europol competition remains in the hunt as the Cupra safety car is now released from the end of pit road. More radio messages about to arrive.
Let's catch up with the line behind the safety car. Let's catch up with the line behind the safety car, please. Everyone to queue up behind the leader and start looking if you are eligible for pass-arounds. Team manager, start looking at your calculations to see if you are eligible for pass-arounds.
To gain the calm tones of Hermano Freitas, I'm sure calm is also very much known to Mrs. Freitas and all the little Freitases. But there's something about the way in which he goes about this that's deeply impressive. Under the stress and strain, it must be part and parcel of being a race director in what is basically motorised carnage.
Yeah.
Very often
at times.
to just stick with the programme.
Now the race leader in GT is very helpfully painted in pink and white. There is the Iron Dames Porsche that leads the category. Therefore, any GT cars in front of Celia Martin, between her and the safety car, will be eligible for that pass around. Ivan Muller watching on. Another cool customer.
Absolutely. Boom, boom.
Okay, please close the gaps behind the safety car. I'm seeing some generous gaps there. Let's close all the gaps. Let's see if our cars are eligible to the pass around, please.
New faces and old from across this paddock. It's been a joy over the last few seasons to see the growth in this field and some of the talent that's come through it. And the things they have gone on to do and the things they are going on to do. And trust me, some of the less familiar names in this field this season, particularly amongst the silver drivers, watch this space for where sports car racing can take them.
Information to the pit lane. We will be working on the pass arounds after the middle of the pack has passed T10.
So this would
Safety car exiting T10, bear totally left. Safety car exiting T10, bear totally left. Cars exiting T10, bear totally left. All the cars exiting T10, bear totally left, please.
This is Eduardo Freitas teeing up the field for anybody that may have their class leader behind them. So it won't apply to LMP2 because it has picked up the overall race leader, but anybody with their class leader behind them will be allowed to pass the safety car and
prepare the pass around. Prepare for the pass around. All cars not eligible, bear totally left. Prepare for the pass around.
So that's about to take place probably on the main straight. It's the safest place to do it with good visibility there.
So it's anybody that's ahead in this queue of the Deco Engineering car number 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am. Anybody ahead of the 35 car, and there's plenty of them in LMP3, and anybody ahead
First
of
safety
the
car
Iron Dames
lap
number
has been
85
concluded.
in
Lap 1 of the
LMP2
safety car procedure has been
The race
concluded.
leader very nearly went past the safety car there, almost slightly confused, Enzo Fittipaldi, about whether he should be overtaking the safety car or not. And then at the last minute, jinked to the left and tucked in behind the Cupra. But the cars behind Fittipaldi were eligible for the pass around, so they set off at speed. But that could have gone horribly wrong for the 47 car leading the race, because if you take a
Pass
pass around
around
and you're
is
not
now
eligible,
concluded.
a penalty
Pass
will be
around is now
forthcoming.
concluded. Cars which did the pass around, please do your best to catch up behind the cars which are following the safety car.
So I rate
The
that
track
as
is clean and I need to increase the speed of the safety car. Therefore, as soon as we're grouped up, it will be easier for us. We are
3
currently
of
in
the
lap 2
LMP3
of the safety
LMP2
car
Pro Amps,
procedure.
maybe 4. 1, 2 of the LMP3s, and pretty much a gaggle of GT3s, LMGT3s, are making their way around at something more than 80 kilometres an hour to rejoin the back of the queue. Effectively prevents them from losing because of the placement of the safety car.
Please
The better part of the
inform
lap.
the cars doing the pass around. We have debris at T14. We have debris at T14. Please inform your drivers.
So what's going on there?
Well, it's either a bit of gravel or it's a bit of car, I'm going to suggest. The GT was the best example there, the GT category, as in how the safety car had picked them up. All of the GTs were in the queue before the class leader, who still is Celia Martin, but she was at the back of the safety car train. So if we had restarted the race with her in that position, she would have had 9/10 of a lap as an advantage on all the other cars in the category. And it's, although that's a dream scenario for Iron Dames, it's just not fair on everybody else. And the safety car is great news for everybody apart from the race leaders. That's been historically the case.
Catching up.
But
Cars are
it is
doing
a safe
good
way
job
to
catching up.
restart
I've
a
got
race.
GT, which I know it's not easy, but let's close those gaps.
So keeping them all on the
We are still in
program.
lap 2 of the
Martin
safety
Berry,
car.
by the way, still with Celia Martin. That's been a race-long battle between the two. That bodes well for the future.
Yeah, they seem to be very evenly matched. And that was the case in yesterday's qualifying session as well.
Worth saying, by the way, watching the Iron Dames and Iron Lynx leading this race. Now, whilst there is an ownership similarity, completely different programs. The Iron Dames program aligned now with Porsche. We had a great example of that, 3 examples of that here this weekend, with the Porsche that led until real drama in the Michelin Le Mans Cup yesterday for Marta Garcia. A great start from Nina Ricks, making her comeback in international sports car racing. There's this car in the European Le Mans Series. Is that another drama for the 66? Is that the debris at turn 14?
Second safety car lap concluded. Safety car now instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed.
I thought
Let's
that was earlier
minimize
in the
those
lap,
gaps
but
behind the safety car. Let's minimize those gaps behind the safety car, please.
I mean, Scott Noble's safety car lap time is about the same as others in LMGT3, so I'd be surprised if he's been off. Certainly in the last lap, it might have been from a couple of laps ago, that. Anyway, still in the race, the 66. And yes, the cause of the virtual safety car followed by the safety car period, but I'm amazed at the fact that car has still not needed to come in again. It did its first fuel stop, and good work from the marshals to get the car back onto the racetrack. It hasn't needed to be come in to be serviced and have all of those stones taken out. They can hopefully do that in the next scheduled pit stop.
Just a quick word about DK Engineering. Georgios Kolovas, their bronze driver, is now at the wheel of the car, sitting second overall. And we mentioned that it was good news for them, the timing of the virtual safety car to get the driver change done. The bad news, of course, is it's backed up the field. So the gap between Georgios Kolovas, whilst it is, 10 places, back to the 12th place car, which is second in the LMP2 Pro, the physical gap, the time gap, is far shorter because this field is now compressed behind the safety car.
Yeah. Well, this is the second chance that a safety car can provide so many teams that have had tough starts to the race. The lights are out now.
Safety car in this lap, safety car in this lap. A gentle reminder, pit entry is still closed. We are still in the third lap of the safety car.
So just because this is the completion of the third lap of the safety car, it doesn't open the pit lane at the end of the third lap. It's actually the end of the fourth lap that you could get into pit lane legally. But most cars, if they needed fuel, or even if they needed a quarter of a tank or so, as is the case with the GTs, they took that opportunity under the virtual safety car. The timing of this was perfect for LMP2s.
No overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line.
So they're all set for the next segment of this opening race of the European Le Mans Series, live from the circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya, and already the TDS car looking for a way by as it heads down towards the first corner.
That's the first lapped car, by the way. This is Clement Novalak, lapping himself from the class leader, trying to do the same as the Ducati team car gets shuffled back down the order. Busy coming through turns 1, 2, 3. Novalak is on a bit of a charge here to try to catch the overall leader and unlap himself, put himself on the lead lap overall.
Yeah, so maybe some radio messages going in the direction of Enzo Fittipaldi to say, don't worry too much about that 29 car. You can let Novalak through if it's going to be less of a distraction for you. Won't affect the race leader, CLX Motorsport. Just a lap back for car 29. Meanwhile, some dicing between Pro-Am and LMP2 cars, with the 77 also a lap off the pace. The E-Deck car working its way through the right-hander there at turns 9.
That's the 18.
18, yeah.
That car is third place overall, so it's a mix here of laps. That will all happen in the pit stop shuffle. LMP2 ground cars and the leading group of LMP2s overall. 34 car there is fourth place overall, looking now to get past the 77. Edgy moments here. There's our previous leader, by the way, the 48 VDS Panis racing car, now in the hands of Esteban Masson, one of the emerging talents in sports car racing, eyed very comprehensively indeed by Toyota.
So Danny Juncadella driving the number 18 E-Deck Sport from Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the 34 green-fronted into Europol competition. They are third and fourth in the overall standings. 83 is Alessio Rivera. He's being chased by Dane Cameron in Spike, the Purple Dragon.
That's for second in LMP2 Pro-Am,
yes, with
Giorgio Colavos still way up the road. But the gap, by the way, between Rivera and Giorgio Colavos, just 13 seconds now with that safety car. That was almost side-to-side contact between the 30 and the 48. The 48, I think, is going to retake that position, does so, and moves up now into fifth place. Esteban Masson on Loy Nissany.
Lights flashing from both the 48 VDS Panis car and the Duqueine. So the Duqueine car driven by Roy Nissany, as you said. Esteban Masson marginally ahead as they go through that split. No, he's more than marginally ahead. He's got sufficiently past, and they're side by side leaving turn 10 and into 12. This was a bit dicey a moment or two ago as well.
Overall.
Was that not the 28 getting through?
Yes, it's the 18 going through with Danny Juncadella for second overall.
He has got through now, but that was the 28 unlapping himself on Colavos initially. But yes, Juncadella over the line and in front, and now Colavos in the orange, white and blue car under pressure from Jean-Baptiste Simonauer in the green and yellow of Inter Europol competition.
This is dropping him back towards his class competition. Through goes the 34. Colavos drops now down to fourth. Keeping an eye on the time gap here. He's 11 seconds now, and looking back in the order, we're soon going to see the competition he really should be worried about, which is the Chrome 83 car, side by side between Duqueine and Ginetta.
Tom Fleming didn't look too happy in the GR racing car. Now I'm hoping that's just cold tyres from a pit stop. because he's just been unleashed from that. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah.
was he that slow down at turns 1, 2 and 3 as the tyres build temperature?
1:45, isn't it, for bronze in LMGT3?
Yeah, yes, I think you're right.
They've chosen to do that immediately with Mike Wainwright.
It's 1 minute
30.
Sorry, 1 hour and 30 minutes.
1 hour 30 minutes, that's what it. So can't quite understand why they didn't do that on the safety car. Or did they? Well, he's had a problem. He's shown us on his outlap. So what happened there? With an opportunity to have pitted, why didn't they?
Yeah, but did the virtual safety car fall too early? When was the safety car called? I think that might have been a bit too close to the edge of the drive time. So they wanted to do the hour and 30 that Mike Wainwright has to serve in the car, and couldn't pit during the virtual safety car for fear of being too short on time. And then it went into the safety car period, which closes pit lane. So that car's been locked out until this point. And that strategy's going to struggle to work now for the rest of the race.
Watch Ferrari and McLaren battling away. It's the 23, still Michael Birch at the wheel. And, that is the 51 car of Charlie Simani, who's a lap ahead. Good to see the Virage Ligier back out running. So at the moment, one car on pit lane, and that is the stricken number 9 Iron Lynx Proton car. So that car has come back in.
Now a potential concern for Torsten Kratz in his number 12 WTM by Rinaldi Racing LMP3 car. Maybe he rejoined in the wrong position down at turn 2. You're not supposed to join at turn 2. It's turn 3 where you feed back in on the outside of the track. And remember that Torsten Kratz was in the lead of LMP3 for the majority of the first hour. So that could be a, depending how they treat it, depending on any other penalties that 12 car has had. I'm trying to remember back, but it might be seconds added to the next pit stop.
It's down to 5th at the moment. Georgios Kolovos leading a massive train of Oreca's. Just looking to see where his next competition is, side by side between the 37 and the 20. That's the LMP2 Class 37, the CLX Pure Racing car. That car is in the hands of Vautier now.
So down the inside will attempt to go Roy Nissani in the black and green.
Still hasn't managed it.
Duquesne. And in behind, the yellow front of Lorenzo Fluxer. No, it's not Fluxer, but Fluxer's not that far away. So the 43 is laps down as well, many laps down, isn't it, with Mick Yellerly now at the wheel. But that's the car that wouldn't, the other car that wouldn't restart.
Correct.
During the first pit stop.
That's exactly right.
So it's going to be fast in the hands of Nick, but I'm afraid they have only completed 52 laps compared to the overall leaders. 60 laps now. Enzo Fittipaldi's just ticked off.
Class 74, by the way, Kessel Racing. That car in the hands still of Andrew Gilbert. Under investigation, track limits, and that's already had a drive-through. So that could be a stop-go coming their way. It's going to cramp their style. The physical gap, by the way, in LMP2 Pro-Am, it's now, what is that, 6 places, but only 3 seconds. And this gaggle of cars that are built up behind Georgios Kolovos gradually making their way through, and it's shuffling. Dane Cameron now ahead of Alessio Rivera through to get into contention with the class lead as there's a big battle. United Autosports and Algarve Pro Racing. It's the Algarve Pro car 25 makes its way between the two United Orecas, all 3 of which are looking to try to get past Kolovos for what is now 7th place.
Yeah, so the gap between the back of Kolovos's car and the nose of Dane Cameron's car will be the interesting one. At the rate of knots of the catching taking place for Spike in 99 and bringing Alessio Rivera with him. They're separated by just half a second.
The first of those United cars is the LMP2 Pro car. We're on board now with 2 Ferraris side by side. What's going to occur here?
three Ferraris in very close contention. The third of those is the 74 Kessel example, being driven still by Andrew Gilbert. We're beyond the hour and a half he needed to do, but again, it's trying to reach a convenient time to get Andrew out without disrupting the flow of strategy.
Jarvis up the inside, there was contact there with the number 3, that is the United car 21, unlapping themselves from the number 3 car. Next up is the 25, this is for overall position, Lorenzo Fluxa. He goes up the inside without any contact or dramas at all, and all of this is drawing Dane Cameron closer and closer to the class lead. That was up the inside onto the grass a little bit from Ollie Jarvis. Pass is made, but only after a kiss on the side. Through goes the 22 as well. So the latest to go by, Gregoire Saucy dropping back now down to 9th. Georgios Kolovos, just 2 cars now between him and Dane Cameron.
I don't think that'll be a problem for Ollie Jarvis. There was a gap there and he was enough alongside when the contact was made, but Kolovos was desperate to try and close the door. So Enzo Fittipaldi leads by 3.2 seconds for CLX Motorsport, but let's hear about one of the sorry stories we've had from Steph Wentworth.
I am joined by Jonas Reed, driver of the number 9 Iron Lynx. It was quite a brilliant start for you if we cast our mind back to the beginning of the race, and then it all went wrong during the pit stop. Just tell us what happened.
Yeah, well, we pitted. Great first stint. The car was mega. The team did a good job. And then we couldn't start the engine anymore after refueling. So yeah, and then it just the whole race, the whole good race was just a mess anymore, and it's just a shame.
It's been quite clean running, so you've been able to get a little bit of time in the car to understand more about it. Has that given you a lot more information ahead of Le Castellet?
Yeah, they are doing a really good job, and we hope to repeat it with Le Castellet. Season's long, so we will see.
Brilliant, we'll see you then, thank you.
Yeah, so a chance now for Massimo Capietto and Matteo Cairoli, 2 frighteningly quick drivers, to at least get some time behind the wheel. It is Cairoli driving the Iron Lynx Proton car now. They need not to let that affect their season, because they've got a very quick package. You can, I still maintain, in a 6-race season, afford to have one negative result, i.e. a DNF, and you can still win a title if you perform consistently well in the remaining 5 races.
This is the battle for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. Dane Cameron on the tail now of Georgios Kolovos. He's going to go for it immediately. And he's going to toughen up the inside here, and that might just pay off, has done so. And the IMSA champion, overall champion, with Porsche moving to AO by TF, and AO racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship goes through. He leads the class and is 9th overall.
So Kolovos, not the best run through turn 3. That automatically put him on the back foot. But remember, we're talking a platinum racer up against a bronze here. So ultimately, the overtake is going to happen. It just depends how quickly. And Cameron treated that pretty well. Damage to the rear of the number 31 LMP3 car, which is the Racing Spirit of Le Mans machine, started by Jacques Wolf. It's now got Jean-Ludovic Foubert at the wheel. That car's already had one black and orange mechanical warning flag to say repair the car as soon as possible. And you normally get a limited number of laps. And now a flurry of stop-go penalties. One for the number 8 Team Virage Ligier, which sadly is not in the fight, but the other one is the 74 GT Ferrari of Andrew Gilbert, which has been right in the middle of the action.
It's the second penalty for both cars for track limits, which is why it's now a stop-go and not a drive-through. So what happens with these is those penalties escalate if you don't take note of the instructions from race control. Drive-throughs already for both those cars. Mixed bag here at P2 in LMGT3s. McLaren ahead of the Sprint Race Ferrari as that 5 Oricas try to make their way through. Well, we heard from Jonas Reed about the issues for the number 9 car. Broken cable to the starter motor, I'm being told.
Okay.
Was the issue for that car.
So if it's a cable, it's actually a mechanical problem rather than electrical, as we suspected, although they didn't know that at the time.
Yeah, and for the 43, it was a radiator hose clip, not an electrical problem for them. So clearly a coolant issue for them.
Okay. Well, both have now rejoined. They rejoined, I think, just before the virtual safety car.
2 hours 4 minutes to go. Still have 44 runners here, albeit with 2 or 3 of them substantially delayed. But great stuff so far. Cillian Martin still leading this race. It's been a very good opening stint in her ELMS career from Cillian Martin. And Martin Berry doing well as well in second, as we've got the 50 car off the road at turn 11, turn 12.
So that's really shuffled the order.
Castellio Toledo.
Around Castellio Toledo's Richard Millet, of course, a Ferrari. He drops from 6th place to 9th.
And did that, I'm afraid, all by himself. Was lucky not to be collected by either of the other. Very lucky to be not to be collected by either of the other Ferraris in close contention.
How about the reactions from Charlie Samani?
Yeah, Charlie Samani did well. The 74 car took advantage.
Well, it needs that advantage because it's going to have to come in for a stop-and-go penalty in a minute for those track limit infringements. Here's the 24 car from LMP2, which is the Nielsen car of Ferdi Habsburg.
That's for position. 27 car further back unlaps itself from the DKR car. So it's the 2 Nielsen racing cars in formation here. So DKR beginning to get the punishment for both having to start with their gold driver Heure and the 2 penalties he served. Though in reality, that wouldn't have made a great deal of difference, would it, with the safety car having go out?
That's a fair point. The 10 seconds advantage that he had prior to either of those drive-through penalties would have been entirely negated by the caution period.
48 coming, meanwhile, closing in on the 34. It's inter-Europol competition, the hands of Jean-Baptiste Simonauer being closed in on by Esteban Masson, building what could be quite a result here for VDS Panis Racing. Great stint to start with Ronnie Gray. Masson is now building on that. Latest traffic is the Ginetta, continuing to lap 5th in LMP3. They'll be pleased, I think, DKR Engineering, with this opening race for their new car. Long-time users of Norma and then Duquesne cars. In comes 74 for that stop and go. Andrew Gilbert. There's a bit of discipline with track limits. It'll cost them dear.
But as Ollie Gavin was explaining, you know, yes, the prologue was pretty warm. There was plenty of sunshine on the racetrack, but we haven't had free practice sessions as part of the race meeting as hot as this, and direct sunlight on the race surface really does.
Oh, big hit! Big hit on the front of the number 12 car, and that was enough to unsettle the 34.
That's Kratz trying to get in the pit lane.
Yep, Simonauer did mightily well to gather that back up, and I think he's going to recover to the track.
Ideally, he'd be wanting to pit, I think.
Yeah.
You just can't, so it's another 4.6 kilometres to try and assess the car. But I think some confusion there, because Kratz did come into the pits. I don't think it's because he ended up...
He's got coolant streaming out to the left-hand side of the car as well.
So Kratz caught on the wrong side of a quicker car, wanting to access the pit lane. And that might have been a point where you say, I just can't get in.
Now, if we get another look at the Inter-Europol car, you will see there is coolant pouring out of the left-hand side pod of that car.
Well, what can he do? He's
Nothing.
gone past the pit road entry through no fault of his own. You know, the car's half spinning. But will the coolant be enough in that car to keep the car going for another lap?
It was a lot of coolant coming out of the car.
But rarely do we actually see that. I don't know whether Kratz did much wrong there. I suppose you've got to show your intentions that, you know, I want to get to the pit lane, don't undertake me. He wanted the LMP2 really to be going around the outside line, but it's a quicker car, it can kind of go where it likes. And Kratz was trying to get on the brakes or at least get off the throttle to allow the quicker car by, but he still turned in. It's questionable whether he should have just stayed out and done another lap, but did he have the fuel to do that?
Well, I'm being been told by a number of people. So that might have been gravel that we saw in that moment, not coolant. I'd be very happy if it was. I wish to see the Enduro car out of the race.
Just looking to see whether, yeah, there was a driver change there. So it was Torsten Kratz in the car at the time. He's handed the number 12 WTM car over to Leo Weiss now, as Julien Henriot, not long into the number 15 LMP3 car, has just done that car's best lap of the race, the RLR M Sport Ligier.
Yeah, and it's, the 12 car has been in and out, so there appears to be no immediate concern about damage. It's going to prevent them from continuing.
The other thing that might tell us a bit more about 34 is the sector times on this lap. In fact, he's gone around onto another lap, Jean-Baptiste Simonauer. So clearly it doesn't feel like there's too much wrong with number 34. And it begins the 69th lap as we tick over half distance. Yes, 2 hours done, 2 hours still to go for Enzo Fittipaldi, who leads for CLX Motorsport, 5.2 seconds. The Brazilian's pace is impressive to this point, staying ahead of Danny Huncadea in his Edex Sport number 18, although Danny's had some traffic to deal with. Esteban Masson keeping him honest, a couple of seconds behind for VDS Panis Racing. Remember that the LMP2 cars, most of them were able to pit during the virtual safety car at about 1 hour and 20 in, which was perfect in terms of their fuel window. The safety car will have also given them some fuel mileage back again. Another scenario where an LMP3 car is trying to get in the pits and very nearly contact with the number 10 Vector Sport car this time.
Which, by the way, is having a good race, Vector Sport. 5th place overall for Vlad Lumko. So having said it, you don't often see it. We see it twice in about 3 minutes. I'm going to confirm that we don't often say this. All you people on the internet might be right. It was gravel and not fluid coming from the side pod of the number 34 car. They have taken a look at that incident involving car 12. Oh, that's going to car 12 at turn 2. No further intervention required. So we didn't see that incident with Torsten Kratz. That was before the pit stop, but there will be no further intervention on that. Further problems for the McLaren. Well, that is still Michael Birch. What happened here? And was that by himself? There were 2 other cars in close contention with him,
including the 9 Iron Lynx Proton.
Looked to me like, was it the 51 Ferrari as well, I think.
Charlie Samani's zebra-like livery with a silver backing.
Unusually, LMP3 car makes its way to the pit lane without being spooked by a P2 this time.
That is a rare thing.
The last 5 minutes.
They tend to come in threes, don't they? By the way, the P2 car that very nearly glanced the side of the Vector Sport number 10 was Stefan Tribordini in his M Racing number 68. Surely it's time for Tribordini now to get some rest and step out to hand over to Quinton Antonell, although that's one of, well, that is the only car in the field with only 2 drivers. So Antonell the silver, Tribordini is the bronze, which further complicates the drive times a little. It's 1 hour and 45 that the bronze needs to do, so that will be completed now for Tribordini.
The 2 cars in LMP3 make their latest stops. Your international lead, Fabio Michal from Antiramo, comes in from 2nd place at this point in the DCAR Engineering Ginetta. So the pit stop cycle around them. I think that should be, that will be the 2nd opportunity, 3rd opportunity for DCAR Engineering to take a long stop. Side by side between the 60 and the 74.
And the rejoining M Racing LMP3. So driving the 60 car now, it is Matteo Cressoni. Down the inside he goes of still Andrew Gilbert in the 74 car.
Yep.
But a neat and tidy manoeuvre, made slightly more difficult with the rejoining LMP3, but it doesn't matter about the blend line if you're already on the racetrack. You can cross it left to right, it's just rejoining from the pit lane. You have to stay the safe side of that solid white line until it runs out.
So, hour and 54 minutes to go. CLX Motorsport lead the race, the 47. Enzo Fittipaldi aboard the car. 6 seconds ahead of Edex Sports number 18 car. Danny Uncadella. Esteban Masson in the V8 Panis racing car. Right with the Edex Sport car in third. That is the current gap, closing that gap in fact, as they encounter traffic. Duquesne team have led this race. Roy Nissany is now 7 seconds back in the 30 car, with Vlad Lomko closing in 5th place at the moment. Alcapro Racing's Lorenzo Fluxa sits 6th in the 25 car, and they're completing the top 7, all of which are in LMP2. Motorsport's Gregoire Saucy going very quickly indeed and catching those cars ahead of him. Dane Cameron, the LMP2 Pro Am leading AOBTF 99. Spike, the Purple Dragon. Christian Vautier in CLX Pure Racing's 37 car sits 8th in P2, 9th overall. And Alessio Rivera in the second of the P2 Pro Am cars completes the top 10, is second in LMP2 Pro Am.
So 7 minutes into hour 3 now of the opening round of the European Le Mans Series. It's been very interesting to this point. We got underway for the new start time for 2025 at midday, and that will be the case locally throughout the course of the year. Great qualifying performance from Richard de Giras yesterday, and his teammate in the number 30 took the start. So car 30 begun by Francesco Simonazzi, but the story came from Laurence Heure, who first of all jump-started by overtaking a handful of cars before he reached the start line, and then via the escape road overtaking so many more, and there would be a drive-through penalty for each of those individual offences. Remember, he was driving an LMP3 Pro-Am car, all getting together further back in the pack, 3 abreast LMP3 cars. Andrew Gilbert very nearly dropping a couple of tyres into the gravel as well, and as a result of those P3 cars getting into contact at turn 2, the damage was done to the number 8 Team Virage car. A little bit of nip and tuck in the early stages in LMP2 Pro-Am as well, but Spike the Dragon was able to gain a couple of positions as a result. This the dice for what was second on the road at the time. Jonas Reed getting a really good run on Simonazzi down towards the first sequence of corners, and couldn't do a great deal about that. How about that run through the gravel between turns 13 and 14 as well for the 24 Nielsen entry. Great to have the Ginetta brand back, and a place gain there after a mistake for the M Racing number 68 LMP3 car at turns 7 and 8. A nearest of touches, but the penalty will go the way of the number 9 prototype versus the Corvette number 82 from TF Sport, and that had to be served during the following pit stop. Unfortunately for the number 9 though, before it could get to its next pit stop, the first was very troublesome. This was to do with the cable to the starter motor, which failed, and they couldn't get the car restarted after, of course, the engine was turned off for refuelling. Wonderful overtake for the lead in LMP3, and around the outside would go the number 17, started by Paul Ancher on Torsten Kratz. Also great dicing at the sharp end of LMP2, as we find so often. And Dane Cameron eventually caught and passed a whole load of LMP2 Pro-Ams. He was setting his sights on the number 3 DKR engineering car of Georgios Kolovos. Nip and tuck there as well at turns 7 and 8 for 2 abreast LMP2 cars. The same was the story for Ferraris, 1, 2 and 3 together on the racetrack. A sideways moment though for the Richard Mille AF Corsa car of Custodio Toledo, which would lose him a handful of places. It very nearly cleaned out more Ferraris. Torsten Kratz, in his attempt to get to the pit lane, pitched the 34 into Europol competition car of Jean-Baptiste Simonauer into a spin at turn 14, and the Frenchman did well actually to continue after that incident. The race is still led by CLX Motorsport and Enzo Fittipaldi.
That leaves us with the overall order of the 74 laps. CLX Motorsport lead in their 47 car from the 18 EDEX Sport car, 48 from VDS Panis Racing sits third, Duquesne team in fourth. Going down to the LMP2 Pro-Am cars, with the latest pit stop just underway, which was completed by the Heure by TF car. It's AF Courses 83 that leads from TCar Engineering, TDS Racing and AO by TF, still in the hands of Dane Cameron. Alessio Rivera leads that class. LMP3, the 35 Ultimate Ligier in the hands of Jean-Baptiste Lahey at the moment, leads the race from the 88 Inter-Europol competition, and 17 CLX Motorsport Ligiers, Duo de Decker and Theo de Jensen, the 1-2-3, and in LM GT3 on pit lane, or just leaving pit lane now and retaining the lead, Sarah Bovey in the 85 Iron Dames car from now the Proton Competition 60 Porsche and the 63 Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG, still in the hands of Andrew Gilbert. It's the fourth place. At the Lorcan Hannafin, Andrew Gilbert finally finishing his stint, mammoth stint of 2 hours and something like 12 minutes right now in the 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari, ceding the place to Ben Tuck, who just moves up to fourth, now aboard the 57 car. So deep into the third hour of the race, everything's still up for grabs. The strategic chess of LMP3 still to wind out, side by side here between the 10 and the 25. This is for fifth place. Vlad Lomko and Lorenzo Fluxa. At the moment, Vector Sport retain their place. Algarve Pro wants it. Vlad Lomko for Vector Sports. This is Alessio Rivera, lead of the race at the moment in LMP2 Pro-Am. And this is the second place car in LMP3, side by side with its sister car, the 37 CLX Pure Motorsport car in LMP2. Close-knit stuff in every class, nothing settled, not by a very long chalk indeed in any of these classes, and still, Johnny Palmer, better part of an hour and 50 minutes remain.
Yeah, so lots more driver changes to come as well. Obviously this is the crucial middle stints where a race can swing one way or the other. It's generally all stacked up for that final 40-minute stint within LMP2, where you have potentially held back a set of tyres, maybe for the final double stint actually, so with an hour and 20, if they start to back time things, that's when the real move to a good finishing position will begin. But it also depends on your journey through the race, because to a certain extent we had that reset when the virtual safety car came out, just in the lead up to the safety car itself. So LMP2s are going to be on a reasonably even keel, but there's a bit more complication when it comes to LMP3 and those GT cars. Battle for second is on between Danny Juncadella and Esteban Masson.
Yeah, cracking battle. It's been coming together, and it's just in front as well. There's the number 99 car not long out of pits in the hands of Dane Cameron. We'll tell you that astoundingly, under investigation for track limits, car 74 already has had a drive-through and a stop and go. And I think there might be more dramas to come. Andrew Gilbert's just got out of that car. We've got happening behind here. This is side by side between the 12 and the 15. It's the RRM Sports, the championship defending team, of course, from RRM Sports, and the number 12 from WTM by Rinaldi. Still underway, this battle between the 18 and the 48. Great to see different teams, different names involved at the sharp end of the ELMS this year, Johnny Palmer.
It's also wonderful to see actually two guys who are more at home in GT cars in the form of Danny Juncadella, or touring cars, I suppose, DTM in the past, then GTs, now moving on into prototypes, and Esteban Masson, who turned a lot of heads in his recent campaigns in the Kessel Racing Ferrari with Takeshi Kimura, but they can apply their speed just as readily in these aero-efficient or aero-dependent cars, and Masson feels like the quicker of the two at the moment. He's just got to find an opportunity to get by Juncadella, and they are few and far between.
down pit lane for Vector Sport. Impressive run to this point from them. Hour and 45 minutes remain. Dane Cameron pushing on, looking to make up ground on Clem Novalak, who's his next target in class. He's down in 13th place, 4th in LMP2 Pro-Am after his latest pit stop.
So remember that even though Dane Cameron is in a Pro-Am car, the performance should be identical to the two cars in behind. Let's head to GT land now to head to Steph Wentworth. Who have you found this time?
I'm joined here in the pit lane by Celia Martin, driver of the number 85 Iron Danes. You've just jumped out of the car. Quite a challenging stint, but you've done really, really well right at the front of the grid.
Yes, I mean, I was super concentrated on keeping those tires alive the whole way. Excuse me. It was not easy, obviously, in the first part of the stint with the Iron Lynx car behind, because, yeah, you need to push, obviously, but not too much. So I was trying to manage my tires. And also, second, just after the safety car, also tried to push a bit more, but to be honest, I would not have been able to keep pushing like that. It's, yeah, you just go over the window and then you're gone. So very, very tricky out there.
All right, well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be bringing you some details a little later in the show. I'm going to change the Goodyear Wingfoot Award, where there will be some nominations for each class on the outstanding drivers of the race that you, the viewers, will be able to vote upon on social media. Strong feeling that Celia Martin is going to feature in the LMGT3 standings. That was an outstanding first, however, a double stint in the European Le Mans Series from Celia.
Considering, she was thinking about the long game as well, as that interview rather displayed. Didn't want to push too hard, because once you get the tyres out of the window, they start to just leak performance, even though Goodyear have put together a terrific tyre. But it's the heat, it's the degradation which comes with the extra sunshine on the racetrack, and they haven't had a great deal of time to play with that, other than the prologue at the start of the week. But within the race meeting itself, the free practice sessions have been a little cooler, but more importantly, less direct sunlight on the asphalt. So she will have certainly felt those tyres being very second-hand towards the end. They won't need to be used again. You can just throw those away now, because there's no limitation on the number of tyres you can use through the course of a race in the GT category. It's a very different story in LMP2, however. Just the 12 individual Goodyear Eagles for the whole of the race, and qualifying in actual fact. Enzo Fittipaldi leading the way, but Danny Juncadei has pitted at the end of lap 79, so that will open the door for Roy Nissany and Lorenzo Fluxer. But what happened to, it was Juncadei, and who was right behind him?
Masson has just been in and out, so there has been a bit of range of pit stops, and they still are underway. Trouble for the Aston Martin, spun around at turn 10 for the Racing Spirit Le Mans car. Bastar, it is the 6th in GT3 before that incident, but I fear he's going to be dropping a little down the order. One of two drivers that switched from D-Station Racing and the FIA World Endurance Championship to the European Le Mans Series. What happened here? By himself, I'm afraid. He was in close company with two cars around him, but it was just the rear end that got away from him.
I have to say, the recovery was very brave, because he chose to loop it through the gravel trap, but notice he didn't turn the wheel at all, just kept it straight, kept the momentum, found the grass at the far side of the gravel trap, and has managed to rejoin. So
he's a very quick young man, indeed.
Yeah. But he's also a quick thinker in that case of recovery.
There's an incident involving the JMW Ferrari and the DKR Oreca under investigation, causing a collision at turn 13. Don't recall having seen that. Bring you details of that if that develops in any direction. We called already the penalty for the Kessel Racing car, which is on pit lane at the moment. It's a stop and 10-second hold for the third consecutive track limits violation, or rather collection of track violations. Sarah Bovey it is, now aboard the number 85 Iron Dames Porsche, now silver ranked of course, and her challenge is to retain the lead, gained by Celia Martin. We heard talking to Steph just a few minutes ago, and she's doing that, pulling away at the moment from Matteo Grassoni.
Roy Nissany is into the pit lane. This is the other CLX Pure Racing car for Tristan Vautier. So got CLX Motorsport, which leads the race, CLX Pure Racing, which is the Alex Malikin part of the connection to car number 37, which he drives this year, in from what is now 6th place. Greg Sose in, Lorenzo Fluxer in for APR, and Roy Nissany, as I've mentioned, also in and out pretty quickly, Danny Juncadea. So will Juncadea find the Masson car, which is now back up to 4th position, car number 48.
Keep an eye on things here. But, of course, from 2nd place in LMP2 Pro on pit lane. Now TDS Racing in 29. Dane Cameron is a little out of sequence with this pair in the 99 car. He then moves up to 2nd in the class because Georgios Kolovos back up the road again at the moment. This is done, you know, in LMP2 Pro. I do believe Georgios will need to be on pit lane shortly. That'll be the end of his time. The number 60 and the number 63 here. This is the battle for 2nd.
Yep.
Morgan Hannafin troubling Matteo Grassoni for 2nd place in this LMGT3 class. The AMG that was 2nd for so long in the hands of Martin Berry is about to reclaim that position, and does so neatly done by Morgan Hannafin up the inside. He's clearly enjoying his new steed.
So the two silver-rated drivers who've been evenly matched for much of the weekend, but very different machinery at their disposal. Front engine 6.2 litre V8, normally aspirated, and then the rear-engined flat 6 of the Porsche.
Worth looking behind as well. 4th place car is the Castle Racing car, the car guy car, if you like. Now in the hands of Ben Tuck, and he is beginning to close the gap. It's quite weighty at the moment, it's about 14 seconds, but one worth keeping an eye on. Sarah Bovey is comfortably ahead of this pair, about 10 seconds up the road. But change of positions basically brings it back to where we were in the first couple of stints in LMGT3 with the Iron Dames and the Iron Lynx AMG. What is the Kessel Racing number 57 going to be able to do about this? Because I think that gap is coming down reasonably quickly.
Matthias Besch in the highlighter yellow car is about to be dive bombed by Alex Quinn in the number 20 APR car. Besch is trying desperately to fend him off. He's managed it just about, but there was an inside potential overtake from Quinn at turn 4, then again at turn 5, and Besch, who is on an outlap, whereas Quinn is not. So Besch is having to deal with cold tyres as well.
Besch, one of the most experienced prototype drivers in this field. Alex Quinn, another of the young drivers on. That was a bit of a brush left rear to front right. The EDEC Sport car on the Intereuropol car, but doesn't look as if any harm done. 34 car though runs wide and through goes the 28 from EDEC Sports. That is the recovering 28 for Luc Chatin. An outlap, as I think. No, the 34 is not.
But the 34 is still recovering from that very gravelly moment at turn 14 when contact was made with the LMP3 that was trying to get in the pits.
Meantime, as we watch the two dicing P2 cars here, was absolutely correct. Georgios Kolovos on pit lane now, and I think is about to cede the class lead again to Dane Cameron.
So Cameron crosses the line and does indeed sweep through to the leading LMP2 Pro-Am car. Number 3 just being released now from pit lane after its most recent stop.
It's Georgios Kolovos, and that's the 77 car alongside, but I think it's still a lap down the 77. Here comes Dane Cameron on board with him. He sits in 9th place overall. Remember, Heure by TF contested the LMP2 class, not the LMP2 Pro class last season. Entry at Le Mans came a Pro-Am car with PJ Heure. He's chosen to bring this effort to the European Le Mans Series this season. All 6 races. He's looking forward, I know, to experiencing the European tracks. He's had some experience at some of our ELMS circuits, not always in prototype machinery. But going to be interesting to see how this effort goes. They've still got a chance to come in that car. Up the inside, 25 on 10. And that is for 6th place. Renzo Fluxa and Vlad Lumko. They were battling away before the latest pit stops. Is that, I wonder, a tyre advantage at this stage? Just a difference in the way in which strategy is played out.
Could very easily be. LMP2 is then pitting between 2 hours 20, 2 hours 25, which means it's awkward to the finish, as in the next time I'd expect them to need to pit would be on the hour, with an hour to go. And then that's a 40-minute stint, which will leave maybe a 20 or 15-minute stint at the end. So they'll need to come in for a little bit of fuel. The closer you can pit to that checkered flag, the better, of course. And that is assuming that we are able to stay green throughout as well. But already the back timing will have commenced by so many engineers up and down the order. Now the team manager for the United car, number 20.
That's the McLaren. That's the McLaren.
Yeah. So the McLaren GT car is being summoned to the stewards. Side
by side, and the position goes the way of the 83 car, 2nd place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Goes to Mathieu Vazevier now aboard this car. Busy boy this weekend, Mathieu. Not just his driving duties here in the European Le Mans Series, but a new team owner in LMP3, the Michelin Le Mans Cup. Run wide from Georgios Golovos. It cost him a bit of grip, a bit of space, and ultimately the position.
So Vaxivier through. Vaxivier also in that little transition period, if you like, between driver and being involved with the team, because is it Ligier European Series that there's?
No, it's Michelin Le Mans Cup. Yes, Cup, 2 cars right in that.
What's the name of that team?
Oh, it's 2 with a 3-letter acronym with V, and I get them. I think it's a
ASM.
It's a Forestier Racing.
Oh yes,
car with VSF. Or is that the other one?
No, VPS.
Yeah, but VPS. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But great to see it. 2 very well presented cars indeed. So much change. It's early doors for us. Feel a little bit like first day at school, doesn't it?
It always does in the opening round of the year, because we're having to digest not just this championship, but also a brand new Michelin Le Mans Cup, which is now 3 different categories with the silver-silver combinations in LMP3, and 2 cracking races yesterday from the Ligier European Series as well. They are 2 hour-long races pretty much every ELMS weekend. They're not going to Imola.
Indeed, they'll have their race, their day in the sun, we hope. Them on test day again, the Ligier European Series. Great effort from the championship organisers there to gather a 26-car full season grid, and I suspect we'll see a few extras here and there as well. I've seen a little earlier in the weekend. It's that moment, the first race weekend of the year, when you open up your mental pencil box and realise you've forgotten the ruler, and it does feel like that as you try to work out where the changes are. There's surely not room to thread the needle there.
And thankfully, thought again about it, but now using plenty of the pit road exit, and the 25 car down the inside of Lorenzo Fluxa on Grégoire Saucé, and made that move stick. The question is, as it jinked out to the right, did it breach the track limits in any way? Some of the pit lane exit road is fine as long as you're straddling that line. The move had already been made at this point, but 25 ahead of 22.
CLX from VDS Panis back up to 2nd place. David Leach enjoying that. The technical director at Algarve Pro Racing. Yes, indeed. Danny Cadella in the EDEX Sport number 18, given a great run there in 3rd, and then Algarve Pro Racing's Lorenzo Fluxa. He'll now be working a 13-second gap to the top 3.
88 BWT sponsored Inter Europol competition P3 car there of Dove de Decker. Staying well out of the way of those quicker cars that needed to get through. But pace is good from the 88, running in the podium positions at this stage, behind Theodore Jensen for CLX and Jean-Baptiste Lehay in the 35 Ultimate. And we're remarking on the 35's pit stop during the virtual safety car, and that the team didn't appear to be ready for the 35. There might have been a bit of time lost there, but they've gathered things up. Question is, where do they stand on the number of longer stops that they've already done?
Well, the interesting thing of that stop, it was a short stop.
It was.
That would be where you would make up the time. So if you were planning to do a short stop, be ready for it. Battle for 6th, Duquesne, number 30, Roy Nissany from the number 10 from Vector Sports, Vlad Lomko. Pole position car, of course, the number 30. And so Rechard de Geris. Still got to see Rechard in this race yet. Will be the next half an hour or so. LMGT3, meanwhile, as we see, three classes in the one shot, 2 of them from the same team. The 2 DKR cars do seem to be attracted to each other here. Ginetta, by the way, running a very credible 6th in its first ELMS start. The car in the middle of the picture there with the red-orange on the left-hand side as we were looking at it. LMGT3, Sarah Bovey, 8.5 seconds ahead of Lorcan Hannafin. Matteo Grissoni dropping back from Lorcan, and Ben Tucker, I didn't say keep an eye on that gap, under 10 seconds now, so he's pulled 5 seconds back on Matteo Grissoni, and that is still closing.
So Ben in 4th, David Perel 5th in the 55 car, then Conrad Lausen in the 51 Ferrari for AF Corsa. We've still got that healthy mix of manufacturers doing well in the GT and LM GT3 category. Headed by Porsche, Mercedes 2nd, another Porsche 3rd, and then 4 Ferraris in a row. Aston fans down in 9th position for Owen Bastard, and the Corvette of Rui Andrade now just ahead of it. 82 for TF Sport, that car is in 8th position.
Cracking stuff.
Inside the final 90 minutes, drive time gets a little less worrying the more you've done the 90 minutes of the bronze within GT. 45 minutes it is as a minimum for silver rated drivers. And then when the gold and platinums take over, it's the maximum that you have to be wary of. An hour and 15 minutes is the maximum for your professional drivers. Fight for 5th, 6th and 7th, absolutely nose to tail. Particularly close for Duquesne's Roy Nissany and Vlad Lomko in the number 10 Vector Sport car. There goes Vlad through turn 9. Now, the incident involving 3 cars at turn 13 is under investigation. Is that the one that saw...
That was the one that there was a clash between the Interior car and the Duquesne that turned the...
Yeah, that wasn't at 13. Well, I suppose it could have been 13.
14.
Yeah, fair enough. But how was the 48 car involved, VDS Panis Racing?
Were they to the outside?
Possibly. The contact was made quite clearly between the 12 and the 34, but yes, maybe they include other cars that are in close proximity.
May even be to allow any in-car footage that might be involved.
Yeah, if the VDS Spanish racing car was directly behind.
So Enzo Fittipaldi from Esteban Masson, Danny Cadella, Enzo Fluxa, top 4. Dane Cameron keeping Mathieu Vazevier honest, but that gap is beginning to edge back towards Vazevier catching the air by TF car. DK Engineering's Georgios Kolovos sits still 3rd with Matthias Besch chunk of time behind him. P3 Ultimate CLX and Inter-Europol competition. Ligier 1, 2, 3 still. And the Iron Dame Sarah Bovey still pulling away a little here. Certainly at worst from her point of view stable with the Iron Linked AMG of Lorcan Hannafin. Matteo Cressoni in the Proton competition Porsche is definitely falling away and is definitely being caught by Ben Tuck in the Kessel Racing 57, the car guy yellow Ferrari. So next 4 or 5 laps, it's going to be an interesting ebb and flow, but looks to me as if at the moment the Ferrari's got the better pace of the 2 cars involved in the battle for third in GT3. On board with the third place car in for the overall, Danny Ucadella, and he is catching Esteban Masson. There is Masson.
So this is lap 90. Almost 12 seconds to the good is the race leader, but Masson, Juncadella still hard at it. They were exactly like this prior to the previous pit stop as well, so battle resumes. And behind them, Lorenzo Fluxat 9 laps into a stint. Gregoire Sausset the same. Vlad Lomko around about that figure as well after the field was reset. And the 99 Spike the Dragon is in for AO by TF with a driver change, with a tear-off being removed from the windshield as well.
Yes, indeed. This should be for Louis Delatraz for the final hour and 24 minutes. We've got yellows at turn 14. We'll keep an eye on that for you. What's going on there? And it's the number 12 car off and into the gravel. Now that's way in the gravel, and I think that, Johnny Palmer, might well need intervention.
So after a collision with the 34 where the P2 car ended up in the gravel, many laps later, the 12 cars found the gravel. Now, are we going to go full course yellow at any point? It's important to make an overtake as quickly as possible. This is Juncadella up against Masson.
He's done it. He's through.
So back in front of the Frenchman goes the Spaniard at his home race, of course. Juncadella for EDEC Sport, been setting that one up for a little while now.
Well, what a result this would be. Neatly done.
So much to the delight of Jamie Chadwick, who started this car.
That's the end of the incident that saw the number 12 car off. There was another car in close contention there. Didn't see the start of any incident.
But it's going to be a virtual safety car in order to deal with the number 12 car. That means everything's going to be concertinaed again.
15 seconds to full course 2 virtual safety car.
And this means that the
9,
12-second
8,
advantage that
7,
Fittipaldi has
6,
will be gone in
5,
a flash.
4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car. We are under virtual safety car.
So as we stand at the moment, the top 8 overall are all LMP2 class cars. Those advantages gathered, what is it, 40 seconds between the lot of them, will come down to virtually nothing. The car that's going to hurt, I think, is the previous leader in LMP2 Pro-Am, because they've just pitted under green, AO by TF, with Louis Delatraz now aboard the car, and it's going to be interesting to see where they pick up that car, because he's off the lead lap as a result of that. That's the overall lead lap as a result of that pit stop. So this is going to be critical for where they might be in that train for LMP2 Pro-Am. Amongst the rest of the runners, we'll come back to LMP3. That's significantly more complicated because of the long short stop two-step. But with LMGT3, Sarah Bovey's hard-fought gap is going to come down to nothing.
Yep.
And Ben Tuck is going to be right with Lorcan Hannafin. Where are they in their pit stop cycles? Because on the lead lap in the LMGT3 category, it's at least 4, I think, more than 4 cars. We'll see how things turn out in the order as we get through this virtual safety car and behind the safety car proper. But this is a significant spanner in the works for a number of hopes amongst the leading runners here. Rapidly on to pit lane came VDS Panis Racing, Esteban Masson. Tire change underway for the 48 car.
Fittipaldi's gone through He might not have had a chance actually to get in through the pit lane once the virtual safety car was called. Remember, the speed limit is 80 kilometres per hour. 30 car about to be sent away, and thankfully the 35 LMP3 Ultimate car went up on the dollies to spin the tail out of the way of that number 30 LMP2 from Duquesne.
Amongst the cars on the way out, there is Esteban Masson. So 48 now in the hands of Sharma Lacey. So we've got some real guns aboard these cars for the end of this race. Johnny, this could be quite the final hour. If you were considering pottering along to a garden centre, don't.
Why would you?
Well, might have.
I suppose it's a Sunday.
Yes.
The cafes are always good
Cafes
in the
are
garden
great.
centre. Yeah.
If they've got a cafe with a TV, get them to switch over to
Oh, that's not bad.
YouTube and pick up a whole new audience.
The green-fingered ELMS fan.
Absolutely.
The rare beast, but we're looking to grow that in 2025. See what I did there? Grow it.
You did. Absolutely.
CLX Motorsports' Enzo Fittipaldi is going to get a chance to pit at the end of this lap under the 80 km/h speed limit. Generally 2 laps for a virtual safety car, so you get 2 potential bites of the cherry, and then you'll be locked out of the pit lane for the first 3 laps of the safety car. I think we'll need 3 laps of a safety car actually, because the recovery's nicely underway of car 12 at turn 14. It's been an up and down day, I think it's fair to say, for WTM by Rinaldi Racing. Led the majority of the first stint when Torsten Kratz got to the head of the order. He didn't start from pole, but a terrific drive. Then there was the latish overtake at the end of the stint by Paul Lanchet around the outside of turn 12. But since then, the clash when the 12 car was trying to get in the pit lane was pretty costly, more so for the LMP2 car that it hit. And now this one's a strange one. We don't quite know how the 12 ended up in the gravel trap, but it's been significantly delayed now.
One interesting moment, Siren Dames have pitted. Sarah Bovey's still aboard the car in and out of the pits, as has the Kessel Racing car 57. The Iron Lynx AMG has not. They've chosen to stay out. Proton Competitions, Matteo Grisoni again in and out. He was in 3rd place, wasn't he? So of the top 4 cars, 3 have pitted, 1 didn't.
Yeah.
And Morgan Hannafin has stayed out on track.
Well, is that because they had a neighbouring team also doing a pit stop, and they've suggested to Lorcan Hannafin that he could pit the next time around, but they don't want to run things too close.
No, he's coming round towards turn 14 now. Keep an eye on the time available for before we get the. There we go. There is that. That's the kind of thing that I'm afraid with the longer shot with the 34 car misconstrued as a fluid leak. Delighted to have been wrong about that one. In comes the 47, or rather out comes the 47, and it is Pipo Derani now aboard that car. Said we'd be getting some stellar names aboard these cars. Car behind him, by the way, the number 18 car, hands of Matthias Joubert. Watch this kid. I think he could be quite special.
Hannafin does make it to the pit lane.
There we go.
Mercedes
There is
number 63.
There is the, what we call it, grey and highlighter yellow. And that presumably will be Fab Schiller aboard that car now. I've not seen Fabien.
Yeah, it's pretty close, but they can afford to do it, and that rather explains why they've left it to the last minute. There's a door mirror slightly off that Aston Martin, I'm just noticing, as it comes out of pit road. But interestingly, the 63 car not doing a driver change. Well, it's an hour and 15 as a maximum for somebody like Fabian Schiller, and we've now got an hour and 16 minutes to go. They didn't do a driver change, according to Steph Wentworth, pushing it back. I think we're still too close to that 1 hour and 15 limit. So there would be, especially I suppose, because the race doesn't, for the GTs, doesn't finish bang on in an hour and 15 minutes time. That's when the race leader will get the checkered flag.
Well, it's an interesting moment, isn't it? And it'd be good to hear from Iron Lynx a little later. But he clears, you're right, he clears the pit lane, and it's still over 1 minute and 15 seconds, an hour and 15 minutes rather.
Yeah. And as I say, it's not just the time runs out, but it's when the car crosses the line at the end of the race.
That may well have been why they stayed out.
That's what I was suggesting.
Yeah.
So you definitely don't pit on the first lap of
We
the
are
virtual
changing
safety
now
car.
to safety car. We are under safety car. Car 47, you're the leader. Slow down. Keep the pace. All cars to queue up behind car 47. We are under safety car. 47 is the leader. All cars to pick up the pace except car 47. Car 47, keep to the 80 Ks, please.
Now, for me, in terms of the major classes here, any of the classes here, Sarah Bovey, by the way, has retaken the lead in LMGT3, is where in the train is the Heure by TF car of Louis Delatraz. It certainly cost him the lead at this stage. He dropped back and would have done anyway with the
88, pick up the pace. 88, pick up the pace.
Louis Delatraz has been back through the pits. Has he I wonder, 39 seconds, that's not a drive-through, he's topped it up.
Okay, we kindly ask you all to queue up behind car 47 so that we can start working on pass-arounds.
A drive-through from point to point is 23 seconds. I think I saw that earlier on.
It's fuel the car.
Yeah. So a cheeky little top-up, and why not? Because you're not going to lose track position. Everything's going to be bunched up behind the safety car in a minute or two. Just like the Iron Lynx Mercedes couldn't switch to their pro driver during the stop, that was the same issue potentially for the 85 Iron Dames as well, as Sarah Bovey came in for her stop. The question is as well about how long Sarah's been at the wheel, because she has to do a minimum of 45 minutes now as the silver rated driver.
I think she's done that.
So the issue was putting Michelle Gatting in and her doing more than the hour and 15 minutes. That is the maximum.
It's the timing is everything, isn't it? It's fascinating stuff.
It's just terrible timing from a GT perspective to have this safety car period. So it's going to force them. They're all going to have to stop again anyway. You can't make it to the finish in a GT car. But there is a minimum amount of time that a pro has to do in order to earn points in the championship. And I didn't print that bit of paper out, but it's got to be 20 minutes at least. And the danger is that in an hour's time, you're only going to have about 15 minutes left. So there's a rejig that's going to have to be done here regarding the GT category. Maybe run for 45 minutes and split the next segment exactly in half.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what's going on with all of this. So, running down pit lane and putting just that little bit of... It seems clear to me AO by TF knew they needed a splash at the end of the race, and what it means is that they will need less of a splash and will not have to do that under... they will have to do a shorter splash under green. That seems to be what that's all about. Another little thing I'm just checking up on here, which I'll come back to you in a moment with Johnny.
That's fine. The 74 Ferrari of Fran Reda is being pedalled around in 11th position behind Ricardo Pera. This is the reordering process in a moment or two as well. So the pit lane entry is now
We are still
closed.
in lap 1 of the safety car. We are still in lap 1 of the safety car. Start thinking if you are eligible for the pass around. Start thinking if you are eligible for the pass around.
So there is the reminder again from Eduardo to say that the pass around is about to commence, but a list will be issued from race control of those cars that are able to gain the best part of a lap back again that they would otherwise lose under a scenario like this.
Everyone bear left, everyone to the left-hand side of the track. Prepare for the pass around. Prepare for the pass around.
So that will be looked to be done on the main straight again in the safest place on this busy racetrack. Those cars that won't be waved by hard to the left, those that will be waved by hard to the right, and as we witness that, we can head back to the pit lane because here is Steph.
I'm joined by Manuel Espirito Santo, driver of the number 47 at CLX Racing. Almost said Cool Racing. We've had a rebrand this season. Last season you were with the LMP3. You've made the jump now to LMP2. What has that been like for you? Has it been an easy change to make?
It's so far it's gone pretty well. It's quite a different car, but the fundamentals of driving the P3 and the P2 are quite similar, so I feel like I've adapted quite well to it. And so far I'm really enjoying this P2 journey. It's been really fun, and I enjoy the people I'm working with here at CLX Racing, Motorsport, and so far it's been pretty good.
You had a really good first stint. You did the first stint in the car, and Enzo has just jumped out of the car as well. But running at the front of the grid right now in first, how is that? How are you expecting the race to continue to pan out?
So yeah, I had a good first stint. It was a really fun stint. Managed to gain a few positions, and Enzo did a really good job managing his stint during the race with no mistakes, good pace. And now I'm just praying for a clean race until the end. So we've got people in the car now in first, and I'm excited to get the race underway. But we just pray to keep this first place.
All right, best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
They've done a great job up until this point, but they did not need a safety car at all. That huge lead that Enzo Fittipaldi was able to build up. But he hands the car over to the ever-capable Pipo Derani to continue this run to the flag. They're going to have to stop the car one more time for a splash, and there's a little bit of decision-making to be done there as to how early or late they want to make that pit stop.
It is fascinatingly poised in at least 3 of the classes. Looking at the overall, Pipo Derani, established star, coming back to Europe. First time in many years, he's part of the Genesis Magma Racing effort, but not in their car in this instance. His closest competitors behind him, Matthias Joubert, I think is going to be very quick indeed in that 18 E-Deck Sport car, and Charles Malaysia, an established star, and Thierry Pourchaire, well, don't have to say an emerging star, he's a star. He's going to be one of the quickest guys on this track throughout the year, and Rechard de Geras, our pole setter, and Enzo's brother, Pietro Fittipaldi. That's the top 6. Mathieu Vazevière leads in LMP2 Pro-Am, and amongst the cars in the pass-around was his nearest rival, Louis Delatraz, in the number 99 AO by TF car. And they're going to be pretty similar in terms of what fuel they've got in the car as a result of that drive-through and top-up from AO by TF. And Matthias Besch 3rd, Ben Fiscal 4th, Marino Sato 5th, and Alex Quinn 6th in that order, all on the same lap. LMP3 Ultimate, CLX Motorsports, RRM Sports, Mathieu Lehay, Adrien Clodomil and Guillaume Henrion are all together. The Ginetta sitting a close 4th here, excellent stuff from them, and into Europol 5th, with the final car on the lead lap being the 6th place car from M Racing, the number, Reece Gold in the interior pole, number 88, and the M Racing, number 68. In LMGT3, Sarabovi, Lorcan Hannafin, Ben Tuck up to 3rd place, David Perel in 4th place. It is Iron Dames Porsche, Iron Lynx AMG, it is 2 Ferraris, Kessel Racing and Spirit of Race. It's all on the table here, and this is going to be a fascinating final hour to this race. Do not go away.
Well, billed as the 4 hours of Barcelona, but it all condenses down to 65 minutes or so now. You have to have done a good race to still be in contention, of course. Continue to tick off those laps, but any of that hard work that built you a lead is kind of out of the window now, as we've reset the field for safety reasons. A car needed to be recovered from the gravel trap at turn 14, and important for Eduardo Freitas and the rest of his track crew to neutralise the race as quickly as possible. And some might say that the fairest way then of restarting is to bunch the field up. The race leaders at the time would strongly disagree with that, but makes it exciting for the neutral. And that's me and you, Graham, as well. Yep. We love to see cars racing at close quarters. and you can strategise as much as possible. There are one or two now who might be banking on yet another safety car between now and the end of the race in order to buy back some of that fuel mileage. We'll find out what the next segment of the race is going to give us in just a moment, because the safety car lights have now been extinguished. The pace being governed by Luis Felipe Dirani, Pipo to his friends, the CLX Motorsport car being taken over then from young Enzo Fittipaldi, who we just heard from, being chatted to by Steph Wentworth. Manuel Espirito Santo has also done stints in that car as well, but he'll have company with young Mathis Jobert, the star from Porsche One Make Racing, and from France on his tail in the number 18 EDEC Sport car. They're greeted by the giant LED green number panels or light panels to say back to racing, guys and girls. And it is a good getaway, a fairly even getaway from the top few. There's just a little look up the inside from Jobert just to say, I'm here, Pipo, and I'm wanting to get by as quickly as I can.
Yeah, young gun versus old dog. And Pipo, very quick, very difficult to catch, even more difficult to pass. And behind him, we've got the hot shot that is Charles Malaysia as well. Thierry Pourchaire in the 25 car. The the Interior car laps down, allowed him to pass through. So we've got the top four now in very close contention. That's just LMP2. Keep an eye behind on what's going on with the other classes. Keep you posted on that one as well. At the moment, Mathieu Vazevière does have space ahead of the A-by-TF car. That gap, about 15 seconds. Louis Delatraz to Mathieu Vazevière with traffic. And Matthias Besch behind Louis Delatraz. This is the battle for second, with a mixed bag of cars in front. All sorts of opportunities and options here. That's side by side. The 18 and the 48. Malaysia was on the outside there of Mathis Jobert. Didn't make it stick there, and that has put Charles Malaysia a little bit further back into the clutches of Thierry Pourchaire. Also in this fight, Richard de Geras closing. It's now a 5-car lead battle. Still over an hour to go. And this is being set up nicely for quite a finish here, Johnny.
It's near enough perfect. We got over 60 minutes of this to enjoy, and generally speaking, in the LMP2 world, the quickest drivers in each of the trios have now been plugged in to the finish. There was a grey area regarding the GT cars. They just couldn't get some of their pro drivers in for fear of breaching the 1 hour and 15-minute maximum. However, there's a minimum to think about as well for people like Michel Gatting, and in the 63 Mercedes, Fabian Schiller, they've got to do 40 minutes as a minimum to get championship points. Now, is there a decision to be made to say, well, we'd sooner win the race than make sure that all the drivers get championship points by the end of the season? So that's going to be fascinating to work out whether the 40 minutes is thought about at all. Yeah, well, there's a point here. 40 minutes is the points part of it. If you don't put a driver in at all, you risk being disqualified, whoever that driver is. So they really must put the driver in the car at some point. There is a penalty that exists up to and including disqualification for not putting a driver in the car that is named in the entry. Yeah. But, I mean, if you run to the end of the fuel window, then that's fine to put the driver in for, let's say, 20, 25 minutes. At least it's ticked off that they've been in the car, but they wouldn't then get the points, but that's maybe minor issues. The incident involving car 51 and 23 from earlier on is a no further action. That was the spin out for the McLaren at turn 10. Gilbert not giving this one up. He's had there's been a nibble at him already, side by side almost, between the number 20 and the 21 here. This is LMP2 Pro-Am. Alex Quinn and Marino Sato. Sato in the darker blue car and given very little space to go round the corner there, but was it ever his corner to fight with is the next question. So a side-to-side contact. And the other question is, was Sato enough off the road to have to then take to the escape road? Big star in the middle stint is one of the home guys here. Let's hear from him now with Steph.
Joined by Danny Juncadella, driver of the number 18 EDEX Sport, and this is your home race. How incredible is it to have so many fans out watching and experiencing, and you guys are running so well?
Yeah, it's incredible to race at home, and especially when we're doing so good, running in second now. Didn't expect to be that good for my first race in LMP2, but here we are, I take it.
Has it been challenging adapting to the changes in the car? Obviously, the temperature is quite high today in comparison to the practice sessions.
I did not understand.
The temperature is quite high in comparison to practice sessions. Was it difficult during your stint?
Yeah. I think the tire degradation is tough. It's tougher than in practice because it's hotter. So it's about managing that. But we're doing very well at the end of the stint, so that's good for us.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Doesn't want to say too much at this stage, but he's genuinely surprised, I think, about the position of their car this early on in his LMP2 career.
Before we get stuck into the on-track action, of which there's plenty, new fastest lap of the race, a 1:32.082, goes to the last competitively running LMP2 car, 19th place overall, 11th in LMP2. Luca Giotto in the number 34 Inter Europol competition car. There's a 10-second pit stop penalty, by the way, coming the way of the number 23 McLaren. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Plus, I think I saw a drive-through penalty coming for the number 3 D-Car Engineering car after a clash with the number 66.
I can attempt to revisit some of those recent messages. Yes, car 3 for causing a collision with the 66 Ferrari for JMW, and 10-second penalty to be added to the next pit stop for the McLaren from United Autosports.
So at the lead of the race, it is still Pipo Derani, who's got his mirrors full of Mathis Jobert, who's got his mirrors full of Charles Malaysia, who's got his mirrors full of Theo Pourchaire, who's got his mirrors full of Richard de Geras, and Pietro Fittipaldi's not out this either. He's clearing traffic and trying to close the gap on that lead group. This is fascinating stuff.
One of the best camera angles at the start of the lap there as cars swing left and right, and isn't it a joy to have them in such close competition as well. This batch of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars for sure. Lumper, Mathieu Vaxivier into that, as well as the class leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. Less than a second between each of the top 7.
There's going to be no further action on the incident that involved the Duquesne and the 34 Inter Europol car. That spin across the front of the LMP3 car as Torsten Kratz tried to get to pit lane from the 34 into the pits for what will be the final stop for the AMG number 63. Whatever happens now, it's been one heck of an ELMS debut for the Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG. And this will be for Fabian Schiller to get aboard that car, and it can't be long before we see Sarah Bovy hand over to Michel Gatting. It's all still on, Johnny.
So they're confident that they'll be able to do 56 minutes or so on one load of energy within that car, and we were suggesting, or Ollie Gavin was bringing to the table, that maybe those energy levels have been altered for the 2025 season, giving them a bit more per stint. I'm sure that Iron Lynx have done the relevant calculations to say this is the best time to get Fabian Schiller into the car, and Fabian is a very consistent driver. Lorcan Hannafin getting more and more experience behind the wheel of lots of different GT cars.
He's done a great job this afternoon.
Yeah.
Great job this afternoon.
So the door being slammed shut.
The dollies are under.
Oh no.
The dollies are under the car.
So this is a problem and not a scheduled driver change. We were thinking inside the final hour, but the 63 car with Lorcan Hannafin at the wheel, he has done a wonderful job, but that car's about to drop significantly down the order. It's already into 9th. And this might be opening the door now for the Iron Dames again, depending on, well, what the sort of speed Ben Tuck can do in the now second placed Kessel Racing Ferrari. Here it is, heading towards the final corner of this lap.
He too, I think, still has to hand over. Daniel Serra has not been seen in that car either, has he? And I don't think we've yet seen Matt Griffin in the 55.
No.
So there are all still driver change pit stops to go 55 minutes to go. Wow. Just the way the rhythm has worked here this time. Long green flag running at the start of this race, a couple of interventions later, and it's set it up beautifully. And no more so than for the overall race lead. Top 6 cars separated by 2.7 seconds. Well, let's add in top 7 cars, because the LMP2 Pro Am leader is under 3 seconds off the overall lead.
Excellent. So they're well in the mixture as well. And again, 2 safety cars have helped out the AF Corsa 83 crew. Francois Perrodo, no slouch as the bronze part of that entry. Now the Aston Martin heading through the 3rd corners, absolutely surrounded by LMP2 cars. Left and right. Here's the 18 of Mathis Jobert under pressure from Charles Milesi, who's frantically flashing the lights. Jobert, limited experience prior to this weekend, no experience behind the wheel of a big prototype like this, but he is a superstar in Porsche one-make racing, having competed in the Super Cup and also a run in the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of the year, also in a Porsche. Still only 18 years old and has turned a lot of heads this weekend.
Keeping an eye on LMGT3. Ben Tuck's pace seems to be just moving out a little, he says, as Ben Tuck puts in a 1:43 and makes a complete liar of me. But he does not appear to be catching terribly quickly on the Iron Dame's Sarah Bovey.
The Porsche number 60 for Matteo Cressoni. We have not yet seen the absolute pro in that car either, who is Alessio Picariello. So they've all been in the same boat, as in the pit stops that they were sort of forced to do during the virtual safety car just came minutes too early, seconds in some cases, to be able to put their gold and platinums in and then stay within the hour and 15 minutes, which is the maximum for that grading of driver. So they're having to wait for a little bit longer for a suitable point. 40 minutes is a crucial number regarding the points in the championship. 103 laps completed for Pipo Derani. Let's get some more news though from Steph Wentworth in the pit lane.
I'm joined by Lorcan Hannafin, driver of the number 63 Iron Lynx, and everything was going so well for you. You came in and it was supposed to be a regular driver change. Fabien came into the car and all of a sudden you're in the garage. So just tell us what happened.
Yeah, I just come into turn 7 on that last lap and the throttle pedal, the little spring didn't bring the pedal back, so I basically had an open throttle. So hopefully that's the last time that'll have happened. Definitely the first day I've had for me, and it's definitely not the nicest feeling. So I'm not only gutted for me, I mean just for the whole team, for the whole of Iron Lynx, the whole of Mercedes. We've done such a fantastic job of turning around after Qatar. We were up with Martin, did a fantastic job with pole, 2 great stints. I was closing in on Sarah little by little, so it would have gone to the end. I'm just gutted for everyone involved.
And it's been an excellent debut really for Mercedes car, so it bodes well for the rest of the season.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's nice to start the season in the way that we have done in qualifying, especially. Obviously, gutted the race result didn't come to fruition as we were looking so good, but yeah, no. Hopefully the team can salvage something. Maybe we can get back out and just gather data, because for every lap, for us, is still learning something new every time. So let's see what we can do for Paul Ricard in a few weeks.
Thanks, Locke.
So an open throttle going into turn 7, which is normally a hard stop. You've got a wall not very far to the other side of the gravel trap. How on earth did he get out of that? Sometimes you can get your toe underneath the pedal and bring it out. Sometimes you just have to shut the engine off.
Indeed you do. 3 penalties to catch you up with, by the way. All 3 for the same thing. Virtual safety car infringements, plus 5 seconds in the next pit stop, or a time penalty at the end of the race for 2 cars in LMP3. It's the number 11 and the number 88. The 88 sits 4th, the 11 sits 7th, and the number 50 Ferrari, that is a little way down, it's in 8th. So that is all for virtual safety car infringement.
This is the vantage point that Lorcan Hannafin would have had, and the car's not slowing there.
Oh.
How on earth did he react so quickly? He said he'd never had it before, he hopes he never has it again, but I'm so surprised that Mercedes came back as beautifully looking as it did, because I mean, it barely shows any signs that he actually went through the gravel. So real quick thinking from a man who's still very early on in his racing career. And sadly, that car will not go into the hands of Fabian Schiller now.
Right, let's do it in reverse order this time. Iron Dame Sarah Bovey leads Ben Tuck in the Castle Racing car in his Porsche from Ferrari. and it's 6.5 seconds, and that gap is coming down a little again. In LMP3, CLX Motorsport from RLR Motors, M Sports from Ultimate, it is Eligio 1, 2, 3 with that 88 Endurable car that will lose 5 seconds, and still in the mix, astoundingly, is the number 4 Ginetta, 16 seconds off the lead. LMP2 Pro-Am making his way up the order overall. Mathieu Vazevier up to 6th overall now in the LMP2 Pro-Am car. The gap to Louis Delatraz in time terms is just 10 seconds, but there are 4 LMP2 cars between the two. And that's the 1-2, with Matthias Besch now 5 seconds behind and under pressure from the Proton Competition 77 of Ben Fiscal and from the 20 Algarve Pro Racing car of Alex Quinn.
Some absolutely ridiculous driving here. Look at the queue, and that was Jobert getting underneath Pipo Derani for the race lead. Jobert also then leapfrogged the 51 Ferrari, and what didn't happen then was Derani got held up. He couldn't get underneath the 51 Ferrari by the time they got to turn 14. And that almost resulted in Charles Lacey leaping ahead of the Brazilian as well. But Derani's damage limitation has kept him in second place.
That means Matthias Jobert leads the race. And in a moment, we will talk about a potentially historic result here. We're not quite there yet. Up to 4th place overall. Mathieu Vazevier of the LMP2 Pro-Am car. Edex Sport lead the race. Genesis Magma Racing, for that matter, lead the race. And for that matter, we're staring down the barrel of, could this be the first ever overall win by a female driver in the European Le Mans Series, with Jamie Chadwick also aboard that car this afternoon. Astounding stuff.
The driving here is out of this world. The fact that the cars look like they're like slot cars, they're on rails, but I mean the thinking that has to be taking place here in split seconds. Normally you'd run out wide coming out of turn 14. Neither Derani or Milesi had that option because there was a GT car sitting there, and yet they still made the corner. They still get good speed down the main straight. Here's the window of opportunity for the Iron Dames. Sarah Bovey's reached the end of her stint. She had virtually done that at the last pit stop, but it's a chance to get Michelle Gatting in with 47 or so minutes to go once she rejoins, and therefore she should be fine for championship points.
Yeah, also in 55 car, Spirit of Race, Derek Perel, that will be to put Matt Griffin aboard the 55 car to the end of this race. The 60 car, Proton Competitions Porsche is also in. Matteo Cressoni is on pit lane right now aboard that car. That will be to put Alessio Picariello in for the first time. Wow. Deep breath, Graham. Let's go again.
An incredible opportunistic manoeuvre, though, from Mathilde Jobert, who shouldn't have that amount of knowledge, frankly. Sarah Bovey knows she's been in a fight there. Normally she'd do 45 minutes. She's done close to double that now because of where the safety car fell, but handing over now to Michelle Gatting.
Jobert has looked all week here like a surprise package. When he was selected for that effort, it was kind of, I knew the guy, I'd met the guy, but I had no idea he could do that in an LMP2 car. He was, I believe, fastest of the 3 throughout the prologue and free practice, and he is already looking special. Watch this, though. This is Mathieu Vazevier. He's now all over Charles Milesi. A little bit of needle here. Charles Milesi is the Alpine factory driver. Mathieu Vazevier was a factory driver for Alpine. I think Mathieu might feel there's maybe a point to be proved here. Meantime, back in LMP2 Pro-Am, side by side by side by side, 4 of them pretty much in the same corner at the same time. Everything up for grabs in the lower places here.
Well, Ben Hanley in the middle, that's an LMP2 car, but he's battling with a load of Pro-Am entries.
Yeah, it is Ben Fiscal, Alex Quinn and Matthias Besch.
So sky blue and black nose for the APR car, that is in the hands of Alex Quinn. And then the United car of Ben Hanley with the red roof visor, or windscreen visor. And in behind him, as you say, Matthias Besch for TDS Racing. Now exiting turns 7 and 8. And there a glimpse of the Ben Fiscal driven Proton competition car on course at this stage for a podium. but it's Alex Quinn who's now got free of the darker blue car of Ben Hanley, who is threatening to take that podium result away from the Dutchman Viscar.
Yeah, Alex Quinn was mega in the Asian Le Mans Series this winter and seems to be carrying that form over, but we're going to focus for the moment on the battle for the overall podium. Jobert has put 2 seconds on Pipo Derani since going by.
Another GT incident is under review involving the Corvette number 82 and the J&W Ferrari. So 82 and 66 have got together. I don't remember seeing that.
Have a look at this one. Goodyear's Wingfoot Award. We said earlier in the programme to choose the most valuable drivers of the race. Vote on the @ELMS_official Instagram story. The 4 drivers up for grabs in each of these classes. It's been one heck of a race. There's still a lot more to come. But do get involved here and reward the talent that we've seen this weekend. 4 nominees per Goodyear class. Obviously, we have one class shot by Michelin. You're looking at it there, LMP3. But LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am and LMGT3, as we've got the 51 car leading the race at the moment, or it was for a moment. Conrad Larsen, he will climb out of the 51 to cede the seat to the pro driver for the remainder of the car. 30 is going to be out of this. Richard de Geras, 10 seconds added. The next pit stop, overtaking during the safety car.
And that might have been an incorrect instruction during the wave by perhaps. There's tyre smoke absolutely pouring off an LMP3 car, which is about to stream across the line. Meanwhile, the number 4 DKR Engineering LMP3 car for Mikkel Pedersen is in the pit lane. But unfortunately, said LMP3 car has missed the pit lane entry road, as continuing on this scrap between Derani and Milesi. And how far away?
And Vaxivière.
And Vaxivière, indeed, there he is. Still trying to work out which of those LMP3 cars was pouring smoke from the rear tyre. Might have cleared now, but surely that's going to need a pit stop because the tyre will be virtually shredded by the end of this lap or the next. Vaxivière almost alongside now. He dive bombs Milesi, and that was a classic dummy to the outside, then to the inside. It's not often you catch Charles Milesi napping, but fellow Frenchman Mathieu Vaxivière. There is the LMP3 car that I was talking about. Is that the 11 for Ian Aguilera, Euro International, which was, well, is now in 7th. It's lost places because of that. It is the number 11 car. And no rear right tyre on that car anymore, I fear. So how are they going to recover that? Yellow's at turn 4 where it's come to rest.
43 minutes remain. Let's change. Edex Sport lead the race, the number 18 car, Matthias Jobert.
Team manager, car 11, tell your driver to stay in the car. Team manager, car 11, tell your driver to stay in the car, please.
Just race control, trying to get the message to Ian Aguilera. Open here. Smoking, 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 and then...
Well, it continued to smoke all the way down the start-finish straight into turns 1, 2 and 3, and has stopped
Prepare
at 4.
Full course yellow at 1518 and 45 seconds. Prepare to go full course yellow in roughly 40 seconds.
CLX Pure Racing heading for pit lane right now. Tom Blomqvist.
And the problem
30
is
seconds to full course yellow.
that the pit lane is closed from the prepare for FCY, not at the point the FCY kicks in.
I think he was already in.
Okay.
Yeah.
20 seconds to full course yellow.
I hope so too.
But it does mean, by the way, that none of the leading group can make it because they're not
We are
far
going
enough
full
around.
course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
Now, the stops is always going to be a tight one coming into turn 10 as well, and it clearly happened in varying degrees.
At T4, bear left. At T4, bear left. We are sending a pickup in the opposite direction. We will have marshals exposed at T4, bear left.
I'm pretty sure all of the key runners...
Between T3 and T4, bear totally left.
Key runners in GT have all switched their gold or platinum drivers now. The danger was that if one or two had not, they're going to breach this 40-minute time minimum for your points, but I think everyone's got them.
This is coming down to the full course yellow, I think.
No, it was before that. The getting together of cars was on the straight between 9 and 10. That was the run into turn 7.
This seems to be a rapid grab of the number 11 car, by the way. I think we're going to be back to green flag running pretty quickly. Done under full course yellow.
But Michel Gatting's already in the lead car. Kessel Racing have done a driver change to put Daniel Serra into the 57. Matt Griffin's in the Spirit of Race Ferrari in 55. Alessio Picariello has taken charge of the 60 Proton Competition Porsche. Davide Rigon now drives the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Charlie Eastwood was probably the closest, but he is now on an outlap and has begun his driver time and will be north of 40 minutes, as in more than 40 minutes, and will be fine for championship points in that respect. The danger was if you'd not done your pit stop before the full course yellow was announced, you're now locked out of the pit lane for the duration of the full course yellow. Here is what you were talking about, Graham.
Watch this. Stop. Yes.
Ben Hanley was pretty close, if it's still Ben in that car. Yeah, it is a 22 United Autosports. He had to go right and then right again and nearly collided with possibly an LMP3 car, which had stopped very quickly indeed. But you get a period of time to react to the full course yellow, but it is seconds, and obviously you want to run as fast as you can into it to not lose any time when you're dipping your speed to 80 kilometres per hour.
Well, while we've got a moment, and it is just a moment, get onto the Instagram stories on the ELMS official. Put your votes in for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. Those awards will be awarded on the podium this afternoon. Well, how do we like the 2025 European Le Mans Series? I don't know about you, but this is just amazing stuff. I do love this series. I do. Many will know, watch an awful lot of endurance racing, but this has always been a big favourite. The mix works, the tracks work, the paddock's a friendly place to be. But by golly, this year we've got something special brewing.
There's also been the adopting here and there of almost American style of racing. So in the early phases of the race, actually a safety car is welcome by the fans, I think, certainly by us, to bunch things up. But this is a full course yellow. Everyone limited to 80 kph. We'll be back to racing shortly, but not before we've heard from Steph.
Alongside me, I have Rui Andrade, driver of the number 82 TF Sport. We've seen you in the ELMS before, but in LMP2, we haven't seen you yet driving in the LMGT3 category, but you have done it in the World Endurance Championship. How is it for you?
Yeah, it's a bit crazy out there with the GTs here in the LMS, because obviously a lot of cars with the P2s, the P3s, so it's very competitive. Traffic is crazy, just trying to survive, but amazing championship. The tracks are really good, and obviously the competition level is super high, so always good to be back.
We look forward to seeing what else you can do this season. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Rui Andrade, who is always a passionate, enthusiastic character.
5, 4,
not wanting to say too
3,
much at this stage.
2,
We're going to go out of the full course yellow. Here's the countdown.
Full course yellow removed, thank you very much.
And Vaxivier.
He's got him, I think he's got him.
Down the inside of Dirani. And he is through. So there goes the LMP2 Pro-Am leader up to second overall, and Milesi fancying his chances on getting the position back from Dirani as well. Down towards the first corner, Dirani though getting a good run on Vaxivier, trying to get the place back again. Can Dirani get the 47 car stopped? Yes, just about. Obviously tyre temperature has dipped significantly as well because of the slower speeds, so take a time to just nurse those back as well. Nothing like coming out of the pits on stone cold tyres, but something to be wary of nevertheless.
So lead, Matthias Joubert 5 seconds up the road in the 18 EDEX Sports. Orica from Mathieu Vaxivier now up into a fine second position. Trouble for the number 30 car. I think that's maybe done. We've got the 27 undergoing service at the moment. That is the Nielsen Racing Pro-Am car. Also the 77 Proton, the 21 United on pit lane for what will be their final stops.
So they were all able to hang on until the end of the full course yellow. If they had pitted during the FCY, it could only have been for 5 seconds of fuel, and then they would need to have completed their pit stop as soon as we went green. So thankfully, most of those were able to, or had enough fuel up their sleeves to push on till the green flag segment. Tirani will be kicking himself to get allowed Vaxivière through, but he did at least keep behind him Charles Lacey, and Vaxivière was looking like the quicker driver anyway. Look at him heading off into the sunset in that second position now, and easily the leader in LMP2 Pro Am.
Stellar stint from Mathieu Vaxivière. Can he close down? Mathieu Chequered has made good his escape.
It's Ferrari versus Porsche, the old foes at turn 1.
This is the final podium position up for grabs. Matt Griffin and Alessio Picariello. This is 47 of Pipo Derani under attack again from Charles Lacey. Fittipaldi right with them as well. This is battle for the overall podium and second place in class.
Lacey got a very good run out of turn 5, but due to where Derani put the car, he couldn't make use of that. Pourchaire's not that far away either. Theo Pourchaire for Algarve Pro Racing, a second back, but he's the wrong side of the number 34 into Europol competition car, which is not on the same lap as these.
The Inter-Europol guys have not had a good day today, have they? Cracking season from them in 2024, but 2025 has not started as they would have liked.
However, you can't say that the 34 car is a slow car, even though it's a lap away or several laps away from the race lead. Giotto still hangs on to the fastest lap of the race to this point. He set a 1:32.0 earlier on, so still might be about to cause a headache for Pietro Fittipaldi if Luca Giotto wants that lap back. And he does just open the steering a little bit down into turn number 1. Looking down the inside. Do Duquesne know what the issue is here? It's clearly too late to get the car back into the race.
Yeah, it looks over, doesn't it? It looks over.
The focus was the rear end, but it could be gearbox as much as it might be engine. It's very unlikely to be the Gibson power plant.
Well, they will at least get a point for their pole position. Will be precious little comfort to them. ELMS Sport, AF Corsa, CLX Motorsport, VDS Panis Racing, Vector Sports, Algarve Pro Racing, separated by 10 seconds. It's the top 6, still in it. Louis Delatraz in spike, AO by TF, the second of the Pro-Am cars, almost with Theo Pourchaire. We've got over 30 minutes to go.
First car into turn 10 in this long line is the 77 of Bent Viscal, running now 5th in LMP2 Pro-Am. Then this fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. If you include Theo Pourchaire. We're not catching too much of a glimpse of the Frenchman in the number 25. That's because he's behind the green and yellow car, just creeping through shot there out of turn 14. And sticking with this gang of cars.
Trouble!
Now, the AO by TF car is stranded. It's the second place LMP2 Pro-Am car up on the curb on the inside of turn 10, Graham.
Now, was that a spin, or has that car stopped for another reason? The other car to watch here, by the way, it's a wee way down, is the number 37 CLX Pure Racing car, Tom Blomqvist, because he has made his final stop. He's a minute and 10 seconds back, but he's made a final stop. Now, I think that car's just ground to a halt. I don't think he spun it.
Conveniently on the curb, so maybe it had enough forward momentum to just position it in a slightly safer place, but it can't be left there. So is this going to be another full course yellow, which will potentially disrupt those with plans to pit in the next few laps? And if you do need fuel, now is the time to get in there before a full course yellow is announced.
Algarve Pro Racing move up to second in LMP2 Pro-Am 7th overall for Alex Quinn. So we way behind Thea Pourchaire in the other Algarve Pro car, though, for 6th place overall. TDS Racing's Matthias Besch moves into a podium contention. And Ben Viscal is shortly going to move up to 4th with the AO by TF car still stationary. Full course yellow is coming.
Yeah, Louis Delatraz in a terrible place for him to be sitting, although plenty of drivers have now seen the location of the AO by TF car. He's spot on.
It's yellow. Cancel full course yellow. Cancel full course yellow. We cancel the full course yellow.
Got it moving. It's not up to speed, but he has got the car moving.
Full course yellow is cancelled.
Now, did everybody get the message about the cancellation? Because a time had been announced, and
very
potentially,
close to it.
Yeah, potentially you've got team managers, you've got race engineers counting already to prepare their drivers into the FCY, and it was cancelled at the last possible moment because Louis Delatraz did the old Control-Alt-Delete, the reset on the car. It fired sort of back into life at very slow speed, but at least it's in some kind of limp mode to get the car home again. Ben Hanley, predicting a full course yellow, was told to come in and pit, I reckon, in the 22 United Autosports car. So that's not quite played out that well. They needed fuel, clearly. They wouldn't have been able to make the finish, and I wonder whether some of the other LMP2 cars are in that boat.
That's a pass by the Ginetta.
Excellent.
The ultimate car for 5th place in LMP3. I said a little earlier, I think DK Engineering are going to be mightily pleased with the performance in its first race of the Ginetta. It's been pretty much like clockwork, hasn't it?
It's gone well for its first race.
Needs a bit of pace, but they knew that.
Yeah.
I think they were going to be taking a competitive finish as good as a win. So a decent points haul looks like it's heading the way of DK Engineering.
I think reliability's got to come first, then you can worry about pace after that. And getting to the end of a 4-hour race, they're 3.5 hours into it, so another 30 to go, but no mean feat.
Mathieu Vazevier is closing in on Matthias Gerbert.
There's the second place car in GT, still with the positional lights this year then, and easy to pick out for the many fans that are here in Barcelona. Michel Gatting and Daniel Serra, this scrap which is potentially going to run for the final half an hour.
In the background you can see Matt Griffin under pressure from Alessio Picariello for the final podium position. Which way is this going to go? Is it going to be Porsche Iron Dames with Michel Gatting? Is it going to be Kessel Racing's Daniel Serra in the 57 Ferrari? And then behind that, Matt Griffin and Alessio Picariello in another Ferrari Porsche double, but the other way around.
So sector times, whilst they're sitting in some relatively clear air, are tending to favour the chasing car, but remember, these cars that are less affected by the dirty air, I wonder whether the Ferrari's just getting that little bit of extra pace because of the tow from the Porsche.
Other quick thing to mention, Guillaume Henrion in the RLR M Sport 15 car, the team defending the championship, is closing on the leader, the CLX Motorsports car number 17 in LMP3. That is not done either. Everything, all the classes, all the podium positions still up for grabs here. 27 minutes to go. And Mathieu Vazevier has caught Matthias Gerbert. What can he do about it? Are we going to see? It's not the first time we'll have seen a LMP2 Pro-Am car on the overall podium, or indeed winning a race in the European Le Mans Series.
Yes. Racing Team Turkey did it, I think, a couple of occasions. And there might have been another car that season, which was from the Pro-Am division. I'm feeling Logan Sargent had something to do with that, although that might have just been a pole.
Yeah, a pole at Red Bull Ring, I think.
Yeah. But, yeah, like you say, it's less unusual than you might expect, especially because if a race has been affected by a safety car and the bronze time's already been done, then that does then put the pro drivers on an even playing field with others in LMP2 normal, if you like. I mean, the drivers are far from normal, frankly. They're otherworldly at times in some of these LMP2 top-notch outfits. And Mathis Joubert versus Mathieu Vaxivière is going to be enthralling for the final 25 and a bit minutes.
The key question here is what tyre has Joubert got underneath him and what can he do with it? It is his first LMP2 outing. It's not Mathieu Vaxivière's first rodeo. And Wiley Fox, multiple champion in LMP2 cars, against absolute rookie in his first race. Whatever happens from here on in, ELMS Sport will be absolutely thrilled with what they've found.
You see that massive change of direction then from Vaxivière. He was never close enough to attempt an overtake, but that was just...
intimidatory.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yes.
I don't think Joubert's the type to fall for that. You know, he's come from Porsche one-mate racing, which can be brutal at times, and just as evenly poised as some of these LMP2 battles have been over the year. Identical machinery, of course, being used throughout the LMP2 field. As over the line goes the totally non-identical Porsche versus Ferrari fight. Michel Gatting up against Daniel Serra. The laps are starting to run out for the Brazilian, but he'll just be assessing the situation, working out where his Ferrari has the strengths over the Porsche and maybe the odd weakness here and there as well. But the straight line speed of the pink and white car looks to be impressive. So there's been no opportunity just yet for that Ferrari to pick up a meaningful toe and head for a significant manoeuvre into the first corner. Vaxiviere's a lot closer than he was a lap or so ago, but Joubert just jinks into the second lane to limit the possibility of the 83 car, Mathieu Vaxivière. How much does Vaxivière want to risk here? Because he's not going to gain any more points in his own subcategory.
Let's wait and see, shall we? It's going to be an interesting one. Getting to see these final pit stops for the splash of fuel. First in, Pipo Derani, also Alex Quinn and Matthias Besch, second and third in the Pro-Am class that is led by the second place car overall here that is looking to try to put AF Corsa as the second ever team to win overall in the European Le Mans Series from a Pro-Am car.
So just to flesh that out, in other championships, you would actually get kind of overall points finishing as well, but that doesn't exist in the European Le Mans Series. It's 25 for a win in LMP2. It's also 25 for a win in LMP2 Pro-Am, and that's precisely where they are at the moment. Joubert likes that line. I keep thinking he's making a mistake, but
I should correct myself, by the way. I said a Pro-Am car. We have had Pro-Am cars win overall, but not LMP2 Pro-Am class cars other than Racing Team Turkey. Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for the Decar Engineering car that led this race early on.
Now it's going to be a fight on pit road then, between ELMS Sport and AF Corsa, as Joubert has a lock-up.
Oh, trouble. Is that
a mistake?
Is that the 37? 47.
47.
It's the 47. That is Pipo Derani just out the pits. Well.
Has Derani had some sort of contact? We're hearing about a drive-through penalty concerning the number 3 in LMP2 Pro-Am, you might just have mentioned. But yes, what's happened at turn 3 and why all of a sudden does Derani think I can't carry on? Unless he's lost a wheel. But it looked like the car was still okay. That's bizarre. We only caught the final moments of it. Now then, away goes Joubert. There's been a significant delay.
No, it's not. It's the 83s taking tyres. That's what they're doing. They're taking tyres. I don't think the 18 did.
Okay.
That's what's happened here.
There weren't any penalties to worry about for
no,
these cars.
48 is going to get out ahead of the 83.
The race is now led by Theo Pourchaire, who surely also needs to pit at some point. But there's a chance for the brand new Frenchman brand new to this championship, and the 2023 FIA Formula 2 champion to lead the race.
Michel Gatting soaking up the pressure from Daniel Serra here. Alessio Pecariello, by the way, has passed Mac Griffin to third. Proton competition up into third place. The two Proton run Porsches of this, which this is the first, 1-3 at the moment. Still those yellows at turn 3. Out comes the number 3 car after its drive-through penalty. So the revised order, Theo Pourchaire, who will need to come back down pit lane at some point, leads the race from the 18. And indeed, here is the lead car. Edex Sports number 18, Matthias Heure, from now Sharma Lacey in the VDS Palace racing car. Then the 10 Vector Sport car in the hands of Pietro Fittipaldi. They've had a fine race to this point. Then the 83 car, Mathieu Vazevier, who has taken tyre, at least one tyre that we saw.
Yeah. Well, it would depend a little bit on how many tyres of the 12 that you get. Yes, it is as few as 12 for qualifying and the whole of the race. So maybe they'd always intended to keep a couple back. It's the left side tyres that take a real pounding, particularly the left rear, because that's the driven wheel. But through the constant radius turns 3 and turn 4 as well, 12, it is the front left that takes a real pounding too. Away we go, nothing between the LMGT3 race leaders, with Michel Gatting and Daniel Serra having to deal with traffic. That's not overtaking cars, as now there's an issue that the Ginetta that's stopped.
It is the Ginetta that stopped.
Just before turn 1, our graphics tower was just covering it, I'm afraid, but that is the Ginetta that we said we really hoped it might get to the end of a 4-hour race. There's still scope for it to do so, but that's now 2 cars that potentially need recovering. Although Pete Bedurani did a good job with the 47 to almost get it within the overlap of the barrier on the outside of turn 3, his 47 car.
The key there is, have they got a tow vehicle in position to be able to tow it without exposure? Is the Ginetta's position enough that we will go to some kind of intervention?
It's a virtual safety car.
Oh, good grief.
A virtual safety car to now deal with 2 stranded
20 seconds
cars.
to virtual safety car.
And I say that because that will definitely automatically be followed by a safety car.
In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are under virtual safety car. We are under virtual safety car. We will be intervening on the start-finish straight. We will be intervening at T3. And we will be picking up debris a little bit all over the place.
This feels like Daytona-style racing descends on Barcelona for the weekend, because this is all now stacked up for essentially a 15-minute sprint race to decide all of the categories.
Take a deep breath, put anything breakable away right now. Sad sight there for the Ginetta. Great start to the campaign for that new car. Always good to see new cars enter the fray. Matthias Heure, by the way, had been pulling away at that point. There's definitely, that's just muck from the runoff. All 4 wheels are on that car.
Yeah, and inflated. I just wonder whether the rear left is entirely intact. There was a bit more camber on the rear left than I might have expected, but I don't think the tyre was down.
Let's tell the stories as they are at the moment, Johnny. Matthias Heure leads this motor race for Edex Sports after a stellar run from all 3 drivers. Jamie Chadwick kept that car in the mix. Yukidea, stellar stint from him to bring that car firmly into contention. And young Matthias Heure, what a talent he is, fended off Mathieu Vazevier, who was, I'll use the word rampant, having taken the lead from no less than Pete Bedurani, and was beginning to show as if he could pull away from Sharma Lacey when we go into the virtual safety car. If the 18 can make it home, it will be winning his debut for Matthias Heure. It will be the first ever overall win for any car in the European Le Mans Series history with a female driver as part of the crew. That's the LMP2 leader. VDS Panis Racing, they've won in the ELMS before, but not under this guise. Sharma Lacey at the wheel of that car. Vector Sports in a podium position with Pietro Fittipaldi. That would be some result for the British team. AF Corsa's 83 car for Mathieu Vazevier took tyres in that pit stop. That could be something as we get into the dying moments of this race. Tom Blomqvist, remember I said watch him? He cycled back up to 5th place. It could be better. One of the quickest men in a prototype on the planet. Theo Porcher for Algarve Pro Racing. They're in the mix as well. Remember, this is going to bunch right up. Algarve Pro Racing's Alex Quinn in 2nd place in Pro-Am, 7th overall. And Nielsen Racing's Felipe Albuquerque. I think maybe the first time I've mentioned Felipe.
Yeah.
And Ben Hanley from Felipe's old team, United Autosports, 2 absolute masters in LMP2. They'll be in the mix. They're on the lead lap as well. Then the 77 Proton, Bent Fiscal, the 77 crew, desperate for race results to match their qualifying form. TDS Racing's Matthias Besch, you'd want him in the car at the end, wouldn't you? And United Autosports 21 complete the top 5 in LMP2 Pro-Am. They are all on the lead lap overall. In LMP3, CLX Motorsports, Adrien Closemil, even before the safety car, has got Guillaume Henrion right with him. Reese Gold will close in for Inter-Europol competition, the pink car, and also on the lead lap 2, M Racing and Ultimate. In LMGT3, Iron Dames, Michel Gatting doing a fine job of fending off the close attention of Kessel Racing's factory driver from Ferrari in the 57 car, Daniel Serra. But Alessio Picariello will fancy a bit of this. He will close up in the Proton Competition 60, having passed very recently Matt Griffin, and closing in as well, Davide Rigon, yet another Ferrari factory driver in the 51A of Corsa car, and still on the lead lap 2 in that class. Richard Millet of Corsa, it's Riccardo Agostini, and TF Sports, their Corvette in the hands of Charlie Eastwood. It's astoundingly, it's all still on.
There have been takers for pit stops under the virtual safety car, which is of course legal, but the GT cars do not want to pass up road position at this late stage. They don't need to either, so most have been fueled to the finish, although I noticed that the Charlie Eastwood Corvette for TF Sport has just been in and out, and Valentin Hasclot for Racing Spirit of Le Mans as well. Ginetta being recovered behind the overlap of the concrete wall down at turn 1. And that's again this neutralisation of the race, providing the safe opportunity to do that. We've now only 13 minutes of the race still to go, and remember, it's 2 laps of a virtual safety car at 80 kilometres per hour. There's a limiter for that within the car, and then the safety car will be released. We've got to do a pass around as well. So I'm beginning to wonder how much time is going to be left on the clock here.
Well, here's the thing, the less it is, the more exciting it becomes.
Well, yes, but also, you know, our AF course is starting to rue that decision about Mathieu Vaxivière giving him fresh tyres, because he's got fewer and fewer laps now to actually make that fresher rubber work.
He still leads the class, so he's not given up the class lead. So in terms of championship, it's not hurt him.
No.
But it absolutely hurt him in terms of the overall.
Well, like I said, he didn't get any more points. Even if he was able to get ahead of Jobert, it would have been nice. It would have been a kick to the team to say we can potentially win races outright, but you don't get rewarded in the championship for that, so it might have been unnecessary.
Here's a thought. Mathis Jobert was an early pick for this effort with EDIC Sports and Genesis Magma Racing. If this is the real form, and I think it is from this young man, is he going to be one of the very earliest graduates to a hypercar program? Because boy, has this kid got some talent.
Yeah.
Absolutely magnificent run from him.
Well, that's another byproduct, if you like, of the attraction of the European Le Mans Series. This is where a lot of the big factory teams within hypercar will be looking for their next flow of talent. And also, you know, in the early days of hypercar and the BMW returning, for instance, then the year before, there was a chance to run in the ELMS just to get drivers used to prototype racing and also the behaviour of a prototype before they then put them into factory cars.
Look, that was the gap. It's not, you know, time zones goes obviously down at VSC times, but that was the gap, and he was just pulling away a little. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Let's wait and see what happens when we get under safety car conditions, which is not going to be very far away right now. It's been one hell of a race.
We are under safety car. We are under safety car. Pit entry is closed. We are under safety car. Leader, car 18, keep the speed. All the other cars to gather up behind the leader, please. All the other cars to gather up behind the leader.
What pressure for this young man. 10 minutes to go, leads the race, and he'll have the unenviable experience of watching the entire field close up behind him, and nothing he can do about it at this stage.
No, all that hard work has basically been thrown out with the bathwater, but let's see what he's made of, I suppose. There'll be a little bit of him absolutely loving this. It's good practice if he wants to race elsewhere, I suppose, in the world of sports car action.
I think his, it's got to be said, I think his WhatsApp messages, look at this, like lights up after this. Extraordinary stuff, fantastic performance. Whatever happens right now, that's a young man that if you care about sports car racing, you want to go and say well done afterwards.
Yep.
Whether or not, whatever happens. Magnificent stuff. Great stuff as well by Sean Malesi. Pietro Fittipaldi right there in it as well, which could be a fantastic result for Vector Sport. Mathieu Vazevière will feel as if he's had a good day at the office today. Tom Blomqvist in the mix here. Théo Pourchaire with things to prove and time to prove them.
How many laps are we going to need behind this safety car? Jamie Chadwick can afford herself a smallish grin. It's getting broader, yeah, but this again is a relatively new scenario for Jamie. She has shared cars in the past, but obviously the last few years of her racing career have been dedicated to single-seaters, where it's been about setting the car up for her and only her, and more of the sprint type action, whereas now she's basically helpless. However, I mean, she was quick to praise Mathis Joubert's pace on, what was that, Thursday evening, saying he has been standout throughout the prologue.
Let's close all the gaps behind the leader. Let's close all the gaps behind the leader. Start thinking if you're eligible for the pass arounds or not.
It's a wholly different discipline for many of these young drivers. I include Jamie as part of that. Impressive young lady. I've had her in the booth in the FIWC TV studio before now, and lots to say. But I'd love to have seen her.
Leader, we're putting the safety car in front of you. We're putting the safety car in front of you.
So here comes the Cupra safety car. Mathis Joubert keeping the tyres warm as best he can. Plenty of people still in the grandstand, and why would you leave at this point? 8 minutes to go. This is going to be white knuckle stuff at the end of this. I think I'm right. It's about
Please start checking your eligibility for the pass arounds. Please start checking your eligibility for the pass arounds.
We might get, I think we're going to get one
this
lap
time.
Green flag race.
That is my concern, yeah. So there will be overtakes, no doubt, but how many of them are possible on the final lap? It's going to be tough to call, but 3 minutes 15 is your estimation to a safety car lap, basically.
Yes.
Right? So it's
No,
no
we're
longer
into that. We're into that already. So it's 6 minutes 30. We've got a pass around to do.
pass around probably will be done on the next run down the start-finish straight, if we are in a position to do that.
Car 66, do you mind catching up with the cars in front of you, please?
Do you mind? So
Exiting
polite.
T5, all cars to bear left. Exiting T5, all cars to bear left.
By the way, that is Jimmy Bruni in the 66 car. Welcome back to JMW Motorsport, Jimmy Bruni. Team that made quite a name for himself quite often alongside Rob Bell.
After T7, totally to the left, no more zigzagging. After T7, totally to the left, no more zigzagging. Let us prepare the pass around. Prepare the pass around.
T7. Okay, after the whole of the field has gone through T7, probably.
Every set of eyes in this pit lane is going to be glued to the monitors right now. Look at that.
Start the pass around. Start the pass around.
I think we want to. I think we're trying to do the pass around before
We are,
the end of this
100%.
lap.
He's absolutely doing that.
Yeah,
This is
the short straight between turn 9 and 10. We've not done a pass around here
the
before.
Pass around, please do your best to catch up with the tail of cars behind the safety car as
He's not
usual.
gonna wait.
Pit entry is closed. We are in lap 1 of the safety car.
Lap 1 of the safety car, fine. Surely not a restart at the end of this lap. The lights need to be out at turn 10, so I think it's going to be one more.
I think you're right.
At the end of this, and that's only fair to those cars that the safety cars just released, to give them another lap or so to catch up with the train.
We might squeeze 2 laps.
Okay.
We might squeeze 2 laps. We're going to hear, I'm sure, from Eduardo Freitas, safety car to full speed at the end of this lap.
Yeah.
Because whatever, Eduardo is a sportsman. He understands we all want to go racing. We want to do it safely. We want to go racing.
Well, this lap time behind the safety car is going to be a lot slower than the next safety car lap.
Please pick up the pace. We know it's difficult, but please pick up the pace. Safety car is currently finishing his first lap.
So, about to commence the second safety car lap, and in a lap's time, and in about 3 minutes' time, we'll be going for a restart. Now, a decent lap time around here is about...
Safety car instructed to start picking up the pace. Safety car instructed to start picking up the pace.
About 1 minute 35, 1 minute 36. So I think I agree with you that we'll get 2 racing laps at the end of this safety car.
I think we might well do it, particularly the safety car picking up the pace now. Mathieu Chabert from Charles Malaysi, Pietro Fittipaldi, Mathieu Vazevier, Tom Blomqvist, Theo Boucher, Alex Quinn, Felipe Albuquerque, Ben Hanley, Ben Fiscal, Matthias Besch and Marino Sato, all of the LMP2 and LMP2 Pro cars, Pro-Am cars on the lead lap. Let's just remind you of those. We've got 5 LMP3 cars all on the lead lap.
Safety car full speed. Safety car full speed.
And of the LMGT3 cars, well, we have 7 of them within biting distance, with another 2 desperately trying to close the gap to the safety car train, and might just do so. Wingfoot Award, LMP2 Most Valuable Driver, goes to Mathieu Chabert. That's what the public have offered in LMP2 Pro-Am. Louis Delatraz, bitter disappointment for Louis, but he wins the Wingfoot Award and will go to the podium to receive that. And it is Celia Martin,
safety car
the
lights off,
Dames
is in this
in
lap. Safety car is
LMGT3.
coming in at
Whatever
the end
happens
of this
here
lap.
will receive that award on the podium. Excellent stuff, by the way, a big step up from Goodyear with the Wingfoot Award this year, and I think that's a format that's going to become very popular
Just
fan
as
base.
a reminder, no overtaking before the line. Bear in mind that pit entry
Mark van der
remains
Straten.
closed. Pit entry remains
VDS
closed.
from Mark VDS.
Yeah.
I've hurt my finger, says Mark.
Oliver
You might have
Gray-
been biting it.
I think he has, nibbling away at it all the race long. Esteban Masson, Oliver Gray could barely watch, who were just standing there shaking their heads from the VDS Panis Racing Garage. The safety car's in, we're going for a green flag. There's over a lap time still on the clock. It's just under 2.5 minutes to go to decide this opening round of the 2025 European Le Mans Series season. We've got 5 more of these to enjoy, but who on earth is going to win each of the different categories? It's a cracking getaway from Mathieu Chabert, and sensibly the car that's a lap down is getting well out of it. Gentlemanly driving there from Giotto in the number 34 into Europol. So we're now left with Jobert, who's streets ahead of Charles Malaysi in second, Pietro Fittipaldi in third. The pressure being applied, though, by Mathieu Vaxivière in 4th position.
Fantastic stuff. EDEX Sport from VDS Panis Racing and Vector Sport, a very different 1, 2, 3. Mathieu Vaxivière putting the Vector Sport car under pressure for the final step on the overall podium. LMP3 CLX Motorsport still leading in RLR Motorsport. The Hind Dames still leading. Kessel Racing, minute and 25 seconds to go. It will go to another lap.
So how much pressure is Adrien Clomenil under from Julien Omrion? He too has got a good getaway in the CLX Motorsport LMP3 car. There's now almost some overlapping. Vaxivière leaving his braking very, very late to go around the outside of the number 10 of Pietro Fittipaldi.
That was the line from Jobert earlier, and it's worked for the number 83 car. Pietro Fittipaldi going to be looking to fight back, under a minute on the clock.
Don't forget about the fresher tyres on Vaxivier's car though as well, so that will instantly make it slightly more manoeuvrable, and that's the thing that Charmy Lacey does not have.
It could be on here for the 83 car, certainly looking as if he's got the potential to get to second.
How late does he leave this overtaking manoeuvre down into the braking area, and he's going to get the place on Charmy Lacey, and that's the last thing that Mathis Jobert needed, because we've already seen the scrap between Vaxivière and the young 18-year-old from a fellow Frenchman, and they're going to go hammer and tongs towards the end here.
Debris at T3, Debris at T3.
T3's not a worry for the race leader where the debris is, because they've already cleared that bit. Jobert doesn't have the pace.
It's on for Mathieu Vaxivière. Can Jobert soak it up?
Hugging the inside line at turn 5, but surely the drive off the corner is going to be better. Are they going to touch on the run down towards turn 5? This might be heartbreak for the 18 crew. They might not win the race overall, but they're still going to get the 25 points for the win in LMP2. But Vaxivière had a statement to make in his LMP2 Pro-Am car, and that crucial extra bit of the pit stop, it took them longer, but he'd got at least 2 fresher tyres, and 83 on course for an overall victory in the first race of the year.
Magnificent stuff from Mathieu Vaxivière. Great stuff from Jobert behind. He was helpless there against the car with the better grip. He just got better drive off the corner. Coming now for what will be a famous result, Johnny Palmer.
Well, it will take the record a little deeper into the archives. We almost had a female driver on an overall win in the European Le Mans Series, but it will go instead to the 83 crew of AF Corsa, François Perrodo, Alessia Rivera and Mathieu Vaxivière, but still maximum points for the 18 EDEX Sport crew of Jamie Chadwick, Mathis Jobert, the real star this weekend, and Danny Juncadella.
And it is CLX that take the win in LMP3, and it's going to be the Iron Dames. They're going to come back after disaster yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup. A magnificent win for the Iron Dames. The 85 takes the win into the 57 Kessel Racing car and the 60 from Proton. CLX take LMP3 from RRM Sports and the Inter-Europol competition car. What a win, though, for the Iron Dames in GT3, and what a win for Mathieu Vaxivière and the AF Corsa squad in LMP2 Pro-Am and overall.
The refresh on the timing screen in front of us sometimes incorporates various bits of penalties that have been hanging over for some of the race, but I cannot see any significant movements or changes. Well done to all of the LMGT3 teams for getting drivers in, I reckon, in time to make sure that their pros also get the maximum championship points moving forward. That could be crucial, and it means that Michelle Gatting will have the 25 to join with her teammates Sarah Bovey and Celia Martin as we head in a month's time to Le Castellet. And those organising these races, Eduardo Freitas and the rest of his team in race direction, know how to test our nerves, I think it's fair to say. An absolute barnstorm up towards the end, and a crucial decision comes good for the 83 crew, number 8 for AF Corsa, with that tyre change.
By the way, great stuff from race control, from the circuit marshals, and from everybody involved on track in getting that race back underway to give us the finish that we wanted to see. Fabulous stuff. It will be heartbreak in one regard for Mathis Jobert, but he is the LMP2 winner, and he's on an overall European Le Mans Series podium on his debut in the class. Fantastic stuff from him. A star is born today, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and quite rightfully winning that Goodyear Wingfoot Award as well. Thanks to all your votes for that class, for LMP2 Pro-Am and for LMGT3. That was a European Le Mans Series take on a green-white checker finish. 2 laps to decide it, and not a huge amount changed in the other subcategories, thankfully, because we were able therefore to focus on the fight at the sharp end, and Mathieu Vaxivière was always going to be a danger. You wonder what his thoughts were during that significant chunk of virtual safety car and then safety car laps. He had the bit between his teeth, and he wanted to win this thing overall.
Is that the Vector Sport? Can I stop
Vector
it?
Sport car, I was hoping.
Oh,
it was
I
just-
think he's going in. No, he's going into the pit lane. He wants to go to pit lane. That's what it was.
And those that are going beyond the pit lane will be heading down pit road in the wrong direction. Are these all of the podium finishers? They're being waved slowly towards the far end of the grid.
It get a little confusing, but either way, magnificent stuff from the 85 crew. Okay, it has been a very hard weekend for the Iron Dames. If you weren't with us yesterday, catastrophic accident that befell their Michelin Le Mans Cup pairing when leading the race. Marta Garcia pitched into a horrific impact, and delighted to hear from the team today that she's doing great. She was kept in a hospital overnight, but is doing fine. And then to come back here with a new look squad. Celia Martin, one of the drivers of the race, no doubt about it. Long stint. And we're going to have 4 female drivers on the podiums today. Of 13 we've got in the paddock this weekend. That's a hell of a strike rate.
It certainly is.
And a lot of the credit for all of that goes to those that have been pushing this Iron Dames programme forward. There were questions about when Sarah Bovey stepped up to that silver ranking, whether or not they could repeat the form we've seen before. Well, here's the answer. Great stuff. Thoroughly enjoyed that. That was a great European Le Mans Series race. We'll remember this one for a long time, Johnny.
Yeah, and okay, it was amplified. The pressure was increased by the number of neutralisations we had. I think it was 3 safety cars ultimately, together with a full course yellow. I was surprised that it was such a late safety car, but it provided a very close finish. There's Francois Perrodo on the left-hand side of his number 83 car. So Vaxivière has picked up both his co-drivers. Jamie Chadwick, by the looks of things, is going to do the same as well. Well done to Mathis Jobert, to Danny Juncadea, who seemed genuinely surprised when Steph Wentworth was interviewing him. But that's a reaction for the winning driver, Mathieu Vaxivière, pushing like crazy to be the outright victor.
He's had a tough few months. He's fallen out of the Alpine factory roster. He is still a reserve driver, but that's not an easy thing for a still young driver to suffer. There was passion behind that drive, no doubt about it. There you go, that's what it means to these ladies. That's fabulous to see. The spirit in that group is magnificent. But joy, isn't it great to see joyous podium finishers? We don't always see that in every angle of the sport, but great stuff. A new look championship, new look teams and crews, but the joy's still there. I love this series, Johnny, more than I can possibly say, and it just continues to deliver.
Yeah, it's getting better, and I think that's getting more and more difficult to do, frankly, because it's such a high bar to be improved upon, but the fans are getting it as well. I mean, the amount that had to pour in here and be patient for their grandstand seat, also be patient for a crucial access ticket to get into pit lane this morning for signatures of favourite drivers. Conversations are going to run deep into the night. That is Mathis Jobert taking it in his stride, it would appear. A little warm, it's fair to say, but so rapid out on the racetrack, and didn't fight Vaxivière. I think he knew the game was up because of that new tyre on the number 83 car. They were very close to contact coming out of turn 5, but sensibly he thought about the long game. They were still picking up 25 points, even if he dropped a second overall.
And by the way, CLX Motorsport complete the double with Michelin Le Mans Cup 1-2 yesterday with their new Ligiers. Thank you, Michelle. And a win in the European Le Mans Series. They are unbeaten in this era of LMP3 racing after 2 races. Yes, I think so, sir. It was a bit like that. There is Mathieu Vaxivière, Alessia Rivera. Big smiles there. Podium finish as well for the number 60 Proton competition car. That was Claudio Schiavone, the bearded gentleman in the middle, with Matteo Cressoni, who's been with him on his journey for many years too. Cracking stuff.
Always so much for us to keep our eyes on, but I think it really said that the positions in the other classes were pretty fair, because the cars that were strong going into that final safety car were just as strong coming out of it, so there weren't a huge amount of gaps to tell you about. The big variable was that newer tyre, maybe just 2 of the 4 tyres on the Vaxivière car, and that's why we saw that vault to the head of the order. But otherwise, cars kind of held station because they didn't really have a great deal of choice. The pace from Michel Gatting was very strong, and that's something that the Iron Dames crew will be happy with, that they can maintain that top-level speed throughout a race. Celia Martin, I think it's fair to say, admitted to Steph Wentworth that she struggled to keep the tyre consistent through the course of the stint. That's something that, having achieved that and got a win, will put her in good stead for the rest of the year. So, as the stories are eked out of 4 hours of constant action, let's remind you of them.
The overall winners of today's race, the 4 Hours of Barcelona. Not just that, the reigning champions in LMP2 Pro Am and the overall winners here. Francois, what does this mean to you guys? You just said it's going to take a while to sink in.
Yeah, I think at the moment I'm not really sure what it means, because it doesn't feel quite normal. But yeah, it's like living the dream. It's amazing. I tried to do my best, keep it on the track, no mistake. And I knew that with a good car, the Alessio and Mathieu could do a good job, but they definitely exceeded our expectations. They have done a fantastic job. Super happy.
Alessio, the middle stint was a bit stoppy-starty.
Yeah, middle stint was, as you said, like this. We tried to push to keep the tires for the end, and Vax did an amazing job. Car was mega, I have to say. We did. Our engineers did a fantastic job. The mechanics in the pit stop was amazing. So to win Pro Am is already good. To win the overall is something special.
Matt, you had 2 laps and a dream at the end of the race, and look where you are.
Yeah, really happy, to be honest. Yeah, we were going for the Pro Am lead. The engineers stay there. We are happy. For me, I want to win. I want to fight as well. So yeah, the car was great, to be honest. I could go for the win. So yeah, we try. We staying safe, and yeah, we make the dream work. So it's good. All the team did a fantastic job, to be honest. All the week was a really long week with all the prologue, but we are there. We will try to defend our title. So yeah, it's a good start for us.
Congratulations, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
In fact, their second overall race win of the year, because they won the final Asia Le Mans Series race together in February in Abu Dhabi. Fabulous.
So getting our season underway, the beginning of the 2025 European Le Mans Series, as the bomb burst of LMP2 cars commenced. It was a bit too good for Laurence Heure, but Francesco Simonazzi led them away. Look at Heure's car, the orange, white and blue, jinking to the escape road, but as he did so, he gained so many places after overcooking that first corner. He'd subsequently get a drive-through for a jump start and then a second drive-through penalty for all of those places he made up. Side-by-side action between a whole gaggle of LMP3 cars. The worst off after that little schmozzle was the number 8 Team Virage machine. And then side-by-side between Jonas Reed and Simonazzi, which was for, at the time, what would become the race lead. A harum-scarum run through the gravel track for one of the CLX cars. But then Jonas Reed, coming in at the end of his first stint for the first pit stop, turned the engine off, as you must do, but it wouldn't refire after the fuel had gone in. And although the 9 car would rejoin, it was many, many laps down, a 35-minute pit stop. Great action when Dane Cameron took charge of Spike. This could have been a whole lot worse than it turned out to be. It was Torsten Kratz wanting to get in the pit road, but he didn't realise that Jean-Baptiste Simonauer was on his inside. Tried to make space, but not quite enough. Good little overtake there into what was a hot spot all day, turn 10. Then the number 12 car, the WTM, ended up in the same gravel as Simonauer did moments before. Down the inside for Mathis Jobert's car and the 18 as well. And the 18 was a real star throughout the day, as was Charmy Lacey for VDS Panis Racing. Got a little nip and tuck here and there. A real sad story in the end for the Mercedes AMG, making its debut in the European Le Mans Series campaign, and a really fast car, but they had the difficulty with the stuck open throttle. A scary moment for Lorcan Hannafin, which he did manage to sort out, but we wouldn't then see that car again re-emerge, and sadly no drive time for Fabian Schiller. Down the inside, a neat overtake for the 83 car as well. And then Jobert and Mathieu Vaxivière were matching one another stride for stride. On an outlap, Pipo Derani would go no further than turn 3. That was a peculiar incident. Maybe the rear left had an issue. Crucial pit stop, though, came when the 83 came in with everybody else, but took a little longer because they did left side tyres, and that meant that the grip levels were off the charts compared to the other cars that Vaxivière was racing. Remember, this is an LMP2 Pro-Am car, but siding its way through the order, first of all by Charles Milesi, then Mathis Jobert. And that extra grip on the left-hand side means that it's an LMP2 Pro-Am driver combination that win the first race of the year. François Perrodo, Mathieu Vaxivière, Alessio Rivera, but we do have a female driver winning the LMP2 part of the competition with Jamie Chadwick, Mathis Jobert, and their teammate Danny Juncadella. Iron Dames crossing the line also with their full female lineup to win LMGT3, and it was Michelle Gatting bringing the pink and white Porsche home.
Brilliant stuff. Great event. Great week here in Barcelona. Great crowd. And it's great to see that we've had this large number of people to see the fun we've had. There is the overall classification. The 83 car from AF Corsa, LMP2 Pro Am and overall winner, 130 laps. The 18 EDEC Sports car just 1.2 seconds back, taking the LMP2 class in second overall. VDS Panis Racing finished third and second in the LMP2. Vector Sport under the LMP2 podium, fourth overall. Algarve Racing's 20 and the 29 TDS racing car complete the podium in LMP2 Pro-Am. CLX Motorsport, RLR M Sports and Inter-Europol competition finish in close contention on the podium in LMP3, and the first race of the ELMS of the new era of LMP3, and it's a famous win again by the Iron Dames. The 85 Porsche from Kessel Racing's 57 Ferrari and the 60 Porsche. And from there on in, there's the stories that will make the other leading paragraphs in all sorts of press releases later on. Cracking stuff.
Yeah, sadly, 5 cars not making it to the finish. Amazingly, the 2 LMP2 cars that would not restart at their first pit stops did actually get back in the race and should be both classified. They're not greyed out on our screen, they being the 43 Inter-Europol competition car that was finished by Tom Dillman, and Iron Lynx Proton's number 9 LMP2 car, Massimo Capietto, did at least get some drive time during that race, as did his Italian teammate, Matteo Cairoli. And that 9 car will be a strong package, we predict, for the rest of the year. They actually led the race at the early stages, but then the bad luck bit, and it can so easily take a race that's not necessarily in your hands, but going your way, out of your control.
I think that makes, by the way, 3 classes in European Le Mans Series history where a female driver has taken a win. Because of the GTE Am win for the Iron Dames, LMGT3 now for the Iron Dames, and now Jamie Chadwick for EDEC Sport in LMP2. It's not an overall win, it is a class win.
So in the background in the white ELMS shirt is Gaël Chouteau, who is very responsible for all of the important parts of the weekend, including
He's the boss.
His podium, indeed.
This is TDS Racing, third on the podium for the crew. Clement Novalak, Matthias Besch and Rodrigo Salas, of course. Here is the number 20 car. Yet another podium for the number 20 crew from Algarve Racing. Krytel and Tudis always looks as if he can't believe his luck. Alex Quinn and Ollie Caldwell, they've become quite a potent combination. It's Mr. Zebra.
And here are the winners initially for LMP2 Pro-Am from the 83 car, François Perrodo, Alessio Rivera and Mathieu Vaxivière. We are going to see these guys again for sure. And the Zebra's going to be hooked over one of the poles there at the front of the podium. I sense that might be about to get splattered with champagne as well.
It's going to be the national anthem of motorsport, isn't it?
Indeed.
The national anthem.
You'll know it. done to AF Corsa, and particularly to Mathieu Vaxivière, the standout driver in those closing 2 laps. He'd been given the instruction by his engineer, just keep things steady, make sure we get the top points in LMP2 Pro-Am, and he went, I'm going to win this race, thank you very much.
Yes.
And he can smile and joke about it now that it all went well, but I'm sure that the blood pressure was a little high for some of those staff members within the 83 camp, watching him go about his business. Actually, all the overtakes were very, very clean indeed. And it's about getting far enough alongside a fellow car to say, I'm here, don't even think about turning in. Mathis Jobert, yes, he's only 18, but he has huge experience in one make category, so that ability to know what is around you, he was never going to do anything stupid for me, and knew the game was up with that car being stronger on the newer tyres.
Gave us quite some moments, didn't they? Mathieu Vaxivière will be, I'm sure, I hope to see him after this, he'll be utterly elated. Utterly elated. Alessio Rivera, quiet guy, always smiling it seems, and Francois Brodo, well, it's another step towards. Could it be another title, Francois Brodo?
Why not?
You know, his trophy cabinet must come close to matching his car collection. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, they'll all be kept somewhere, and they'll all have their own independent memories as well, particularly these ones where the Pro-Am car gets as far up the order as it did today. An overall victory as we focus on the top 3 then in LMP2 Pro-Am in isolation. AF Corsa win it, Algarve Pro Racing with their number 20 car second, and third the TDS Racing crew with a good run in the end to the flag from Matthias Besch, but Clement Novalak and Rodrigo Sales, big part of that as well. 25 points going the way of AF Corsa then from Algarve Pro and TDS as mentioned. 13 points, so that's 12 plus the point from yesterday's pole for the 77 Proton competition crew. United Autosports in their 21 car 5th to echo today's result from DKR, Nielsen and AO by TF. AO's result would have been a lot better were it not for that stoppage, inexplicable stoppage for Louis Delatraz on the inside of turn 10, and he
throttle sensor.
Throttle sensor.
Yes.
Okay. He got the Wingfoot award, Goodyear Wingfoot award, but couldn't have done anything about that, of course. So there's Giorgio Roger with his pole position, along with team member Rene Binder, as we head to Steph Wentworth for more reaction.
Joined by the winners of LMP2. It was almost an overall victory, but the first time you guys have worked as a team together. Jamie, the first time a woman has stood on the top step of the LMP2 podium. Congratulations to all of you in the team. What does this mean to you?
Huge man. Honestly, I've got to thank these two guys. They made my life a lot easier today, I think. Yeah, I just wanted to get the experience first, ELMS race, just take the experience and get it under my belt. And yeah, we got very lucky with the safety car, but then these two did awesome stints and brought it home for us. So yeah, honestly delighted, more than we could have expected. And yeah, just hats off to these guys.
Right, enjoy the podium. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Mathieu Jobert's done all his talking on the track. All he needs to say was, thanks
thank
very
you.
much.
Yep. Okay.
That's a mic drop moment, isn't it?
I'll be back.
I think he will. On 5 more occasions. Has he got a drive for Le Mans yet?
That car is at Le Mans.
Okay,
We will
all
see
right.
that car at Le Mans.
Well, he is French, and if he can't get into Le Mans this year, then we're going to see him at some point, and it might even be behind the wheel of a hypercar, frankly. Such has been his rise to this point. Labelled really as a GT specialist, and Porsche have taken him under their wing, but there's no reason why he can't go into something faster within the next 18 months, let's say.
Well, not every GT driver makes a good prototype driver. That one does.
Too right.
Very much so.
Yeah.
We're going to see now the LMP2 podium. I think, is this the first podium for Vector Sports? I think it probably is, you know. Certainly the LMS.
Yeah, a Silverstone-based team. They don't feature a great deal on podia in previous years at least, but this might be the start of something special for Ryan Cullen, for Vlad Lomko and Pietro Fittipaldi. Again, you could argue that the safety car helped them in places. Very gracious of Jamie Chadwick to say we kind of lucked into a scenario where we were in a position to fight as well, but that's good strategy LMP2. Oliver Gray and Esteban Masson, who were a picture in the garage watching on Charles Milesi. Very nervy indeed just before the restart. There's the reaction from ground level though for this win for EDEC Sport, former champions. And you go back to 2019, the family crew, and it is Jamie Chadwick, Matisse Jobert, Danny Juncadella.
It was Imola last year. Vector Sport were on the podium. So I'll correct myself. They've also had, of course, a WEC podium at Monza in 2022. But these are rare moments, and they will love it. And they have started with a bang. We're going to hear the French national anthem. Recognise the fourth person on the top step of the podium. You should, because that's EDEC Sport team principal Nick Manassian. One of a very small number of drivers in the modern era. I think all of us would have loved to have had a Le Mans win on his CV. Nick has been very proud indeed of the progress that has been made with EDEC Sport since he hung up his helmet and took over the organisational side of this. That bodes well, Johnny Palmer. Another podium to come for the overall. Bodes well for what we've got to come for the next 5 events here. Great to see so many different faces and so many young faces on these podiums so far.
Yeah, it gives us an idea of who might be strong through the 6-round campaign, but it's only the first tranche of points, and as we know, the championship might well chop and change through the course of the year. One thing is guaranteed, that finale at Portimão is going to be, again, a crazy affair, because it just always is. And remember that the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the European Le Mans Series are going to have their races on the Saturday. I think certainly in ELMS, it's certainly a Saturday race for ELMS, as it was last year.
I'll go this far. If you're watching in and have got the ability and the bit of budget to do so, go take a look at how little it's going to cost you to have a short break in Portugal at the end of this season. You will not regret it. It's a fantastic race meeting. It's great fun, and there will be titles up for grabs.
Yeah.
There will be drama. Enjoyed this from the comfort of your living room. Trust me, you'll enjoy it from trackside and from the paddock all the more. There are the points in the LMP2 Championship standings. It is EDEC Sports, the number 18 car from the 48 VDS Panis Racing, Vector Sport, CLX Pure Racing, grabbing back 4th place in class. Argo Pro Racing's 25 5th, United, Nielsen, the second EDEC Sport car, and then the 2 Inter-Europol competition cars completing the top 10.
But an excellent result for France with a 1-2 finish. One of their drivers within the 18 crew in the French team is Matisse Jobert, as we've talked about. But Jamie Chadwick and Danny Juncadella, a change of discipline for them. Juncadella, very limited experience behind the wheel of a prototype.
Just a quick moment, by the way, for someone we didn't mention very much in the broadcast, but has come home second in that class. Ollie Gray, I thought, was standout there today amongst some of the more Illuminati drivers.
And there is Théo Pourchaire in the points for his first prototype race of a fledgling career to this point. Exciting to see where he may go this year. As we head once again to Steph Wentworth, let's get more reaction.
Finally, joined by the winners of LMGT3. Huge congratulations to the number 85 Iron Dames. Michelle, finishing that race, you weren't in the car for too long, but it was quite the finish and quite high tension.
Yeah, somehow it always has to finish like this with a bit of extra pressure. But today, honestly, the job was made by Silja. I mean, she was amazing out there, of course, by Sarah as well. But Silja did the job today. I wouldn't say I got an easy finish because Sarah was putting a lot of pressure on me. But I stayed cool. I managed. I'm very proud of everybody today, but especially of the bronze.
I know, and a graduate from Michelin Le Mans Cup this season. Congratulations to all of you. Enjoy the podium.
We will enjoy it. Trust us.
Sarah Bovey loves the atmosphere at the first story level, where this terrific podium, which is a map of the track, a chance to witness the national anthem for the Iron Dames in a moment or two, which will be of Italy because of the tie-in with the previous tie-in with Iron Lynx, but now aligned with the German manufacturer Porsche, of course, and Celia Martin, who possibly holds dual nationality. On some entry lists you get the French flag, on some entry lists, i.e. this one, you get the German flag, which she speaks with a very French accent. The Belgian Sarah Bovey and Michelle Gatting of Denmark. But it'll be in reverse order that we welcome the drivers. So first of all, Claudia Schiavoni from the number 60 Porsche, together with Matteo Cressoni and Alessio Picariello.
Yep, the number 60 car there all afternoon, pushed on hard. Claudia Schiavoni. You know what? Fewer and fewer reasons to point out that he's not the quickest of the three, because of course he's not. This is the 57 Kessel Racing car. Daniel Serra leads them out. Kimura-san and Ben Tuck. Great run from the young Englishman. Claudia making fewer and fewer errors, but no doubt at all the absolute stars of the show in LMGT3. Great stuff from Celia Martin. Fantastic final stint from Michelle Gatting to fend off Daniel Serra. And in the middle stint, Sarah Bovey, in her first appearance at ELMS as a silver rank driver, did a great job there too.
And had to do quite a bit more driving than expected. Same goes for the silvers in the other two of these cars. In fact, Picariello in fairly late in the day as well. Let's hear the national anthem of Italy. You'll know every note of that national anthem, I have no doubt, and despite them being back full-time in Porsches now, a chance to celebrate the Italian homeland of the team that prepare that car. Strong ties still with the where it's come from, as in Iron Lynx. And alongside them, the team from Switzerland, Kessel Racing, Takeshi Kimura, Ben Tuck and Daniel Serra. And the proper Iron Lynx, rather the proper Proton competition crew of Germany from Claudia Schiavoni, Matteo Cressoni and Alessio Picariello. We'll have a look at the points in a moment or two. But yes, the Iron Dames are a strong package, but there are plenty of other cars within that 13-car lineup that are going to run them real close for the whole of the season.
One thing you absolutely can say here, if you've watched in for the last 5 hours, and why wouldn't you have done? If you think this is nailed in, you're going to see the same kind of a processional view from all these podium teams. Trust me, you are not. It is going to be topsy-turvy stuff all the way through the European Le Mans Series this year, as it has been every year.
Here we go with the champagne then, and a chance to cool down from a very warm afternoon's work. Lots of direct sunshine on the cars, but more importantly the track, which created a high degradation road surface, and therefore tyre management was absolutely crucial, even in this class where tyres are not limited, because you have to make sure that the fuel is used throughout the whole of the stint and the tyres are going to last for that fuel burn. Here's a chance then to see that Porsche up close and personal, and how quickly fortunes can change within a team. I see in Iron Dames from yesterday, where everyone was just heartbroken to that huge accident for Marta Garcia. She stayed overnight in a local hospital, but is okay. And let's hope that Marta can be racing again in just under a month's time at Paul Ricard. But then a whole team react so well to that and manage a win.
Iron Dames 85, 25 points from the first round. Kessel Racing 57. There's a Porsche from Ferrari 18, then the Proton Porsche with 15. Spirit of Race, AF Corsa, TF Sports, Racing Spirit Le Mans, GR Racing, Richard Mille, AF Corsa, and Kessel Racing 74 car complete the point scoring. And it is, of course, Celia Martin, Michelle Gatting and Sarah Bovey that lead Ben Tuck, Daniel Serra and Takeshi Kimura, with Alessio Picariello, Claudio Schiavone and Matteo Cressoni, the 1, 2, 3 in the overall points, after which we've got the 55 Spirit of Race trio, David Perel, Matt Griffin and Duncan Cameron.
So, 3 podiums done so far. LMP3, I think, to come next, and there were whispers of doing an overall podium as well. We'll wait to see whether that happens. It will mean that 1 or 2 that we've already seen will be held back to revisit that area in just a tick. But some LMP3 drivers to catch up before we get to the penultimate podium. Here's Steph Wentworth.
Joined by the winners in LMP3, the number 17 CLX Motorsport. Theo, we spoke to you yesterday after qualifying as well, and you remarked on how incredible your teammates are and how great you guys work together, and it's paid off today with a top step.
Yeah, it was a great race. I mean, Paul started off great with a really good pace, lost a few positions, but they came back. And then I jumped in for 40 minutes, and we had a virtual safety car, which kind of ruined our strategy a bit. But luckily, we got back at the end with the last virtual safety car. And then Adrian brought it home.
Well, congratulations, guys. Top step of the podium. Enjoy.
Thank you to the team. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So Theodore Jensen with the majority of that interview, but standing to his left, Adrian Clomenil and Paul Lancher. There is their car beneath the podium.
What a little bit of history. Theodore Jensen, we heard from there, won on his debut last year in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and wins on his debut this year.
That was here.
In the Le Mans,
Barcelona.
European Le Mans Series. Kylian Henry on there, on the podium with RLRM Sports, the only one of the trio not as a defending champion. You can see Michael Jensen there behind the Inter-Europol trio. Tim Kresic pops out. Inter-Europol's number 88 car. That car is Tim Kresic. Stuart Decker. Reese Gold from the United States. Reese is the gentleman to the left-hand, the right-hand side there. There is Kylian Henry on, multiple title winner on this package in Ligier European Series and the Le Mans Cup. Fell short a little, was disappointed to do so last year. It will be Michael Jensen, Nick Adcock, the defending champions, joining him. And then we've got the 17 crew, Theodore Jensen in the 17 car. Alongside Paul Lancher and Adrien Clomenil. Excellent stuff from them, and a new era of LMP3 begins.
Well, CLX Motorsport certainly seem to have their LMP3 campaigns sorted for the moment. It was a 1-2 finish in yesterday's Michelin Le Mans Cup race, and they backed that up with a win, a class victory in the European Le Mans Series. Just need some better results. We've only had one race, but some better luck, perhaps more appropriately, in the LMP2 category.
It started very well indeed for Ligier, hasn't it, this new era? And we should mention as well, by the way, I'm pretty certain this is the first time in any class, it obviously won't be the last, that Toyota have won in the European Le Mans Series as an engine manufacturer. I'm pretty certain we've not had that before. Someone will undoubtedly correct me. We will have had it in the Le Mans Series era. But starts here. It's a new look, it's a new sound for LMP3, but the competition is still tight.
Well, with new chassis, then the pace of the less numerous cars might be a bit longer to unlock, i.e. the Duquesne and the Ginetta. I'm gutted for everyone associated with Ginetta and DKR Engineering that at least that car didn't make it to the finish.
I think they'll be quite happy with the performance of that car today. I think, no doubt, we'll be talking to Mike Simpson at Ginetta and to Kendi Yenklas at DKR Engineering either this evening or in the week, and I think they'll be pleased with where they are, but not nearly as pleased as CLX Motorsport and Ligier. It's been one hell of a weekend. 2 wins, one in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, one in the European Le Mans Series, and second place yesterday in the Le Mans Cup as well. And we're going to see the points. There they are, CLX Motorsport, pole and the win gives them 26 points from RLRM Sports 18, 15 for Inter-Europol Competitions 88, then M Racing Ultimate, WTM by Rinaldi Racing, Racing Spirit of Le Mans and Team Virage are the finishers and therefore point scorers today.
And the only category where we saw maximum points being taken, pole and a win in back-to-back days. So they're in a strong position, but there are a whole load of points still on offer. 5 races remain, and the next is in less than a month's time as we head not too far away from here, in actual fact, to the south of France, to Circuit Le Castellet for a 4 hours of Le Castellet, which will be a midday start on Sunday, the 4th of May. Cracking work throughout the last couple of days from Steph Wentworth to bring us all the latest news and interviews from the pit lane and pit garages. And Graham, well, the stage is set, isn't it, for another absolute cracker, perhaps the best ELMS season yet?
Absolutely. I want to say thank you, by the way, to Steph Wentworth. You've been awesome on pit lane all weekend. Thanks, Ollie Gavin, for popping in. That added a little bit of depth, didn't it? Thoroughly enjoyed the weekend with you as well, Johnny.
That's Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com. I'm Johnny Palmer. We've enjoyed 2 Ligier European Series races yesterday. A rather frantic 2 hours of the Michelin Le Mans Cup yesterday evening. More from that gang in a month's time as well. And it's the European Le Mans Series as the main show at Ricard. But after Le Mans, 4 races then as well to Italy, Belgium, the UK and Portugal. We cannot wait. Hope you've enjoyed it too. Try and get to a race this year. You will not regret it. Bye-bye.